Chapter 18. Tony kicked open the door just a couple of inches. Danny immediately heard two sounds. The first was the ocean. Even though they were indoors, the sound of waves was loud. The second was gunshot. There was a burst of fire from the bridge. Danny estimated 4 weapons. There was a tinny sound as the rounds ricocheted off the metal door, immediately followed by a deafening crack as Tony chucked in the flashbang and stood clear as it exploded. Danny closed his eyes momentarily to stop himself being blinded by the flash, but opened them as soon as he heard the noise and started to advance. The grenade had killed the gunfire. Now Danny could hear nothing but panicked shouting. Tony kicked the door open. The doorway framed a picture of chaos. In the green haze of his NV, Danny saw 3 figures, 10 meters from his position at the far side of the bridge, backs up against the window that surrounded it. It was clearly pitch black for them, here in the middle of the ocean with no light to see by. They were staring at different angles across the room, obviously totally disorientated by the blinding flash and deafening crack of the flashbang. They all had weapons, though, pistols, and were waving them around wildly, evidently wanting to fire, but not knowing in which direction to aim. They couldn't see the regiment unit, but the regiment unit could see them. From his brief glance, Danny didn't think any of them were Mr. Chew, but they could start shooting any second, so they needed to be put down in any case. Danny and Caitlin had clear shots. 2 from Danny, 1 from Caitlin. The targets were on the floor less than a second after the door was opened. As soon as the 3 targets were down, Danny saw why the noise of the ocean was so loud. Someone had smashed the reinforced window opposite the entrance to the bridge. Impossible to do without a sturdy tool, and sure enough, Danny saw a fire axe lying on the floor just in front of it. Someone must have escaped. He stepped over the threshold of the bridge. They needed to move fast while any further occupants were still disorientated. A meter into the room, he scanned left, then right. He quickly picked out the one remaining person there, a figure crouching down to his 2 o'clock by a panel of instruments. It wasn't Chew. A single shot from Danny's HK, and he was neutralized. Danny ran to the broken window and looked out. It was a drop of 7 or 8 meters to the deck, doable with a lucky landing. And luck had been on the side of whoever had jumped from the bridge. The aft deck was an open space of about 50 square meters, leading up to a high railing that overlooked the water. Danny could make out shattered glass on the deck, but no sign of anyone. He spoke immediately into his radio. "All units, the bridge is clear. We have personnel on deck, most likely armed. We need a full sweep of the deck, from aft forward. Go!" He turned to Caitlin and slung her the orange portable VHF radio. "Stay here," he said. "Make contact with the ops room. Update them. Tony, with me." Caitlin caught the radio with one hand as Danny and Tony hurried back through the darkness of the bridge tower. Danny tried to tread as lightly as he could so that his feet didn't clatter down the metal staircase. On the ground floor, they pushed through the heavy door and manoeuvred themselves onto the aft deck. The 6 Aussie SF guys were waiting for them there, evenly spaced across the open deck, weapons engaged. A quick examination of the broken glass from the bridge window revealed a puddle of blood. Someone had injured themselves jumping out. As there was no sign of enemy targets here, they needed to check all points on the vessel forward of this position. "We sweep the top deck first," Danny said. "Then we move down. Remember, we need Chew alive. If you see him, hold your fire and apprehend him." Danny ran to the starboard side of the vessel, while Tony stayed port. Since the central part of the vessel's top deck was taken up by storage units, to sweep the ship they would need to move forward in 2 groups, one along the deck on either side. They did this with quiet, clinical efficiency. Danny and his 3 Aussie colleagues moved 4 abreast, the butts of their weapons pressed sharply into their shoulders, safety switches on semi-automatic. Danny's ears roared with the noise of the ship's engines, and with the sea crashing against the hull. But he kept his focus laser-sharp on the deck in front of him, sensitive to any unexpected movement that would give him a split-second's warning of an incoming threat. They moved forward 20 meters. To their left, a 3-meter-wide gap in the storage containers. Danny made a gesture with his left hand, and one of his team headed silently down this corridor. The remaining 3 kept moving forward. Tony's voice, There's a trail of blood on the deck. Someone came this way. Keep following it, Danny instructed. Another 20 metres. They were about halfway along the vessel. A second corridor to the left. Another member of the team, Goldie this time, peeled off to secure it. Danny and his remaining colleague moved forward. 20 metres. 30. 40. The ship yawed dramatically as they came to the end of the storage containers. Danny and his Aussie colleague pressed their backs up against the wall formed by the final container. Danny shuffled up to the corner of the storage container and peered round. He took in everything in an instant. The foredeck was more than twice the size of the aft deck. At the far end was a small crane about 20 feet high. On either side of it were fixed steel scaffolds, each one about 10 metres high, and on top of each scaffold, fixed to a ramp slanting down towards the sea, was a bright orange closed lifeboat. And at the foot of the crane, 25 metres from Danny's position, were two figures. One was on his knees. The other was behind him, holding a gun to his head. It was almost an action replay of the scene that had played out in front of Danny's eyes on the outskirts of Chikunda, with one difference. The gunman was African, and the guy on his knees was Mr. Chu. Neither the African militant nor Chu had seen Danny. They were screaming at each other in English, clearly their only mutual language. "Put gun down, idiot!" Chu was shouting. "What do you think you're doing? My orders come from Caliph himself." "So do mine. Climb up and get into the lifeboat," shouted the African militant. As he spoke, he happened to look in Danny's direction. Their eyes met. Danny wanted Chu alive. He lined up the sights of his rifle with the broad target of the militant's chest. He prepared to take the shot. "This is Golden Coral. Do you copy?" Caitlin stared furiously at the orange handheld VHF radio. It emitted nothing but white noise. She cursed under her breath. Something was wrong with the comms. She couldn't make contact with the frigate. She strode across the bridge to the ship's VHF radio unit. She assumed the Golden Coral would have a decent-sized antenna, and she adjusted the frequency to channel 15. "This is Golden Coral. Do you copy?" A 5-second pause. "Go ahead, Golden Coral." "We have control of the bridge. 6 targets down." "Do you have Chu?" "That's negative. Over." "Roger that. Over." The radio fell silent. As the ship lurched, so did Caitlin's stomach. She headed away from the instrument panel to look at the sea state through the broken window. Her night vision goggles picked out the foam of a curling wave battering the rear of the ship. She suppressed a shiver, and it wasn't just because her clothes were saturated. She hadn't told the others how much she hated the water. It would have made them think less of her. She felt something sticky under her wet boot. She looked down. Blood, seeping from the chest of one of the men they'd put down. Her eyes moved to the corpse. The dead face, African, seemed very calm. But something wasn't right. The dead man's head seemed somehow too small for his body. Or was it that his torso was too big? Caitlin bent down immediately and ripped open the buttons of his camouflage top. She blinked. The entry wound was directly in the centre of the man's clavicle, but that wasn't what attracted her attention. There were 4 black straps surrounding his otherwise naked torso, and each strap had 4 pouches about the size of cigarette packets, each one with a wire protruding. The wires met at his left armpit, where a thicker cable ran down to his arm. Caitlin looked at his left hand. The dead limb was clutching a small detonating button. Her mouth went dry. She spoke urgently into her radio. "All teams, this is Caitlin at the bridge. Our targets are wearing suicide vests. Handheld detonators. Repeat, our targets are wearing suicide vests." Caitlin's panicked voice burst into Danny's earpiece. "Our targets are wearing suicide vests. Handheld detonators. Repeat, our targets are wearing suicide vests." Time slowed down. Danny's eyes flickered to the free hand of the militant who had Chu at gunpoint. It was twitching. He had to take him out, but not a chest shot. It could detonate a vest. He moved his rifle to the man's head, and that fraction of a second's hesitation meant it was too late. The explosion was immense. It came from the very front of the ship where the militant was standing. There was an intense flash of bright green light in Danny's NV goggles. A shockwave knocked him several meters back along the side deck. At the same time, the noise of the explosion split the air and echoed deafeningly off the metal sides of the storage containers, drowning out for a few seconds even the roar of the ocean. Winded from his fall, Danny had to force himself to his feet. His Aussie colleague had been knocked back too, but was also painfully trying to stand. "What the fuck?" he shouted at Danny. Danny lurched back along the side deck, clutching his weapon, gasping for air. Having staggered the 5 or 6 meters he'd been knocked back, he stared at the devastation of the foredeck. There was no sign of Chu or the militant. The explosion had clearly taken them out, but right now they had bigger problems than that. The explosion had also ripped the crane from its footings, and it now hung precariously over the edge of the ship. Both orange-covered lifeboats had clearly tumbled into the water, and only a twisted fraction of the scaffolds that held them still remained. The railings that surrounded the deck had been blown away, and a chunk of the deck itself, a good 10 meters deep, was twisted and torn. A sinister stench of burning hung in the air, and Danny saw a brief flicker of flames lick up from down under the deck. He looked left. Tony was running towards him. "What the fuck happened?" he screamed. "Suicide vest," Danny shouted. "Chu's dead." A sneer of anger crossed Tony's face. "There was a smear of blood on the handle of one of the doors leading below decks. I reckon whoever was bleeding went down below towards the engine room. I'll take a couple of guys and follow." Even as he spoke, the sound of 2 more explosions hit them in quick succession. Danny could tell that they came from deep inside the ship's hull. The echo was low and muffled, but it went on for a full 10 seconds and seemed to make the whole vessel vibrate. "We're going to lose the ship!" Danny shouted. He activated his radio. "All units, return to the bridge. The ship's going down. Lifeboat's compromised." Another explosion from down below, even deeper and more sinister. The ship yawed dramatically. "The fuel tank's gone!" Tony shouted. A reply in the earpiece. It sounded like Goldie, urgent, maybe even a bit frightened. "There's something here you need to take a look at, mate." Danny turned to Tony. "Get to the bridge," he said. "Make sure Caitlin's contacted the frigate. They need to airlift us off." A huge mechanical groan rose up from the belly of the vessel. "Go!" Danny shouted. Tony ran along the starboard deck, 2 of their Aussie colleagues alongside him. Danny followed. But when, after 20 meters, he came to the corridor in the storage containers that Goldie had followed, he turned into it. His stomach went as the ship took a downward lurch, and there was an ominous creak from the containers that surrounded him. 10 meters in, there was a right-angle turn to the left. Danny followed it, then stopped. He estimated that he was pretty much in the center of the deck. 10 meters from his position, blocking the corridor, was an open storage container, end on. Goldie was standing 5 meters from it, shining a very bright torch into the interior. Danny flicked up his NV goggles, then hurried up to Goldie's side. "What is it?" he breathed. "You tell me," Goldie said. Danny peered at the contents of the container. They immediately reminded him of the field lab the Porton Down guys had set up in Chikunda. Modular steel shelving along the sides, a table bolted to the floor, and fitted to the table some kind of mechanical apparatus Danny couldn't recognize. Littering the floor were cardboard boxes, about 10, half of them opened, half of them still sealed. He could just make out the lettering on some of them. Gillette, Lynx, Right Guard. "What are they doing with boxes of fucking deodorant?" Goldie asked. Danny didn't immediately reply. He was remembering something Dr. Phillips from the Porton Down team had said about spreading the plague virus while they were watching Ripley die. Aerosol dispersal would be effective. He scanned the storage container for a couple more seconds. His eyes focused on one of the open boxes. He could make out the canisters of deodorant inside. They were small, just 3 inches high. "See those?" He pointed them out to Goldie. "Who buys miniature deodorants?" Goldie stared at him. "People getting on airplanes," he said. Danny nodded. He took his digital camera from his ops waistcoat and quickly fired off a few pictures. Then he grabbed Goldie's arm and pulled him away from the storage container. "We need to get off this ship," he said. All 9 members of the unit had congregated on the bridge. Goldie, who had announced himself to be a demolitions expert, was moving around the corpses of the dead militants, carefully cutting the wires of their suicide vests. There was an acrid smell and a burning sound in the air that told Danny there was a major fire down below. Tony was shouting into the ship's radio. "We've got a mayday! Repeat, we've got a mayday! The Golden Coral is scuttled, requesting immediate pickup." There was a crackly pause. Then a mild Australian voice came over the radio. "What the hell have you boys been doing?" "Just get us a fucking chopper," Tony shouted down the phone. "Winds are high. ETA 10 minutes. Get it here now!" Even though his clothes were still damp, Danny was sweating badly. It had been approximately 3 minutes since the blast, and the ship was already listing around a 5-degree angle. The more water entered the hull, the quicker the ship would sink. 2 of the corpses rolled down the sloping floor of the bridge. It was hard for the living to remain upright. He doubted they had more than 15 minutes. "We need to get onto the aft deck," he shouted at his teammates. "That'll be the last to go down. Let's move out there, now!" Tony led the way, and the rest of the team filed out behind him. Danny prepared to take up the rear, holding onto the edge of the instrument panel to stop himself falling. A high-pitched grinding sound was coming from the ship's engines. It didn't sound good. Something caught his eye. It looked like a shoulder bag, and it had slid across the floor and come to rest alongside the 2 bodies, no more than 4 meters from Danny's position. He staggered across the incline of the floor to grab it. It was made of soft leather, sticky with blood and very light. As Caitlin left the bridge, Danny opened it up. There was a piece of A4 paper inside, folded together 3 ways and slightly crumpled. Danny peered at the piece of paper in the darkness and frowned. It seemed to be an airline e-ticket confirmation. British Airways, Lagos to Paris Charles de Gaulle, departing 23:55 hours. Danny was alone on the bridge now, alone and staring at the e-ticket in his hand. He checked the time, 23:49 hours. A suicide cell could turn themselves into human vectors. The cargo ship juddered alarmingly. Its incline in the water steepened. Danny's earpiece exploded into life. "Where the hell are you, Danny?" Tony demanded. He hurled himself across the room towards the radio. "This is Golden Coral. Do you copy?" Silence. "This is Golden Coral. Do you copy?" No reply. The radio was dead. But he had to try and get his message through. "There's an aircraft leaving Lagos in the next 15 minutes, BA to Paris. Ground that flight and isolate all passengers. Repeat, ground the flight and isolate the passengers. Do you copy?" Nothing. Shit. He changed the frequency to channel 16, the international calling and distress channel, and repeated his message. Nothing. Another loud groan from the bowels of the ship. "Black, where the fuck are you?" He had to get out of there. He hurled himself across the bridge once again, towards the door this time. Out on the landing, he could see the staircase descending below him at an alarming angle. He grabbed hold of the railings and half ran, half fell down the 2 flights of stairs, then pushed the heavy deck door open. Outside, it felt like the whole deck was vibrating. Looking to his right, he saw piles of cargo containers toppling against each other as they slipped down the incline of the ship towards the sinking forward deck. He stumbled breathlessly to the side of the ship, where he could grab the deck railings fiercely, then started pulling himself up towards the aft deck. In his peripheral vision, he could see the bright searchlights of an approaching chopper cutting through the darkness. Distance, half a click. Their pickup was arriving. The others were clinging to the deck railings at the very rear of the ship. Waves were swelling over the side. Danny pulled his way along the railings, muscles burning under his saturated clothes. It took 30 seconds to join the others. By that time, the chopper was hovering 50 feet above the sinking ship. Looking up, Danny could see the side door open and a rope lowering, a mess of harnesses swinging from its tail and buffeting in the wind. The chopper itself wobbled precariously. Danny could tell the flight crew was struggling to keep it steady. He looked over the side of the railings. Half the ship's hull was submerged. They had minutes before they were under water. The harnesses hovered a metre above their heads. Goldie caught them. "Team 1, go!" Danny shouted. It took no more than 30 seconds for the team to strap themselves in. Goldie raised his surefire torch and flashed it 3 times in the direction of the chopper. Instantly the 3 Aussie SAS guys rose from the deck, spinning in the air as the rope pulled them up towards the aircraft. The ship lurched downwards again. Danny gripped the railings more fiercely than ever. It took a full minute to get the first 3 guys into the chopper, which still looked very shaky as the rope descended again. "Team 2, go!" Danny shouted. The guys strapped themselves in, and moments later were rising into the air. "What the fuck were you doing in there?" Tony shouted at Danny. Even here, on a sinking ship, he clearly didn't like not being in the know. "They're going to hit a plane," Danny shouted. "I was trying to make contact with the ops room." "How'd you know?" Tony demanded. Danny didn't answer. The vessel had just given its loudest groan yet. It sounded like it was breaking up. Half the bridge tower was submerged. Water lashed over the railings. He looked up. Team 2 was scrambling into the chopper. Seconds later, the harnesses were descending for a 3rd time. Tony grabbed hold of them the moment they came within his grasp. He started fitting his own harness, while Danny handed one to Caitlin before fitting his own. "Everyone good?" he shouted. Tony and Caitlin nodded, so Danny withdrew his own surefire and made the sign to the Lodi up above. They were immediately airborne. As they winched up to the chopper, buffeted by winds, Danny looked down at the golden coral. It was more than 3/4 submerged, and the sea all around it bubbled and foamed. He felt a grim satisfaction that if any instances of the plague infection were aboard, they were being consigned to the deep. But then he remembered the flight number, and the knot of panicked urgency that had been with him since they landed in Nigeria returned to his gut. Halfway to the chopper, he turned his attention to his unit mates. Caitlin was tightly gripping Tony's arm. For some reason, that made the knot in Danny's stomach tighten even further. Tony clearly saw him noticing, and despite everything, the roar of the ocean, the wind, the spray, and the thundering beat of the chopper's struggling rotors, a smug, self-satisfied look crossed his face. Danny forced himself to look up, just 5 meters to the chopper's entrance. He could see the Lodi reaching out one hand to help them in. A moment later, they were scrambling into the body of the chopper. The door slid shut. The chopper banked sharply. Danny unclipped himself at the harness. "Get me onto the ops room!" he shouted. "Now!" Danny felt the eyes of the unit on him as the confused Lodi handed him a headset. He ripped off his helmet, NV gear, radio earpiece and boom mic, then fitted the headset over his ears. "Do you copy?" he shouted. "Roger that. This is 0 Alpha, go ahead." Danny plunged his hand into the leather shoulder bag to get his hands on the crumpled e-ticket. "Listen carefully," he shouted. "There was a makeshift lab on that ship. I think they were filling aerosol canisters with the bioweapon. And I also think one of those canisters is on Flight Bravo Alpha 33489, Lagos to Paris Charles de Gaulle. You have to stop that flight taking off and isolate all the passengers. Do you copy?" A crackly pause, then, "Roger that." The line went quiet. Everyone in the chopper, they had all heard every word Danny had said, stared at him in horror. The chopper roared through the air back towards the frigate. Danny found he was holding his breath as he waited for the radio operator to make contact again. 30 seconds passed. "What the fuck's going on?" Tony demanded. At that very moment, the radio burst into life again. "This is 0 Alpha." "Have you grounded the flight?" Danny shouted. A pause. "That's a negative. The flight is already airborne. Repeat, the flight is already airborne." Chapter 19. Flight BA 33489 had not yet reached its cruising altitude, but the captain had switched off the fasten seatbelt sign, the air stewards were busily pouring out Bloody Marys, and there was already a queue for each of the toilets. It had been a bumpy takeoff, and there was still a little turbulence. Flight attendant Ailsa Pritchard hardly noticed it. 10 years a British Airways air stewardess, she sometimes thought she spent more time in the air than on the ground. She had long since stopped being nervous about the occasional bump, but she'd also learned to keep a full smile on her face, because whenever there was turbulence, the more nervous passengers always watched the expressions of the cabin crew to double-check that they shouldn't be panicking. And so she smiled her way sweetly down the starboard aisle of this Airbus, politely pouring drinks, and trying not to let it show that she was massively looking forward to touching down in Paris, where her boyfriend would be waiting to whisk her off to their favourite little hotel in Montmartre, where they would be spending her 2 days off. The passengers were a mixture of French and Nigerian, and a smattering of Brits. When the captain came over the loudspeaker to inform the cabin that they had a decent tailwind and were hoping to shave a few minutes off their flight time of 6 hours 25 minutes, he did so in French first, then English. Ailsa herself was not fully bilingual, but she certainly had enough French to deal with the drinks orders of the passengers, and to respond cheerfully to any minor requests or problems that they had. She had been serving drinks for 15 minutes, and was more than halfway along the aisle when she drew up alongside a Nigerian man who looked to be in a terrible state. He had very short cropped hair, almost bald, and Ailsa could see that his entire head was sweating. He was oddly dressed in mismatched, rather grubby clothes, and she could just see his shoes, which were falling apart. He kept licking his cracked lips, and his eyes, the whites of which were a creamy yellow, kept darting left and right. He wore a denim shirt, and that too was soaked, with huge dark patches under the armpits. There was a rather unpleasant smell of stale sweat about his person. Ailsa was glad he had an empty seat either side of him, or there might have been some embarrassing complaints. He was nervously clutching a leather holdall in his lap. "Tout va bien, monsieur?" Ailsa asked. "Je peux vous offrir quelque chose à boire?" The man looked up sharply, as if he was surprised that anyone should be talking to him. He shook his head. "Non." "Is everything okay?" she continued in French. "Nervous flyer?" Another sharp look. "No," the man said. "You might find it more comfortable to put your bag in one of the overhead lockers, sir." "Leave me alone." Ailsa gave him the thin-lipped smile she saved for all rude passengers. "Certainly, sir," she said, and she started to push the drinks trolley further down the aisle. The plane gave a sudden shudder of turbulence. Ailsa was forced to grab hold of the top of one of the seats. As she did so, she saw from the corner of her eye that the Nigerian man had opened up his holdall. He had removed a small canister of Lynx deodorant, and she thought she could see a second canister in the bag. She found herself softening towards him. "Poor man," she thought. "He must be rather embarrassed. He obviously has a bit of a sweat problem, after all." The Sea King, containing Danny and the rest of the unit, touched down precariously on the flight deck of the frigate. Danny alighted the moment the Lodi had opened the door, and was the first of them to hit the deck. The rotors were powering down, but their downdraft was still strong. He crouched slightly as he ran across the flight deck. He heard them before he saw them. 3 aircraft, flying in an arrowhead formation from a southwesterly direction. He knew at a glance that they were tornadoes. As they sped overhead, a deafening sonic boom hit his ears. Grimly, he watched them disappear towards land. He couldn't tell for sure where they were going, but he had a pretty good idea. Randolph's forehead was crushed into a semi-permanent frown. This was the first time he had ever been in a plane, but that wasn't why he was nervous. It was warm in the cabin, but as he looked at the small canisters of deodorant in his hands, he felt himself shiver. His instructions made no sense. Why would anyone want him to do this? With very sweaty hands, he removed the lid from one of his bottles of Lynx. It popped off easily. The seat in front of him shook slightly. A head popped up above it, a Nigerian child, about the same age as his twin daughters. Her hair was tightly braided, and she had a smile that lit up her whole face. This flight was obviously an exciting adventure for her. "Hello, mister," she said. "What's your name?" Randolph just stared at her, unable to make his mouth work. The pad of his forefinger nervously stroked the indentation on the white spray cap of the canister. As he stared at the child, he couldn't help but remember the awful video of his daughters he had been shown in his shack. The child inclined her head. "Mister?" she said. Randolph was not a stupid man. He knew that the canister in his hand contained something other than deodorant, something dangerous. He just didn't know what. An explosive of some kind? Would this whole plane be blasted out of the air the moment he squeezed the cap? He imagined himself hurtling through the air, and wondered if he was more likely to die up here or when he hit the ground. He thought of his precious daughters, and wondered if they would cry when they heard their daddy was dead. More sweat. His seat was damp. "Sit down properly, child," he told the little girl, who was still watching him. Her face fell, and she disappeared back into her seat. Randolph closed his eyes and muttered a prayer. He sprayed the canister. His finger had only been pressed for a second when his eyes pinged open again. There had been no explosion, just a hiss, and that had been so quiet that the noise of the aircraft's engines and the general hubbub of the cabin had drowned it out. But what about the smell? He looked across the aisle to check that nobody could see him behaving oddly, then bent down with the aerosol to his nose. He squeezed the cap again and sniffed deeply. There was just a faint, odourless mist. Randolph released his finger and leaned back, relief crashing over him. He wasn't going to plunge to his death. He was going to see his children again. He squeezed the cap again. This time he held it down for a full 30 seconds, until the hissing became weaker and finally stopped. He put the dead canister back in his shoulder bag, then took out the second one. His face broke into an almost carefree smile as he removed the lid and started spraying its odourless contents into the gap between his seat and the seat in front. The little girl's face appeared again, and she gave him a slightly amused look, a look that said, "What are you doing?" Randolph just winked and made a shushing sign as he emptied the canister. When it was done, he stuffed the empty can back in his shoulder bag, which he then dumped on the spare window seat next to him. He looked down. His shirt was wet with perspiration, but now he was sweating with relief. "Perhaps I'll have a drink now," he thought to himself, "something to steady my nerves." He looked up and pressed the overhead button for calling the air hostess. She arrived a minute later. "Oui, monsieur?" "I think I would like a drink now," he said. He knew he had been very rude to her before, so he tried to smile. "Of course, sir. What can I get you?" He waited another minute for her to bring his beer, an almost cold bottle of Kronenbourg, along with a plastic cup, a paper mat, and a small packet of salted pretzels. She leaned over to give him the bottle, and he had just opened his mouth to thank her when he sneezed explosively, right at her. It was the sort of sneeze that makes people turn and look. "What on earth?" the air stewardess said. Randolph blinked. I'm very sorry," he mumbled, massively embarrassed that his sneeze had sprayed a thin mist of saliva at the woman's face. But the air stewardess didn't seem to be worried about the sneeze. She was staring through Randolph's tiny window. Randolph frowned again. He looked out of the window. He blinked. He found it hard to say how close the aircraft was that flew alongside them. Only tens of meters, because he could see, quite clearly through the side windows of the aircraft's cockpit, the pilot. He had a grey helmet and a boom mic to his mouth. As Randolph stared at him, the pilot turned his head to the left, and it was almost as if their eyes met. A bell-like sound from within the cabin. Randolph looked up to see that the fasten seatbelt sign was turned on. The air stewardess had straightened up. Randolph looked at her face. There was no doubt about it. She was frightened. He glanced guiltily at the shoulder bag on the seat next to him, then back out of the window. The captain's voice came over the loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fasten seatbelt signs are now on, so I would ask you to return to your seats." A pause. "Some of you may have noticed military aircraft on either side of us. I would like to take this opportunity to assure you that there is absolutely no cause for alarm." But anyone who heard the captain's voice would be able to tell that he was far from calm. A murmur of barely restrained panic filled the cabin. and Randolph found that he was sweating more than ever. Danny stormed into the ops room on the frigate, Tony and Caitlin following closely. Their clothes were still dripping wet, and their weapons still slung over their shoulders. The ops room itself was buzzing with activity, radios blaring. The ops officer and his team of Aussie naval guys urgently issuing updates. The port and down team standing quietly in one corner, their faces studious as the heart of the military machine pumped in front of them. Danny strode over to the port and down team and handed Dr. Phillips his camera. "You need to look at what's on that." Without bothering to answer, Phillips took the camera and plugged it into a nearby laptop. Meanwhile, the ops officer strode up to Danny. "I've got London on the line for you." "What's happening to the plane?" Danny demanded. 3 RAF Tornadoes have just caught up with it." "Where is it now?" "Mauritanian airspace." A beat. "Are they going to—" "No decision's been made." The ops officer pointed at a laptop on the far side of the room. "London," he said. "They want to talk to you." Danny moved over to the laptop and sat in front of it. There was a grainy video image of a bearded man in a wheelchair. "Daniel Bixby, SIS. Are you Black?" Danny nodded. "I need a full debrief of what occurred on the Golden Coral." Danny didn't fuck around. He gave a detailed explanation of everything that had occurred on the ship. When he got to the bit about the open storage container, Dr. Phillips crouched down next to him and interrupted. "The apparatus in there was an aerosol filling machine. You use it to fill an empty aerosol can. I'm uploading the pictures to your server now." "If one of those aerosols is released into the cabin of an aircraft, what happens?" Bixby asked. "The air recirculates through the cabin once every few minutes. The aircraft requires a certain proportion of fresh air from outside, but it'll only take seconds for the pathogen particles to diffuse across the plane." "Just tell me what that means," Bixby snapped. Phillips sniffed. "How many people on that plane?" he asked. 279, including crew." "Then you have 279 vectors infected with an extremely aggressive, modified form of Y. pestis. If our previous experience is anything to go by, they could become symptomatic within an hour. You can't let them come into contact with anyone, or you'll have an epidemic on your hands." Bixby stared into the screen for a moment. "I need to speak to the chief," he said, before wheeling his chair back and disappearing from sight. They had been circling for an hour. The initial panic in the cabin had subsided into a tense silence. It was only occasionally broken when one of the passengers lost it with a member of the cabin crew. What was going on, they wanted to know. Why weren't they being told anything? Randolph would strain his ears to hear the cabin crew calmly trying to tell them that the captain would update them as soon as he had any information. But they didn't sound any more reassured than the alarmed passengers. Randolph couldn't take his eyes off the military aircraft to his right. It stuck so closely and exactly to the larger plane that he almost had the sensation that they weren't even moving. When they passed through a patch of cloud, which momentarily obscured the fighter jet, it made him start, as though he was jumping out of a hypnotic trance. He realized that somebody was coughing a few rows behind him, and that they had been doing so for several minutes. There was a sudden change in the sound of the aircraft's engines. Randolph felt a momentary sense of weightlessness, and there was a general gasp around the cabin that told him he was not the only one. For only the second time since the fighter jets had appeared, the captain's voice came over the loudspeaker. He sounded deadly serious. "Ladies and gentlemen, you've probably noticed that we've started to lose height. It's nothing to be concerned about, but we will be performing an emergency landing in approximately 10 minutes. You will need to adopt the brace position, and I would ask you to study the card in the seat in front of you very carefully." The volume of anxious chatter in the cabin increased again. Randolph pulled the laminated safety card from the pouch of the seat in front of him. The captain was still talking, but Randolph wasn't listening anymore. For some reason, his attention had focused in on the sound of the person coughing behind him. He felt irritation building in his own chest. He suddenly, involuntarily, coughed. He stared at the laminated card. A thin film of mucus covered the images of smiling figures sliding onto life rafts. The mucus was streaked with blood. "Where's the landing site?" Sir Colin Selden's voice cracked with tiredness. Bixby clicked on a map of northwest Africa, then used his forefinger to outline a blank region of desert. "Eastern Mauritania," he said, "about 150 miles west of the Mali border. It's completely deserted, sir, about 100 miles in any direction from any human habitation. There's a possibility of Bedouin wanderers." "Can we hide a plane there?" Selden said. "I think so, sir, for a few days at least. The aircraft's transponders were killed while it was still on its original flight path." "Yes, sir, and we've arranged for it to be wiped from the air traffic control radar systems. It looks like it disappeared in mid-air. We've got cross-agency support, and we've spoken to the Americans, the Australians, and the French. Everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet. Until we know if there's some kind of pathogen on board, the aircraft has, to all intents and purposes, disappeared from the sky." He coughed uncomfortably. "What is it, Bixby?" the chief said. "Spit it out." "Are you sure this is a good idea, sir? The press will be all over it, and if someone finds out we forced an emergency landing in the Mauritanian desert and lied about the aircraft's location—" "Is it a good idea?" Selden snapped. There was a tremor in his voice that Bixby had never heard before. "We have nearly 300 passengers in mid-air infected with a highly contagious, highly aggressive strain of weaponized plague. We let them land in Paris, the whole Western world goes into a mad panic. Even if we contain the infection, the terrorists win the moment we start carrying the body bags out of the plane. The genie will be out the bottle, and we'll see bio-attacks left, right, and centre. So is this a good idea? Of course it's not a good idea. The rule book hasn't been written on this yet. There are no good ideas anymore." Bixby had never seen him so fierce, so out of control, so pale. "We don't even have any fucking leads," the chief muttered. "We have one, sir," said the analyst. "What?" "The Caliph, sir," Bixby said quietly. "Oh," the chief said, his voice heavy with sarcasm. "The Caliph. The one nobody's ever seen, and who nobody will ever talk about. Great! Let me know as soon as he turns himself in, won't you?" He stood up and stormed away from the computer terminal, leaving Bixby with his face impassive. There was a clunking sound from below the aircraft. Randolph didn't know what it was, but he heard someone in the row behind him say it was the landing gear extending. He had moved to the window seat. Several people were crying nearby. Plenty of others were coughing. They all had a dry, hacking cough, and Randolph wanted to join in. He was desperate to join in, but after seeing his own blood-stained mucus, he didn't dare. He found that he was wheezing heavily as he looked out of the window. He kept thinking about his daughters, wondering if they had been released yet, and if he was ever going to see them again. The thought that he might not caused a very real pain in his chest. He tried to occupy his mind by guessing the plane's altitude. They had been descending for some time, but all he could see was the fighter jet travelling alongside them. Suddenly, though, as he was watching, he heard a roar from the jet's engines as they peeled away. Within seconds, they were out of sight. Randolph blinked. He looked down to earth. He could see, in the moonlight, that they were only a few 100 feet above the ground. They were over the desert. There were ripples in the moonlit sand below, where the ground was flat. The captain's voice, over the loudspeaker, tense, urgent. "Brace! Brace! Heads down! Stay down!" The hubbub of the passengers swelled into a terrified moan. Randolph bent forward, rested his forehead against the seat in front, and laid his hands on the back of his head. The aircraft's engines became very high-pitched. The sound of crying from inside the cabin grew louder. Several people screamed. There was a sickening jolt as the aircraft's wheels hit the sand. The aircraft bounced. 5 seconds later, it hit the ground again, and Randolph felt a rush of G-force as the spoilers on the wings angled upwards and the aircraft dramatically lost speed. But suddenly there was another jolt. The aircraft spun 45 degrees, and the screeching of the engine was matched only by the screaming of the passengers inside. Randolph wanted to shout out, but fear silenced him. He just muttered a prayer as the fuselage wobbled and the wingtip to his right-hand side brushed against the sand. "This is it," he thought to himself. "This is the moment I die." But then, unexpectedly, there was silence and stillness. There was a moment when it sounded as if the whole cabin was taking a collective breath of relief. Then Randolph coughed again, and there was blood over the underside of the table folded into the seat in front. It was over. Danny had left the ops room. The place was doing his head in. He needed some air. Out on the deck, he gripped the railings and allowed a film of spray to wash over him. They'd failed. Targets red and blue were dead. Ripley was dead. A plane full of innocent victims were, right now, going the same way as his SAS mate. He didn't know what the headshed would be doing with that flight, but he knew there would be a cover-up of some sort. If word got out that there had been a successful bio-attack on the west, all bets were off. They'd be seeing copycat scenarios all over the world. Danny felt for his cig. Before, that hunk of metal slung close to his body had made him feel secure. Not anymore. Guns were for a different kind of war. Danny couldn't shake the feeling that in the past few days, war had changed. He thought of what he'd left back home. Clara, the baby. What kind of world was his kid about to be born into? He turned. 30 meters further along the deck, he saw Tony and Caitlin. They were facing each other, and standing very close, closer than ordinary colleagues. Danny felt a bit of a pang. Tony suddenly looked over in his direction. He clearly knew his regiment colleague was looking. Danny didn't feel he wanted to see any more. He turned his back on them and walked back towards the flight deck. He was looking forward to getting back to Hereford. He squinted. In the distance, maybe half a click away, he saw the lights of a chopper approaching. The flight deck itself had been cleared, and one of the frigate's loadmasters stood in the centre of the deck, carrying 2 glowing handheld beacons. 30 seconds later, he was waving them above his head to bring the chopper safely into land. The side door opened. A man exited and started running almost directly towards Danny to escape the downdraft. He wore slacks, an open-necked shirt, and a lightweight jacket. His tousled hair blew in the wind, but Danny recognized him immediately. Hugo Buckingham. He felt his face go craggy. What the hell was Buckingham doing here? Just when he thought this shitstorm of an op couldn't get any worse, the person he loathed more than any other had just landed on the frigate. He stood very still as Buckingham ran with his head bowed towards him. He was only 10 meters away when Buckingham finally looked where he was going and saw Danny standing there. The MI6 man stopped in his tracks. He made a futile attempt to smooth down his hair, then shook the dust from the lapels of his jacket. "Black, old sport," he said finally. "Buckingham. Presiding over what I understand you fellows like to call a clusterfuck. What are you doing here? Has the captain got some filing that needs doing? Actually, I made the decision to come straight here from Saudi, following up a lead, not to mention that the firm wants somebody to take you in hand." He strode up to Danny, jutting out his absurdly handsome chin. "They're baying for your blood in London, Danny. The bad news for you is that I'm the best friend you've got." He smiled. The last time Danny had seen Buckingham, the MI6 man had ended up wincing in the gutter after Danny had laid into him. It took every ounce of self-control to stop himself from doing the same thing now. "Take me to the ops room," Buckingham said. "I require a full debrief. Get a move on, Black. I haven't got all bloody night, you know." Randolph stared in horror at the blood. He was almost unaware of the commotion in the cabin. Almost, but not quite. The silence after the emergency landing had lasted no more than a few seconds before it dissolved into renewed panic. Several people were crying. including, Randolph realized, the little girl in the seat ahead. The aisles were full of people surging to the emergency exits. Randolph stood up and saw the nice air hostess standing with her back to one of the side doors, while 3 angry customers shouted at her to get out of the way and let them open up and escape the plane. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking." He sounded rattled, not nearly so suave and calm as he had when they took off. "For your own safety, please return to your seats. The exterior temperature is below freezing, and we have very little information about our surrounding terrain. The aircraft is the safest place for us to remain while we wait for—" The captain's voice dissolved into a sudden fit of coughing. The loudspeaker went dead. For a moment, the volume in the cabin reduced too, but only for a moment. The 3 men started yelling at the air stewardess again. 2 more came to help her, standing in front of the door with their arms folded. Randolph realized that the little girl in the seat in front was looking at him. He stared at her. A thin patch of blood had stained the area under her nostrils, and maybe Randolph was imagining it, but there was also a swelling on her left cheek. He collapsed heavily into his seat. His body was aching. His skin was burning up. He stared at the back of his roughed, calloused fisherman's hands and saw that there were swellings appearing there too. Daniel Bixby wheeled his way across the floor of the operations room, deep beneath the MI6 building. One of his assistants walked briskly alongside him. "Flight BA33489 is on the ground. The pilots have been instructed to keep the passengers contained. The African Air Traffic Control Agency is already going nuts. It looks to them like the aircraft disappeared into thin air over Niger." Nothing good could come of this, but the decision was above his pay grade, and it was already made. Another of his assistant analysts came striding up towards him. His eyes were alight. "What is it?" Bixby asked. "GCHQ have picked something up. A satellite call from the Golden Coral made approximately 35 minutes before the ship went down. The call lasted just over 10 seconds. Can we listen to it?" The analyst shook his head. "I'm afraid not," he said, "but we have a rough location of the sat phone that received the call." "Go on." The analyst pointed to a large VT screen on the wall, which showed a map of the world. He momentarily tapped a keyboard just below it. A dot appeared on the screen, surrounded by a wider circle. The dot itself was centered on the ocean in the middle of the Persian Gulf. The circle covered a large patch of sea, but also the northern coast of the United Arab Emirates, the eastern coast of Saudi Arabia, and almost all of Qatar. Bixby stared at the screen for a moment. "Get me the chief," he said. Flight BA33489 had been on the ground for a full hour. The lights were off to preserve power. It was almost pitch black. Randolph was sweating even more than usual. His limbs were weak, his chest hoarse. 2 more swellings had appeared on the back of his hand, and he could feel others elsewhere on his body. They hurt, badly, but he was too scared to look at them. His head was spinning, and it was hard to keep track of what was going on. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw his children as they had been in that awful video, and every time he opened them, he was presented with a scene that was almost as chilling. To his left, on the other side of the aisle, 3 passengers were wheezing badly. In front of him, he heard the sound of the little girl retching. Nobody was trying to leave the plane anymore, and he understood why. They felt too ill. Randolph himself was desperate to use the lavatory, but he didn't have the strength to get up. And when, 2 minutes later, he soiled himself, it was with a strange mixture of disgust and relief. The stench in the cabin told him he was not the first person to do this. His head fell listlessly to the right. He stared out into the darkness and shivered. The temperature in the cabin was dropping. He wondered if he should tell someone about the deodorants, but he knew he never would, not while he knew those monsters had his daughters. He winced. A sharp pain cracked through his head. Lights outside. They were descending from the sky, and great clouds of sand were billowing up and surrounding them, no more than 10 meters from the tip of the aircraft's wing. There was noise, the noise of engines, helicopters. A murmur in the cabin. Had help arrived? Randolph felt dizzy as he watched 3 helicopters land. Their lights shone through the tiny cabin windows and cast strange, terrifying shadows inside the plane. He wanted to vomit, but managed to control himself as he watched the side doors of the helicopters open and silhouettes spill out from inside. He didn't know how many, 15 or 20 maybe. Backlit by the lights of the helicopters, their shadows extended long and thin in the direction of the plane, the helicopters' headlamps gleaming blindingly between them. The figures advanced on the aeroplane. As they reached the wingtip, Randolph caught a better view of one of them. He, or she, was wearing some kind of all-in-one bodysuit, white or maybe yellow. His head was completely covered by a mask, and his hands by tight rubber gloves that covered the sleeve of the suit. Panic surged through him, and through the cabin as well. A man 3 seats in front of Randolph stood up and pushed his way into the aisle. He looked back. Randolph saw terror in his eyes and a swelling to the left of his nose. He was sweating almost as badly as Randolph himself. He looked wild, like he was about to do something crazy. Randolph stood up to watch him. The man ran along the aisle to the emergency exit door. The air stewardess feebly tried to stop him, but he pushed her away and yanked the red opening lever 90 degrees anti-clockwise. The door hissed a few inches inward, then swung upward. Light flooded into the cabin, illuminating the man's face and casting a long shadow to the far side of the cabin. He shouted something in French, but it was garbled, and Randolph couldn't understand what he was saying. But he knew this: the man was about to jump out of the aircraft. He didn't get the chance. From outside, there was the sound of gunfire. Just one round, and from the corner of his eye, Randolph thought he saw a muzzle flash through the cabin window. The man at the door staggered backwards. He looked down at himself in shock, held his hand to his chest, and raised it to see that his palm was coated in blood. He collapsed out of Randolph's sight. Randolph collapsed too. There was a moment of shocked silence. It lasted no more than 5 seconds before several people started to scream. Randolph wanted to scream with them, but he couldn't. He was too busy vomiting into the seat next to him, a horrific mixture of blood, mucus, and semi-digested salted pretzels. "What's happening?" someone screamed from further along the cabin. "What the hell's happening?" "I know what's happening," Randolph thought. "I'm going to die. We're all going to die." He hoped it would happen soon. Chapter 20. 0500 hours, AST, Doha, Qatar. In the prominent wealthy district of West Bay, in the Qatari capital of Doha, a young man stood at the entrance of an enormous skyscraper. His name was Saad, and he had a black rucksack over his shoulder. Even though it was 4 a.m, it was still very warm. Saad wore Western clothes, dark trousers and a pale short-sleeved shirt. In a few hours' time, he would have to change into his uniform. Saad was a low-ranking member of the Qatari police force, but for now, the only evidence that he was a police officer was the ID card in his back pocket. Saad was here very much under the radar. In Qatar, under the radar was a dangerous place to be. He had been in the police force for 18 months now. In that time, he had seen a dark side to the law enforcement in his country that he had never known existed when he was a naive recruit. He had seen his superiors brush away reports of unlawful deaths among the Indian construction workers, upon whose sweat the magnificent buildings in Doha were built. He had seen a Muslim man condemned to 40 lashes for the illegal consumption of alcohol. When 2 young extremists had beaten and raped a woman for listening to Western music in public, he had seen a highly religious police commander bury the report. Saad believed in freedom for everyone, and although, like most Qataris, he knew there was a dark side to the shining buildings and ostentatious wealth of his country, he had never dreamed it was as bad as that. Saad had taken the address of this skyscraper from the police files. The penthouse was the home of a rich oil magnate called Ahmed bin Ali Al-Essa. Saad walked into the reception of the building. It was cool and air-conditioned in here. The floor was covered with shining marble, and there were magnificent indoor palm trees dotted around. He stepped up to the concierge desk, burnished wood and brass, and spoke to the man behind the counter, who was wearing full robes and headdress. "Salam," said the young man. "Salam," the concierge replied. "I'm here to see Ahmed bin Ali Alessa." The concierge gave a barely sympathetic smile, as if many people would like to do such a thing, but few would have the honour. He was clearly about to turn Saad away when the young policeman presented his official identification. "I am sure he will thank you for keeping this discreet," he said. The man gave him one of those wary looks that seemed to be reserved for policemen, then bowed his head slightly. "If you will excuse me for a moment, I will see if he is available." Saad stepped back from the concierge desk so that he could make the call. A moment later, the man nodded at him and led the policeman towards an elevator at the far side of the desk. He pressed a keycard to a sensor on the right-hand side, then stepped back as the doors slid open. "This only goes to the penthouse," the man said. Saad stepped inside, pressed the top of 2 buttons, and within seconds was hurling up to the top of the building. The lift opened up into another reception area, with a magnificent tank full of brightly coloured tropical fish, more marble flooring, a comfortable-looking leather sofa, a door at the far end with the logo of a helicopter, and another opposite the lift. Saad was just wondering whether he should knock on the door when it opened. A man appeared. He wore a white robe but no headdress. He was a handsome man with a neat goatee beard, but his eyes were tired. "Mr. Alessa?" The man nodded. "How may I help you?" Saad had learned that the best way to deliver bad news was directly and without embellishment. "Mr. Alessa, I'm very sorry. It's about your parents. I'm afraid they're dead." Alessa blinked. "What do you mean?" he breathed. "When?" "Yesterday morning." The old man's face darkened. "Why am I only hearing about this now?" "That's why I'm here, Mr. Alessa. May I come in?" Alessa bowed his head. "Of course," he said. He stepped into the apartment. Saad followed. Saad had never witnessed such luxury, and in the oil-rich state of Qatar that was saying something. The room in which he found himself was huge and ornate, marble statues, gold-framed artworks, an incredible vista over the bay, where the lights of skiffs and other fishing boats twinkled in the early morning darkness. Alessa sat down in a comfortable armchair. He looked very shaken as he indicated that Saad should sit opposite him. "What happened?" he asked in a cracked voice. "They were killed, sir. Murdered. I'm very sorry." Saad allowed that shocking news to sink in before he continued. "I'm afraid my superiors don't want you to know that. They have spent the last 24 hours trying to cover it up. But your parents—" He tried to find the right words. "Your parents are wealthy, sir. Mine are not. A few years ago, your father helped mine out with a little money when he was struggling. Our family have not forgotten his kindness." He bowed his head. "It is hardly a happy way to repay the debt, but I thought you would want to know the truth." Alessa stared at the young man. "Thank you, my friend," he said. "I am grateful." Saad opened his rucksack and pulled out an A4 envelope. He hesitated for a moment. "Your parents died in a bad way, sir. What I have to show you is unpleasant. If you would prefer to—" Alessa shook his head. "Show me," he said. There were 10 photographs of the crime scene, all extremely detailed. One showed an old woman lying in a reclining chair, her throat deeply cut. Another showed her legs, smeared with the contents of her split urinary bag. Then the photographs became more gruesome. An old man with gaping wounds for eyes and a bloody mess of a mouth. A third person, a younger, fatter man, lying in a pool of his own blood. Alessa stared at these pictures, clearly aghast. He was halfway through them when he said, "Excuse me," and disappeared into an adjoining room. Saad sat silently for 2 minutes. When Alessa returned, he looked like a different man, deeply shaken, as though he had aged years in those 2 minutes. He sat down again. Why would your superiors cover this up? He asked finally. The young police officer had more pictures to show him. A mirror with a word scrawled across it. A painting with a word scrawled across it. A patch of floor with a word scrawled across it. In each picture, the word was the same. Khalif. Saad watched Alessa's face turn pale. He stared at the police officer. He did this? Saad nodded. And your superiors are scared? Some of them, but some would prefer to live in a world where this sort of thing is allowed to happen. Saad inclined his head. I would be in a great deal of trouble, Mr. Alessa, if anybody were to find out that I came here this morning. I understand, Alessa said. He stood up. Thank you for your honesty. I would like to give you something for your trouble. It's not necessary. I have a job now. My family no longer needs to live off charity. May I keep these photographs? Saad nodded. I'll show myself out, Mr. Alessa, he said. As the young police officer walked towards the door, he looked back over his shoulder. Alessa was staring out of the window over the bay. Saad caught a glimpse of his reflection. It chilled him. Alessa was distraught. There was no doubt about it. But there was something else in his expression that seemed to master all other emotions. Saad recognized it only too well. He had seen it in the faces of men condemned to 40 lashes for small crimes, and in the eyes of a woman raped and disbelieved. There was no doubt about it. Above everything, Ahmed bin Ali Alessa, one of the richest men in the world's richest country, was scared. Spud awoke in darkness. He winced. There was a cracking pain in his head, worse even than the dull ache in his abdomen, the sort of pain that only comes from too much booze. And there was no doubt about it. Spud had hit the bottle hard. So hard that for a moment he couldn't quite remember where he was. He was in a bed. A big one, bigger than the standard double in his own grotty little flat. And there was a woman next to him. She rolled over and cozied up to him, draping one hand across his broad chest. She smelled of perfume, wine, and sex. Spud groaned inwardly as he remembered pitching up at Tony Wiseman's front door after taking the train from Birmingham to Hereford to be greeted by his missus, Frances. How she'd invited him in and plied him with Tony's red wine. How she'd flirted with him by asking his advice about how to get fit for the marathon in 3 days. How she'd started crying, telling him what a shit Tony was. How one thing had led to another. He barely dared move, because that would wake her up. He glanced left. A radio alarm told him it was 4 a.m. He breathed deeply to stem a surge of nausea. What the hell was he doing here? Frances muttered something in her sleep. Spud didn't move. He felt like a total bastard. Tony was no mate of his, but shagging the wife of another regiment guy was a low thing to do. It was almost as if he'd been trying to prove something to himself, but he wasn't quite sure what. He thought back to the previous day, his trip to Birmingham with Eleanor, the spook, to check out the dodgy cab driver, who didn't seem so dodgy after all. On the train, all the way down from Birmingham, Spud had tried to get the facts straight in his head. The guy had never owned a passport, which meant he'd never even left the country. He'd come to the conclusion that he had to face facts. The idea that he'd acquired that Claymore bag from some jihadist training camp was clutching at straws, pretending he was on a real job when in fact he was 2 steps away from the scrap heap. Slowly, he moved Frances's hand from his chest. She muttered again, but then rolled over to face the other way. Spud eased himself out of bed and silently, groggily, pulled his clothes back on. He crept out of Frances's enormous bedroom and down the stairs, almost tripping up over the petite running shoes lying in the hallway. A minute later, he was out on the pavement, bathed in the yellow light of a street lamp. It was deserted at this hour. He looked back over his shoulder at the house, knowing that Frances would be pissed off with him when she woke. But she'd get over it, and she'd keep quiet with Tony. Something told Spud she really wouldn't want her husband to know she'd crossed that line. It felt good to be up and breathing cold early morning air. It was a mile from here to his own flat, and as he purposefully paced the street, he felt his hangover subside. It was 5:15 when he walked up to his front door. His motorbike, a BMW, his most treasured possession, was parked right outside. The curtains were shut. A few junk mail leaflets protruded from the letterbox. He let himself in. It was dark and musty in his one-room pad, the sparse accommodation of a single man who barely spent any time at home. He stood alone in the darkness of the hallway. There was a key rack on the wall to his left-hand side. The keys to his car were hanging there. He stared at them. Something was troubling him. What was it? He closed his eyes and pictured himself sitting in the cab yesterday with Eleanor. He ran through the conversation in his head as best he could remember. He pictured the Claymore bag, and suspicion washed over him again. But there was something else, something he'd seen but hadn't pieced together. He felt his forehead wrinkling as he closed his eyes and forced his hazy mind to picture the cab driver again, just as he'd seen him, every last detail. The neatly combed hair, the tan-coloured jacket, the gloves. It had been sunny in Dudley yesterday. Why the hell had he been wearing gloves? His eyes pinged open. He could almost hear Eleanor's patronising voice. "You think he's a terrorist because he was wearing gloves? You've got a lot to learn about intelligence, Spud." But when it came to intelligence, Spud knew one thing for sure. Sometimes you just have to follow your gut. He hurried into his bedroom. From a rickety old cupboard he grabbed a leather jacket and his bike helmet. He wished he had a firearm handy, but he didn't. No problem. He could always improvise a weapon if he needed to. Back in the hallway, he grabbed the bike keys from the key holder. He also owned a car, an old Honda, but for some jobs, a bike was better. Easier to follow someone, easier to get up close to traffic lights on red, or to cut the wrong way down a one-way street. He strode outside and locked the door of his flat behind him. 30 seconds later, he was revving the bike's engine. A face appeared through parted curtains on a first-floor window opposite, obviously wondering what the noise was about. Spud ignored it. He pulled out and burned down the street. At this time of day, if he pushed it, he could be back in Birmingham in an hour. Dawn broke over the eastern Atlantic, the sun's rays gleaming off the steel grey of the frigate. The waters were calmer now. An exhausted Danny stood in the corner of the ops room. Caitlin and Tony were at the other side of the room, out of earshot, talking quietly to each other. Buckingham, however, was with Danny, facing him just a metre away. "So let me get this right, Black," he said quietly. "On leaving the UK, you elected not to wait for a supporting platoon from the parachute regiment. You blackmailed a high-ranking member of the Nigerian government, and you failed to locate the British High Commissioner and his aide before they were killed. You allowed one of your team to become infected with the Y. pestis virus. Very careless." Danny stepped forward, but Buckingham looked around meaningfully. "You need to put a lid on your temper, old sport," he whispered, "especially in front of everyone." Danny took a deep breath, then stepped back. "And when you had the man responsible for all this in your sights," Buckingham continued, "you allowed a Nigerian suicide bomber to kill him before we could bring him in for questioning. All in all, hardly a very auspicious couple of days' work, wouldn't you say?" Danny didn't say anything. He knew the beginnings of a stitch-up when he heard it. But before he could speak, the ops officer had marched up to them. "We've got London on the line." He nodded at Buckingham and Danny. "They want both of you." Danny noticed a slight tightening around Buckingham's eyes. He obviously didn't like being put on a level pegging with the SAS man, but there was nothing he could do. They crossed the ops room together, and, at the ops officer's instruction, sat down at a laptop screen. Being this close to Buckingham made Danny's flesh creep, so he focused on the screen itself. The ops officer tapped the keyboard, and an image appeared. A man in a crumpled suit was sitting at a desk. To his left, and slightly behind him, was a second man sitting in a wheelchair. Danny remembered that his name was Bixby. "Is this thing working?" said the man in the suit. "It is, sir," Buckingham said. "This is Buckingham, by the way." The man peered into the computer screen. "Is that Black next to you?" "Yes, sir. Danny Black. I've been reading him the riot act." "Bloody good work, Black," the man cut in.
"Colin Selden, Chief of SAS. Bixby here will fill you in."
Danny could almost feel the heat of Buckingham's outrage. "Go ahead," he said. The guy in the wheelchair cleared his throat.
"Flight BA 33489 has made an emergency landing over the Mauritanian desert. That's classified. Word's already leaking through the press that an aircraft has disappeared over African airspace, and we want to keep it that way. It's early days, but the bioweapon is on board, and it's looking like 100% infection rate. Show them the footage, Bixby,"
the chief said. The image on the screen changed. Suddenly they weren't looking at two spooks in a London office. At first it wasn't quite clear what they were looking at. The screen was dark, but with occasional flashes of torchlight. After a few seconds, they saw a figure in a white hazmat suit and rebreather mask. He was walking towards the camera, down what looked like the aisle of an aircraft. The camera panned left. The torch beam illuminated a face, a passenger in an aisle seat. In the brief few seconds that the face was lit up, Danny saw that it was a woman with white skin. Her nose had been bleeding. Her lips were cracked. There were two painful-looking welts on either side of her face, one of them glistening with some kind of discharge. But the worst thing was the expression in her eyes, a chilling mixture of horror and fear. "Jesus," Danny breathed. An image of Ripley's blistered, bleeding body flashed in front of his eyes. The camera panned back to the aisle. By the light of the torch, Danny saw rows of passengers extending towards the back of the plane. Then the screen went black again. The chief and Bixby reappeared. "Is there any hope for them?" Danny asked. The chief and Bixby exchanged a look.
"None,"
the chief said. "So what happens now?"
"We're currently evaluating our options, but if word gets out about this, there'll be mass panic. The economic implications will be—"
"Can't you just make it known you've compromised the strike?" Bixby and Selden glanced at each other again.
"We would if we could,"
said the chief.
"But we haven't."
Danny blinked. "What do you mean?"
"This isn't over yet,"
Bixby said.
"Not by a long stretch. It's looking very likely that Flight BA 33489 was just a secondary strike, designed to keep our eyes off the main event. What I'm about to tell you doesn't go beyond ourselves. We've credible intelligence of a similar strike at the London Marathon. That's in approximately 48 hours.
Danny stared at the screen. Then he looked over his shoulder. Tony and Caitlin were standing there just a metre behind him and in earshot of the briefing. Tony's jugular was pulsing, but his face remained impassive. Danny couldn't help thinking that if his missus was about to take part in an event identified as a major terror target, he'd be a bit less calm. Danny turned back to the screen. "It could be a different threat. I bet there's loads of cells targeting the Marathon." Bixby shook his head. He stretched out one hand to his own keyboard, and the image on the screen changed. It was blurry, but Danny recognized the picture immediately. It was one of the shots he'd taken on the golden coral of the storage container where the aerosols had been filled.
"You see the top edge of the storage container?"
Bixby said.
"There's a number there."
Danny strained his eyes to read it. 21211311.
"The number's identical to a serial number on the intel that warned us of an attack on April 26th in 2 days' time. We take that to mean there's going to be a serious attempt at a bio-attack."
"Call it off," Danny said.
"What do you mean?"
"The Marathon. Call it off. I've seen what this bioweapon does to people. If you let it loose in London, you'll—"
"Impossible,"
the chief said.
"Number 10 will never allow it. There's an election in a month, and it'll just make the government look weak. And besides,"
Bixby added,
"all our modelling suggests that if we call the thing off, it'll just alert the terrorists that we're onto them and encourage them to bring the strike forward."
"They know you're onto them already," Danny urged. "You downed that flight from Lagos."
"Don't be a bloody idiot, Black," Buckingham said. "That doesn't mean they know we've predicted the main event."
Much as it pained Danny to admit it, Buckingham was right. But they were fresh out of Leeds, weren't they? Bixby immediately answered that unspoken question.
"In the last few minutes, we've traced a call made from the Golden Coral to a cell phone, most likely positioned off the coast of Qatar. Our working theory is that this was the militants making contact with someone on a higher rung."
"The Caliph," Buckingham muttered. Danny gave him a sharp look. He supposed he shouldn't be surprised that the MI6 man knew the name. The chief cut in.
Our only hope of stopping this event is by getting our hands on this Caliph before it starts.
But, sir, Buckingham said, we've already been down this line. Nobody will talk about him. They're too scared.
Tell him, Bixby,
the chief said.
Buckingham, we've just received a communication from your man Ahmed in Doha. He has a number to call in the event he needs SIS assistance. He goes by the handle of codename Murdoch. He's been told to keep his communications obscure, but this is the first time he's ever made a distress call, and he's obviously very frightened. We're relaying GCHQ's recording of the conversation now.
There was a pause. A crackly hiss came over the laptop speakers.
Go ahead, caller. This is Murdoch. Please hold.
A 20-second pause. Then a new voice came on the line.
Go ahead, Murdoch.
He's killed my parents. He's going to kill me. You have to help me.
The caller's voice was trembling. He sounded terrified.
Please try to keep calm, caller. Who are you referring to?
Him.
The caller checked himself before speaking the word.
I'll do whatever you need to help you catch him, I mean. Otherwise, he'll...
Caller, please be discreet.
I have an idea how we can find him. Send Mr. Buckingham. Send him quickly. I have an idea.
The line went dead. Why me? Buckingham breathed.
Because he recognizes you, and in his situation he's not going to trust anyone he doesn't recognize.
I don't understand his sudden change of heart, Buckingham said.
Nor do we, and it makes us nervous. Maybe he really is just very frightened.
Have you been able to confirm that his parents have been killed? Danny interrupted.
Not directly, but we've put out some feelers, and the Qatari authorities have clamped shut. That's normally a good indication that something untoward has happened. They're keeping it quiet for some reason.
Danny could sense Buckingham tensing up. Sir, surely you don't actually intend to send me?
That's exactly what I intend to do, Buckingham.
But, sir, what if the Caliph has got to him? What if it's all a trap?
That's why Black and his team are going to escort you back to Doha immediately.
But, sir, the chief cut in.
Make it count, or a lot of people are going to suffer.
Danny's mind was moving quickly as he tried to assimilate this information. Ahmed, Buckingham, the Caliph, Qatar. The spooks on the screen looked desperate. Yesterday they were trying to shaft Danny and his team. Today they were begging for his help again. He leaned into the screen. "One more thing," he said.
"Go ahead,"
said the chief. "You've been setting us up for a fall ever since we landed in Nigeria. If you think we're going to take a hit for your fuck-ups, or for his," he indicated Buckingham, "think again." There was a moment's pause as a flicker of uncertainty crossed the chief's face.
"Your codename is Operation Hellfire. Do your job, Black, and make sure it's a success,"
he said. Then the screen went blank. Buckingham turned to Danny. He looked pale, frightened, but he hadn't lost his arrogance. "You've got ideas above your station, Black." He looked over at Tony and Caitlin. "You should think about how behaviour like that reflects on the rest of your unit. That was the chief of SIS you just spoke to." "That was a man in a suit. He'll be replaced by another man in another suit before long." Buckingham could play divide and rule all day long. It didn't matter to Danny. They exchanged a long glare. "You heard the man," Buckingham said finally. "Do your job. Get ready to leave." Danny was already standing up. "Make contact with Hereford," he said. "We need a movement order." He walked across the ops room. Dr. Phillips, the port-and-down guy, was standing in one corner, his face etched with tiredness and worry. Danny approached him. "If there's a biostrike in London, how long before the infection spreads to the rest of the country?" He was thinking of Clara, giving birth in a provincial hospital, which would very likely become a centre of infection if this thing spread out of London. But what could he do? Tell her to leave the country? She'd never do it, not when she was about to give birth. "Impossible to tell," Phillips said. "A few days, a week at most. But it's the inhabitants of London that will be in immediate danger." Danny narrowed his eyes, nodded, then walked straight to Tony, grabbed his arm, and led him out of the ops room. "What the fuck?" "Just walk with me," Danny told him. A minute later, they were on deck again, the immense noise of the sea and the grind of the ship's engines almost drowning out their conversation. "Your missus is running the marathon in 2 days, right?" Tony nodded. "They'll know that. They'll be monitoring any communication you make with her. You can't warn her directly, but she's going to be right in the middle of this thing if it all turns to shit." Tony gave him an impassive stare.
"I'll get in touch with Spud," Danny shouted.
"Why would you want to talk to that limping fucker?"
Danny let it pass.
"He can get a message to Francis. Tell her not to go. The firm are clutching at straws. If we don't get direct proof there's going to be an attack, they won't stop the race going ahead."
As Danny spoke, he was aware of movement along the deck. Caitlin had appeared, about 15 metres from their position. She watched them, her hair blowing in the wind, one eyebrow raised at their sudden secrecy. "Nah," Tony said, suddenly dead-eyed. "You're okay. Leave it." Danny blinked at him in shock and disbelief.
"What?"
he breathed. "You heard me, Black. I said leave it." He glanced towards Caitlin, then walked purposefully off in her direction. The two of them headed back to the flight deck, where, in the grey light of morning, Danny could see the stealth Black Hawk being wheeled back onto the landing zone, a hubbub of Australian naval crew all around it, preparing the aircraft for takeoff. Chapter 21. Sir Colin Selden stared at the blank screen. Danny Black had just called him out, and he felt a strange mixture of irritation and embarrassment. They had made the call out of the way of the main ops room, in Selden's top-floor office overlooking the Thames. Dawn was creeping over the city, which was still illuminated by street lamps and office lights. A few boats shone as they meandered lazily up the Thames. Selden pictured the streets filled with hundreds of thousands of people, both runners and spectators. What would it take? A handful of nutters among the runners to spray aerosols as they went? They could do it discreetly without anyone even knowing it was happening. He turned to Bixby, but he was eyeing his boss with an intensity that sometimes unnerved him.
"We're chasing shadows, sir," Bixby said. "The Qatari leads too little too late. Danny Black's right. We should call off the marathon."
"We don't know there's going to be an attack, Bixby. And if we call off the marathon, you and I are out of a job."
"We don't call off the marathon. We find ourselves in the middle of the worst terrorist strike in history."
The chief bowed his head. Bixby noticed that his hand was trembling.
"Do we have a list of all the marathon runners?"
"Of course, sir."
"I want them broken down by race. Start by getting our systems to cross-reference every runner of Qatari origin with any individual already known to us. Once you've exhausted the Qataris, move on to the Saudis. Then continue to widen the net. Anyone who comes up positive gets a knock on the door."
"Racial profiling, sir?" It was clear from the tone of Bixby's voice that he didn't approve. Selden gave him a dangerous look.
"Don't even start, Bixby.
"It's unreliable, sir. It's a time suck and a drain on our resources."
"Just shut up and do what I tell you, Bixby, and do it now."
Bixby stared at his boss. Then, without another word, he manoeuvred his wheelchair backwards before spinning it round and heading to the exit. But before he left, he stopped and turned the wheelchair back again. "Sir, in the past 12 months, we know of at least 300 British nationals who have left the UK to fight in Syria. What if the person we're looking for isn't Qatari or Saudi or even Middle Eastern? What if he's British?" The chief flashed back a dangerous look. He was sweating badly.
"What if he isn't, Bixby?"
he said. Then he looked towards the door, and Bixby knew it really was time to leave. The rush-hour traffic around Birmingham was heavy, but Spud weaved expertly in and out of the lines of traffic on his motorbike as he headed in the direction of Dudley. It was a little after 9 when he found himself in the car park of the same pub, the Hand and Flower, that he'd been in with Eleanor, facing the minicab office. Nothing would be less covert than standing there with his helmet on, so he removed it. His gamble was that nobody in the minicab office would notice him from this distance, and if Al-Magrani did see him, chances were that at a distance he wouldn't remember him from yesterday. Unlike Spud, he hadn't been highly trained in the art of observation. Time check, 09:37. He stayed astride his bike and kept his attention focused firmly on the frontage of the minicab office. There were 3 cars parked outside, an old BMW and 2 Renaults. The same old tramp that he'd seen circling the block and getting increasingly arseholed was there again, a full bottle in his fist, his gait relatively steady. But there was no sign of Almagrani's white VW. No problem. Spud was prepared to put in the hours. His mind drifted to Frances and the night before. He remembered the look in her eyes as she'd drunkenly told him about Tony. There was no doubt that she was scared of him, and he wondered if it was just a figment of his drunken imagination, but was there a patch of bruising under her left ribs? He wouldn't mind a chat with Tony about that one of these days. Spud wasn't in the business of righting wrongs, but he didn't have much time for a guy who knocked his missus around. Or maybe he had just been seeing what he wanted to see, because he liked Frances and loathed Tony. And maybe he was doing the same thing here, waiting for Almagrani. He heard Eleanor's voice in his mind. "You have to understand that we can't afford to chase shadows. We have to make sure we see what's there, not what we want to be there. He's just a cabbie going about his business." Spud swore under his breath. He'd let his mind wander. And now a white VW had just parked up in the rank outside the cab office. Almagrani was getting out. Spud's attention snapped immediately onto his target. The driver walked towards the cab office, but he didn't go in. Instead, he walked past it and entered the cafe immediately to its right. Spud watched fiercely. His target sat down in the front of the cafe, his face obscured by the L of the window lettering advertising lasagna and chips. Spud swallowed a moment of frustration. If he was here with a team, his next move would be straightforward. Send one of them in to keep eyes on Almagrani, even get them to engage him in conversation, see what came of it, while the remainder of the unit kept their distance. But he didn't have a team. There was just him. Entering the cafe was a gamble. Close up, the target might recognize him. His chances of gathering some kind of intelligence, though, were much better if he could get close and listen to his conversations or phone calls. Maybe he could work out his movements, establish a time and place where he could properly corner him. He decided to go for it. Leaving his bike in the car park, and with his helmet under his arm, Spud crossed the road. 30 seconds later, he was walking into the cafe. As the smell of fried food hit his senses, Spud knew this was a bad idea. The breakfast rush had finished. Aside from Almagrani, sitting by the window, there were only 3 other punters, and one of them was finishing up a plate of food and looked to be leaving any moment. On the far side of the cafe was a counter with a big tea urn, and a balding man in a dirty apron checking his phone. It was very hard to melt into the background. But Spud was committed now. To turn round and walk out would just bring more attention to himself. He grabbed a copy of the Mirror from a newspaper rack by the door, then took a seat at the table adjacent to Almagrani's, facing him. Distance between them, 3 meters. A Radio 2 jingle played softly from some old speakers on the far wall. Spud placed his helmet on the table, made a cursory study of the greasy laminated menu, then placed his newspaper in front of him. The headline caught his eye. "Missing plane. 9/11 style attack feared." He scanned the text underneath. A British Airways flight from Lagos had dropped off the radar somewhere to the northwest of Nigeria. He found his mind drifting to Danny and his team. He knew this was nothing to do with them. They were on a bog-standard bodyguarding gig, but the headline still made him feel uneasy. Something bad was going down. He purposefully turned to the sports pages to stop himself reading the story further and to keep his mind on the job in hand. A picture of Mourinho looking petulant didn't appeal. Spud glanced over at the cab driver. Almagrani looked like he was in his own little world. His hands were on his knees under the table, and he was staring into the middle distance, seemingly unaware of anything around him. He hadn't shaved for a couple of days, and Spud noticed a few flecks of grey in his beard. There were dark rings around his eyes, and his hair was dishevelled. Spud turned back to the football reports. When the counter guy walked over, he ordered a full English with tea. The drink arrived a minute later, and on the same tray was a plate of food for Almagrani. The counter guy set it rather unceremoniously on the table in front of him, then stomped back to his place behind the tea urn. Spud glanced at the cab driver again. He was examining his plate of food, It looked like he'd gone for the vegetarian breakfast, as if he was checking each item was there. As Spud took a sip of his tea, Al-Magrani drew his hands from under the table for the first time. He was still wearing the same black gloves that he'd had on yesterday. Al-Magrani started pulling the fingertips of his right-hand glove, loosening each one carefully as he prepared to remove the whole glove. Just as he'd loosened the final finger, his head turned. He caught Spud looking at him. Spud cursed inwardly and quickly flickered his gaze back to the newspaper in front of him. But he could feel the heat of the cab driver's glare, and in his peripheral vision could sense that he was pulling the loose glove firmly back onto his hand. At that moment, Spud's food arrived. As the counter guy dumped it in front of him, Spud managed to get another look over at Al-Magrani's table. He was wolfing his food down with his gloves still on. By the time the counter guy walked away, Spud's target had only eaten a few mouthfuls, but was already pushing his plate away and casting a long, suspicious sidelong glance at Spud. He scraped his chair back, dropped a £10 note on the table, and hurried out of the cafe, his food barely eaten. Spud's mind was racing. Something had freaked Al-Magrani out. What was it? Had he recognized Spud from yesterday? Or had he suddenly got shy about removing his gloves when he saw that Spud was watching him do it? And anyway, Spud thought, who eats breakfast in a warm cafe with their gloves on? And if the guy had nothing to hide, why would he suddenly leg it? He grabbed his helmet and scraped back his own chair. He felt the eyes of the few other punters and the counter guy on him as he emulated Al-Magrani in leaving a tenner on the table before hurrying out of the cafe. On the pavement, he focused on the white VW. The cabbie had already climbed in and was revving the engine. No passenger. With a screech of his tyres, he pulled out into the road. A transit van had to hit its brakes to avoid colliding with the VW, which accelerated down the road. Spud winced suddenly. A sharp pain down his abdomen. It took a few seconds to subside, by which time the VW had disappeared. He considered running over to his motorbike, trailing the bastard, who obviously had something to hide, no matter what Eleanor the Spook thought. But he decided against it. Al-Magrani was alert. He'd be keeping his eyes open, and there were few things harder than a single person trailing a target who suspected he was being followed. No, Spud decided he'd have to think a bit smarter. He took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Then he walked along the pavement and into the cab office. There were 2 drivers and a controller in here. They'd obviously seen Al-Magrani speed off and were talking about him.
"Fucking weirdo,"
one of the guys muttered in a Brummie accent.
"He's a good driver, innit?"
the controller said. He looked up at Spud.
"Yes, mate?"
Spud put one hand to his chest.
"Do us a favour, mate," he said. "Let me use your toilet. I'm bursting."
He nodded towards the closed wooden door behind the controller's little desk.
"Not for customers, mate,"
the controller said. Spud gave him a painful look.
"I'm gonna fucking piss myself, mate," he said. "Do us a favour."
The controller's radio burst into life. The voice of one of his drivers blared incoherently through the loudspeaker. He gave Spud an exasperated look, then waved one hand towards the wooden door.
Go on,"
he said. Spud gave him an embarrassed nod, then hurried past him, opened the door, and went through. He'd calculated that there had to be another room back here. The guy out front was running a business, and that meant files and paperwork on all the guys working for him. He was right. At the end of the short corridor, there was a door marked with the word toilet. Spud could smell it from here, but to his right was another door, slightly ajar, which led into a small room 3 meters by 3. A grey metal filing cabinet in one corner, 2 chairs, a table with a rotary index card holder, a dusty water dispenser with an empty water barrel. Spud strode over to the filing cabinet and tried each of the 3 drawers. All locked. He cursed silently, then turned to the table. The rotary index card holder was open at a card that had a name and address scrawled all over it. Alan Lack, 13 Danes Drive, Dudley. Spud put down his motorbike helmet and quickly flicked through the cards. They were alphabetical, until he reached the M's. There was a Masters and a Monk, but no Magrani. He flicked quickly back to the A's, and there he was, Al-Magrani, Khalifa. Spud yanked the index card out of the holder and stuffed it into his pocket.
"What the bloody hell you doing?"
He spun round. The cab controller was standing in the doorway, his face angry. Spud allowed an open smile to spread across his face.
"Mate," he said, "I got lost. You wouldn't want me driving one of your cabs, eh?"
The controller eyed him very suspiciously, then looked pointedly at the helmet on the table. Spud grabbed the helmet, then jutted out his chin and threw back his shoulders. He knew he looked imposing when he wanted to. The controller appeared to lose a little of his confidence. He stepped back from the doorway and glanced towards the front office with an expression that said only one thing: "Get out." Spud pushed past him, through the front office, where the lingering cab drivers stared hard at him, and out into the street. He waited for a break in the traffic, then ran across the road back to where his bike was waiting for him. Only then did he pull out the index card and examine it more closely. The cab driver's address was 27A Jackson Road. He plugged it into his phone, and a map of its location appeared. Distance 3.7 miles. He could be there in 10 minutes. If this was an official operation, he wouldn't hesitate. But as he stood by his bike, staring at the scrawled handwriting on the index card, something made him hesitate. He was operating on his own. If he was caught breaking into the cab driver's house, or interviewing the shifty bastard, Hereford would throw the book at him. He was a weight round their neck that they'd love to get rid of. Maybe he should call Eleanor, but what would he say? That he thought Almagrani was a bad guy because he ate breakfast with his gloves on? He knew how that conversation would go. Spud wasn't the kind of guy who normally doubted himself, but he doubted himself now. It wasn't a feeling he liked. Regiment Ops Officer Major Ray Hammond hurried into the Hereford Ops room. His day had just got a hell of a lot busier. What was it with Danny Black? Whenever an op included him, things seemed to escalate. There were already 5 guys in there, each of them talking urgently into telephones as they made speedy arrangements to get Black and his unit from a frigate in the eastern Atlantic over to the Arabian Peninsula. One of the guys put down his phone, strode up to the ops officer, and handed him a piece of paper. Hammond quickly scanned it. "This is their quickest route," he said. "Yes, sir." "No military transports?" "Not that we can get covertly into the Middle East." "OK, get them on the line." 30 seconds later, Hammond was wearing a headset and boom mic. An image direct from the frigate appeared on a screen in front of him. He recognized Danny Black's features. Black looked like shit. His face was drawn and dirty, rings under his eyes, several days' stubble. Tired? Bad luck. Get over it. "The Australians are going to put you on the ground in Ghana. We're avoiding the Nigerians for obvious reasons. From Ghana, you're on a commercial flight to Bahrain. There's a 1-hour stopover in Dubai. That puts you on the ground in Bahrain at approximately 23:30 hours. You'll be transported to the UK military base there. We're diverting an 8-man SBS support team into Bahrain from southern Iraq. They should hit the ground at about the same time as you. We don't know how this meeting with your tout is going to pan out, but they'll be there if you need them."
"Roger that."
Black's voice sounded scratchy and distant. "From the Bahrain base, you'll insert into northern Qatar. You're going in under the radar. We don't want the Qataris aware of your presence."
"How do we get into Doha?"
"We're still working that out. We'll have it sorted by the time you're on the ground." Hammond paused. "We've been hearing whispers about Ripley. Anything we can tell the family?"
"Enemy fire,"
Black said. "That's not true, is it?"
"They don't want to know the truth."
Black looked over his shoulder.
"I've got to go,"
he said. Without waiting for another word from his ops officer, the regiment man disappeared from the screen. Hammond stood up. "I want a list of all our assets in Qatar within the hour," he announced to the room in general. He turned to leave. He needed to update his boss, but right then another soldier entered. He looked a bit perplexed and was holding a mobile phone. "What is it?" Hammond demanded. Spud Glover," the soldier said. Hammond blinked. "What the fuck? I thought he was wiping the firm's arse for them."
"He says it's urgent, sir, demanding to speak to you."
Hammond sighed, then grabbed the phone and spoke as he walked out of the ops room. "What is it, Spud?" He was expecting one of Glover's sarky remarks. What he got was a moment's silence. "Glover, are you there?"
Yes, boss."
He sounded uncharacteristically unsure of himself.
What the hell is it? I'm busy.
I'm following down a lead, boss. This bloke in Birmingham, acting strangely. Firm don't seem that interested, requesting permission to ask him a few questions.
Hammond stopped walking and pinched the bridge of his nose. Spud, what the hell are you talking about?
It's just that there's this bloke.
Where's your MI6 liaison?
We parted company, boss. Didn't see eye to eye.
Spud, we're doing our fucking best for you, but there's a limit to how much dead weight we can carry. Get your ass back to London and do what you're fucking told for once. That's an order. Without waiting for a reply, Hammond killed the line and handed the phone back to the owner, who had followed him up the corridor. "If he calls again, I'm busy," said Hammond, which was true. He had 2 units to mobilize covertly into the Middle East, and waves of barely concealed panic emanating from Whitehall. Black and his team had a big job to do. They were exhausted and a man down. He just hoped they were up to it. Part 3. The Caliph. Chapter 22. 1000 hours. Danny, Tony and Caitlin had ditched their military kit. As they ran across the flight deck and ducked into the chopper, they carried no personal weapons, no ammo, no webbing, no blades. They had showered and changed into civvies provided by the Australians. If they'd been taking a BA flight across Africa, the firm might have pulled some strings, and they could have taken their gear with them. But the plane transporting them from Ghana into Dubai was operated by Emirates, which meant they needed to look entirely ordinary. Danny felt naked without his kit, but there was no other option. The chopper lifted up from the flight deck the moment they were inside and the side door was shut. Flight time to Kotoka International Airport in the Ghanaian capital of Accra, 35 minutes. The ocean had settled, and the sun reflected dazzlingly off its surface. As Danny stared through the window of the chopper, watching the frigate disappear until it was a dot in the distance and the shadow of the aircraft rippling over the water below, the events of the previous night felt strangely distant. In the middle of an op, there's no time for looking back. You can only look forward. He glanced at his teammates. Buckingham was asleep. Caitlin had taken a place next to Tony and had her head resting on his shoulder. Tony himself was staring into the middle distance, expressionless. Danny couldn't stop thinking about the last conversation they'd had on deck. He tried to put to the back of his mind his distaste for Tony's refusal to warn his wife. He didn't have to like Tony, he just had to work with him, but he couldn't help thinking of Francis and remembering the words of the Porton Down guy in Chikunda. Forget 9/11, explosions are yesterday's news. They suddenly saw land. Danny saw the grid-like outskirts of an African town, Accra. Even from the sky, he could tell it was sprawling, dense and overpopulated. Nose-to-tail traffic, busy streets, lines of palm trees and a dusty sun-soaked haze covering everything. There would be slums on the outskirts and tired government buildings on the interior. Danny had never been here before, but he'd seen enough large African towns to feel like he knew it well enough. Moments later, they were losing height. Danny saw the dull grey tarmac of Kotoka International, with a bleak utilitarian terminal building a couple of 100 metres away. They touched down onto a busy landing zone and spilled out of the chopper. A member of the ground staff was waiting for them in an old electric buggy. He ferried the team to the terminal building, where a uniformed immigration official made a brief study of their passports before waving them through. The terminal concourse was crowded, with the usual collection of tawdry gift shops and tired-looking cafes. A member of the British consulate was waiting for them by the Emirates ticketing desk. Young guy, fresh-faced. Danny supposed that Ghana was pretty low on the ladder of diplomatic postings. He, Tony and Caitlin held back, while Buckingham approached him, and in the course of a 2-minute conversation received a handful of tickets for their journey. The consular official glanced inquisitively over towards the military trio. He received nothing but grim faces in response, before nodding at Buckingham and disappearing into the crowd of the terminal. Buckingham handed out the travel documents: business class into Dubai, economy from Dubai into Bahrain. Departure time 11:35. At the check-in desk, a bored-looking airline employee looked Danny up and down. He clearly didn't get a lot of white guys at his counter. "What is your reason for travel?"
he asked in faltering English.
"Business,"
Danny said.
"What business?"
The lie came automatically to Danny's lips.
"I work for an oil company, Mineral Explorations."
The guy nodded slowly, as if he knew a great deal about this company and its business. Without another word, he printed out Danny's boarding card and handed it back. By the time they were all checked in, their flight was being called. They walked to the gate, very obvious among the Africans and Arabs who made up the rest of the passengers. Buckingham fell in alongside Danny. He'd been mostly silent since they left the frigate. Danny could feel the anxiety emanating from him. Good. A few nerves might stop him fucking up, but they didn't stop that tone of superiority in his voice. "Ahmed's a tricky character," he said. "You need to know how to handle him. I'll brief you further on the flight."
"You'll keep your fucking mouth shut on the flight," Danny murmured. "We're under the radar. You don't say anything that an oil company employee wouldn't say. Got that?"
Buckingham gave him an evil look.
"You'd do well not to speak to me like that, old sport," he said. "You'd do well not to speak to me at all."
They continued for a few paces in silence.
"I saw you looking at her," Buckingham said.
"Probably for the best that she's getting shacked up with Tony, eh? Your record's hardly exemplary. I heard Clara ditched you. Not really a surprise, old sport. Girl like that needs a man who won't drag her down." Danny forced himself to look ahead and ignore the lava in his veins.
"I could bury you with a single word," Buckingham said quietly. "I could have your head on a plate."
A poor choice of words, Danny thought, all things considered. He continued his walk towards the gate. This time the spook lagged a few paces behind. A rickety old bus took them to the 737 that was waiting on the tarmac. On the aircraft they turned left, and at 11:35 exactly they were thundering down the runway. Tiredness overcame Danny. As he waited for sleep to take him, he watched the ground recede. There were no clouds, so within 2 minutes he had a vista over the African continent. It spread out beneath him, vast, unending. An uncomfortable thought wormed its way into Danny's brain. Somewhere down there, not in Africa maybe, nor even in the Middle East where they were heading, someone, perhaps just one person, was preparing for a spectacular. Forget about needles in haystacks. They could be looking for just a single person on the planet. In less than 48 hours, tens of thousands of potential bioterror targets would congregate on London, and their only lead was a dodgy Qatari businessman mate of Buckingham's. He closed his eyes. In his mind, he saw a faceless terrorist preparing for an attack on London, knowing he was impossible to find. Danny shoved away the negative thoughts. There was no place for them. He needed to focus on finding his man, and he needed to forget that it was a 1,000,000,000 shot. His name was James Bailey, but he preferred to be called just by his surname. He had a shaved head, a sleek, thin nose, and a protruding Adam's apple. He lived alone in a comfortable house, 2 bedrooms and a garage, on the south side of St. Albans. He liked it here. The countryside was just a 5-minute drive away, but he could get into London when he needed to, as he often did. At first glance, there was very little to distinguish his house from any other. In the front room, where he now stood, there was a slightly tatty 3-piece suite, an IKEA rug on the floor, and an IKEA coffee table in front of the electric fire, which had both bars on. An old out-of-tune upright piano that the previous occupants of the house had left here, and which Bailey had never bothered to get rid of. A laptop sat on top of the piano. On the wall was a black-and-white picture of the Eiffel Tower, and next to the flat-screen Samsung TV was an aging CD player with a Cat Stevens CD box open on top of it. There were 2 sets of unusual objects in the room. The first was the camera equipment. It was piled in one corner by the front door that led directly out onto the street. A Steadicam rig was packed up in a set of flight cases. A couple of tripods were leaning up against them. On top, open, were 2 smaller cases, one of lenses, the other of gels. There was a light meter and, of course, a camera, a Canon 7D DSLR. A sturdy, well-worn North Face jacket was draped next to it. The second unusual object was the prayer mat. It was neatly rolled up and wrapped in a cotton drawstring bag to protect it from becoming unclean. Bailey was preparing for his second prayer of the day. He had not taken any food or drink since dawn, but had carefully washed and dried his hands several times. He did so again now, before moving directly from his bathroom to the front room, where the thick curtains were still shut, the morning light peeping in around the edges. He carefully removed the prayer mat from its drawstring bag and rolled it out on the ground, facing east. He knelt reverently, then bowed his head to the floor with his arms stretched out in front of him. He prayed. He spoke the takbir in little more than a murmur, and his voice didn't get any louder as he performed the rakat and recited the Quran before finishing with the takbir once more. When his prayer was over, he rolled up the prayer mat again and replaced it in the cotton bag. Then he picked up his laptop, sat down in his favourite armchair, and opened up the computer. The folder to which he navigated contained 5 QuickTime files. He hovered the mouse over them before selecting the third file on the list. He double-clicked, and the video appeared in a window that filled half the screen. Too big. The image was massively pixelated. He reduced the window to the size of a matchbox. Much better. Then pressed play. A white room. 5 masked men. A 6th man, Weston, he didn't look much different from Bailey himself, kneeling down with his ankles and wrists trussed. The picture jumped to scenes of the same man talking about his family in a slurred voice, how much he loved them, missed them, and was looking forward to seeing them again. Then back to the white room. One of the masked men started reciting something in Arabic. Bailey didn't know what it meant, but he liked hearing it anyway. A pause. The masked man made a shout of Allahu Akbar. Then he and his companion rushed towards the trussed man, forced him face down on the ground, and pinned him to the floor. The hostage was weirdly silent, drugged, Bailey assumed, to make him more compliant. One of the masked men had a short handsaw with deep, jagged teeth. He went to work immediately on the back of their victim's neck. Suddenly, there were screams from the hostage, but they stopped as soon as the spine was sliced. Bailey counted the thrusts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swipes. The blade was halfway through his neck before the twitching stopped. He had read somewhere that the brain of a decapitated man remains conscious for 15 seconds while it burns off its remaining oxygen. He found himself counting to 15 as the masked men completed their grisly work before holding up the severed head by its hair for the camera, blood slicking from the body that still lay on the ground. The video stopped. Bailey played it again. Of the 5 QuickTimes, this was the most graphic. He watched it repeatedly after prayers every day to desensitize himself to what was to come. And as he watched it this morning, he felt his eyes wandering occasionally over to his own camera equipment, piled up in the corner of the room. A knock on the door. Bailey started and quickly slammed down the lid of his laptop. He kept very still, barely daring to breathe, staring over at the front door. Who was it? Silence. A clattering sound. The person at the door was pushing something through the letterbox. A magazine. He saw the name Watchtower on the front. Jehovah's Witnesses. He felt himself frown. After 5 seconds, he heard footsteps walking away. A bead of anxious sweat was trickling down the side of his face. He stood up gingerly and laid the laptop on the coffee table. He stood for a moment in the front room, anxiously wondering how to fill his time. Then he moved through the house into the kitchen. There was a locked door at the far end that led into the garage. There was only one key to that door in existence. Bailey now removed it from his pocket, unlocked the door, and stepped into the dark, chilly garage. There was an old white van in here. It had been reversed in, and its nose was very close up against the garage door to make room for what was behind it. 2 metallic canisters, each about 1 metre high and half a metre in diameter. They looked a bit like beer barrels, Bailey thought, but it would be a bad move to take a sip from their contents. On the side of the barrels was some Chinese lettering. He had no idea what it said, but it was identical on both. Bailey stared at them for a good long while. Then he turned his back on the garage, returned to the kitchen, and started to fix himself some coffee and a late breakfast. No bacon, of course, but eggs, toast, and tomatoes. It wouldn't be long now. James Bailey really needed to keep his strength up. Midday. The pub in which Spud found himself was a bleak spit-and-sawdust establishment, the kind of place a man goes to drink, not to socialize. There were no women among the few punters, just old guys, their faces raddled and reddened from years of daytime drinking. Thrash metal played softly over the pub loudspeakers, and the only brightness inside the dim interior came from the flashing of a fruit machine in one corner. The floor was sticky to walk on, and the air smelled stale. The barman had a shaved head and tattoos, and as Spud approached, he looked at him like he was a piece of shit. Spud didn't care. He sat on a stool, plonked his bike helmet on the bar, and pointed at the Carling tap. "Pint," he said. The barman wordlessly poured the drink. Spud fished around in his pocket for a 10-pound note. As he passed it over to the surly barman, he noticed that his hand was trembling. He stared at it, trying, unsuccessfully, to control the shaking. Only when he noticed that the barman had grabbed the note from his grasp did he clench his fist and put it down out of sight. When the barman plonked his change back on the counter, Spud left it there. He'd be needing it in a minute. He took hold of his pint. His trembling hand spilled a little as he brought it to his lips and drank deeply. Danny slept over Nigeria and Chad. A troubled sleep, filled with visions of plague-ridden bodies. He woke as the sun followed them east over the arid plains of Sudan. He stared out over that war-torn country, which just looked like featureless desert from this height. In Danny's line of work there was always something safe about being in the air, out of reach. But then he thought about flight BA 33489. The uncomfortable truth was this: nowhere was safe any more. The sun turned blood-red as they saw the Red Sea, and the sky deepened in colour as they travelled over Saudi Arabia, with the burning torches of the oil fields glowing constantly below them. As the 737 began to lose height over the UAE, dusk was upon them. Danny caught glimpses of the impressive metropolitan lights of Dubai glowing in the distance, a beacon of extreme wealth in the desert, the Burj Khalifa sprouting up higher than any other building in the world from its centre. The sight of this desert city made Danny's pulse race. He wasn't fooled by its glowing swimming pools and high-rise hotels, by its extravagance or its desperate attempt to look modern and Western. He knew that the money required to keep bastards like ISIS and Boko Haram in business came directly from oil-rich cities like this, from the businessmen who paid lip service to the West in public and funded its downfall in private. There were guerrillas and militants along this coast just as surely as there were in Chikunda. They just wore finer clothes and got other people to do their killing for them. Wheels down, 21:05 Arabic Standard Time. Their connecting flight to Bahrain was already on the tarmac when they landed, and their 1-hour window was soon eaten up at passport control. At 22:10 AST, they were in the air again. But as they walked out onto the tarmac at Bahrain International Airport at 23:35 hours, their short stint as ordinary civvies came to an end. A military vehicle was waiting for them by the steps. Ignoring the curious looks from the other passengers, Danny, Tony, Caitlin and Buckingham, accompanied by a young British Army soldier with bad acne, got into the vehicle. They were out of the airport in a couple of minutes and hurtling down a broad motorway. "Mina Salman Port!" Buckingham broke the silence in the car with his maddeningly smug voice. "What about it?" Tony said. "It's where we're headed. The British government is setting up a permanent military base here. Protests from the bloody lefties, of course, but what they don't understand is—" His voice trailed off as he realised that Danny, Tony and Caitlin were looking out of their windows, not listening. It took 20 minutes to reach the military base. The warm air smelled strongly of the sea, and Danny heard the distinctive sound of a ship's horn, though he couldn't yet see the water or the vessel itself. Their driver handed a plastic ID card to the uniformed guard at the gate, who waved them through a checkpoint in the 3-metre-high wire boundary fence. They drove immediately to a large hangar, about 500 metres from the boundary line. It stood on its own, 50 metres from any other building or vehicle, a sure sign that this was the area of the base reserved for SF operations. The Green Army guys would know to keep their distance unless they'd received a specific instruction to the contrary. They alighted bang on midnight. Danny was instantly aware of the familiar bustle of a forward mounting base. A chopper flew overhead. In the distance, he saw the headlamps of a number of vehicles driving round the base. Piercingly bright floodlights illuminated a hodgepodge of hangars, porter cabins, and signalling aerials. A second helicopter was sitting on an LZ 30 metres to the left of the hangar, a refuelling truck right next to it. Another 3 military trucks were parked up outside the hangar, the entrance to which was guarded by 2 Green Army guys in camo gear and carrying standard-issue L-86s. As the team slammed their doors shut, another guy exited the hangar and strode directly up to them.
"Major Anderson," he introduced himself. Buckingham pushed his way to the front of the group. "Hugo Buckingham." He held out his hand. "Bloody good to meet you." Anderson glanced at the outstretched hand. "This way," he said. He led them into the hangar. It was 50 metres long, 30 metres wide. Halfway down, and to the left-hand side, was another grey porter cabin. Its windows were blacked out, and several wires crossed the hangar floor and led into the porter cabin, internet and secure comms connections. At the far end, 8 men congregated around a TV screen holding polystyrene coffee cups. "SBS?" Danny asked, nodding towards the unit. Anderson nodded. "They're on standby. I'll introduce you in a minute. First, I'll run through your itinerary." His voice was slightly drowned out by the scream of an aircraft taking off somewhere on the base. He led them up to the porter cabin and unlocked it with one of several keys on a small keychain. There were 3 more guys sitting inside, laptops in front of them, cans and boom mics on their heads. The walls were covered in maps of the area, and there was a briefing table at one end. An A4-size black and white photograph was lying loose on this table. Anderson handed it to Danny. It showed a man in his 50s, streaks of white hair at his temples, a strong jawline, and a nose that had obviously been broken in a couple of places. "His name's Jimmy Morgan, ex-regiment, currently Chief Training Officer for the Qatari Special Forces, but he's also double-dipping for the UK government. He'll RV with you at your dropping-off area on the Qatari coast and get you into Doha." Clipped to the photograph was a separate sheet containing certain items of personal information relating to their man. Danny committed them to memory as he asked, "Does he know who we are?" Anderson shook his head. "He's just expecting 4 guys." He glanced at Caitlin. I mean 4 personnel, at 0230 hours. "His instructions are to transport you to an RV with," he checked some notes written on another piece of paper on the table, "with Ahmed bin Ali al-Essa. London have confirmed that al-Essa will be waiting for you in his offices in central Doha." Danny looked at the maps on the wall. "Where's the drop-off point?" he asked. Anderson approached a map that showed the Qatari coastline. He pointed to a patch of coast approximately 80 clicks north of Doha. "This beach is an underpopulated area," he said. "The nearest road is about 1 kilometre away. We'll put you down there. You'll need to head directly west to find the road. Your man will be waiting for you there. He knows the score, he won't ask you any questions, and he's expecting the 4 of you." He handed Danny a piece of paper. "Here are your ident instructions." Danny committed the few lines on the piece of paper to memory. "We need to get kitted out," he said. Anderson nodded. "Your timing's good. We get 1 supply plane a week from the UK. It arrived an hour ago. Hereford managed to get a couple of Lakecorn boxes on board." He pointed to the corner of the porter cabin. There, piled up, were 3 scuffed, grey, heavy military storage boxes. "I don't know what they've got you doing," Anderson said, "but they're pulling the fucking stops out, that's for sure." If Anderson was angling for information, he was going to be disappointed. Danny, Tony and Caitlin walked up to the Lakecorn boxes, separated them out, and opened them up. They contained a mobile armoury, pistols, 3 Smith & Wesson M&P bodyguard handguns, short machine guns, KH-9 close-quarter battle rifles, compact enough to carry under your jacket or in a small rucksack, well suited for urban conflict, and since they were heading into the centre of Doha City, that suited them well. These weapons were not regular regiment issue. The KH-9s were Russian-made, and Danny knew that their serial numbers would have been scratched out, making it practically impossible to link them back to the British Army. This was non-attributable hardware.
There were boxes of flashbangs and ammunition tucked into one of the Lacorn boxes, 9 mils for the handguns, 5.56s for the KH-9s. Radio packs with concealed earpieces, and clothes, including tactical vests, in another. The same garb for Caitlin as for the men. Jeans, white trainers, and a selection of tracksuit tops, baggy enough to conceal a weapon, easy enough to unzip should you need to get at it. There were 4 sports bags, and incongruously, a couple of squash rackets. They quickly changed into their jeans and tracksuit tops. Caitlin seemed to have no qualms about getting undressed in front of this roomful of men, but Danny noticed all their eyes wandering. Tony looked calmly appreciative. Buckingham couldn't stop his eyes bulging at the sight of Caitlin's curves as she strapped her handgun to her abdomen before covering herself up with her tracksuit. Once they were changed, Danny, Tony, and Caitlin started packing ammunition under the flap at the bottom of the sports bags, followed by their radio packs and a flashbang each, before secreting their KH-9s and tactical vests on top and covering them with more loose clothing. Buckingham watched the soldiers pack their kit with obvious impatience. His tracksuit top looked a bit oversized on him. "Why the bloody hell have they sent us squash rackets?" he demanded. Danny and Tony gave him a frosty look. Then they each took a racket and placed them head first into their bags, so just the handle was protruding. They held their bags over their shoulders. To look at them, Danny knew, you'd never guess that they weren't simply on their way to the gym. They'd look no different from any other Westerners in Doha. "Well, what the hell am I going to put in my sports bag?" Buckingham said. Caitlin leaned into one of the Lacorn boxes and pulled out a small box, which she lobbed across the porter-cabin to Buckingham. He clearly panicked at the thought that she'd chucked some dangerous weaponry at him. He didn't so much try to catch the box as swat it away before it hit him. It burst open in mid-air, and 3 squash balls flew out across the porter-cabin. Buckingham's face reddened, and it wasn't helped by the smirks of the military men in the porter-cabin. Danny chucked him a few loose pieces of clothing. "Fill it with these." "I should take a weapon." "In your dreams," Danny said. He looked over at Anderson. "Is that our chopper waiting outside?" Anderson nodded. "Let's get it turning and burning," Danny said. "We need to move." Chapter 23. Estimated flight time from the military base to the drop-off point on the Qatari coast, 45 minutes. It was now 00:30 hours. That put them on the ground at 01:15 hours and gave them an hour and a quarter before their 02:30 RV time. As the chopper rose into the air, Danny saw the lights of a Royal Navy frigate docked in the port, and in the opposite direction the yellow glow of a nearby town. The helicopter banked and headed towards the sea. It continued east in order to clear the northern tip of Qatar. "Okay," Danny said once they were airborne. "What do we need to know about this Ahmed character?" Danny had the impression that Buckingham was still sulking from his humiliation back in the SF hangar. He looked deeply uncomfortable in his baggy tracksuit top, and he wore a nervous frown. But he cleared his throat, clearly trying to sound authoritative. "He's much like every super-wealthy Middle Eastern businessman," he said. "Well, that's very helpful," Tony cut in, "because we spend a lot of time hanging out with people like that." "Let me finish," Buckingham said. He thought for a moment. "I'd say he's very determined, used to giving orders, and used to getting what he wants. But when I spoke to him about the Caliph, he was also very scared." His frown grew deeper. Something bad must have happened for him to change his mind about informing on this character. "If someone had murdered my parents," Caitlin said, "he'd be picking his guts up off the floor." "Do you trust him?" Danny asked. "I trust that he knows more about the Caliph than he was letting on to me, or at the very least that his driver did." "Fine," said Tony. "We hang him up by his bollocks and get him to talk." "You'll do nothing of the sort," Buckingham said in a schoolmasterly way. "He's a valuable asset who—" "Great," Tony growled. "So we just check our weapons at the door and have a nice chinwag over a cup of tea." "Leave him to me," Danny said. The unit fell into silence. When the loadmaster announced that they were 5 minutes out, Danny, Tony, and Caitlin unzipped their tracksuit tops and gave their handguns the once-over. Danny was aware of Buckingham eyeing the weapons nervously, but he said nothing as the chopper started losing height.
"When we land," Danny told Buckingham, "we'll secure the LZ before you get out." "I'm perfectly capable—" "Button it, Buckingham. When the loadie tells you to disembark, do what he says and hit the ground." Buckingham didn't have a chance to respond. The chopper wobbled with a sudden turbulence. Seconds later, the view from the windows was obscured by a sudden brownout as a cloud of sand surrounded it. "Go!" the loadie instructed, opening the side door. Danny exited first, followed by Tony and Caitlin. With his handgun engaged, his chest tight with tension, he cleared the landing site by about 20 metres, so that he emerged from the brownout, then hit the ground face down. Behind him, he was aware of the other two taking up positions 5 metres to his left and right, and also of the strange circular glow the rotors made as particles of sand sparked against them. He looked forward. They were on a deserted beach. Tufts of cactus-like greenery sprouted from the sand, and there were patches of rock here and there. A low moon hung in the sky, and it illuminated a long sand dune about 100 metres away. No immediate sign of any potential threats, but Danny remained alert. The chopper rose in the air. Danny glanced back. The brownout was subsiding, and Buckingham was visible in what remained of the cloud, standing 10 metres behind, with his hands covering his eyes. "Get down!" Danny hissed at him. Buckingham didn't move. Within a second, Tony had got to his feet. He ran back to where the spook was still rubbing his eyes and thumped him heavily to the ground. The chopper disappeared quickly out to sea. The noise of its engines was gone within 30 seconds, leaving only the sound of the waves lapping gently on the beach. The unit remained prostrate for 5 minutes. Danny carefully scanned the surrounding area for movement. There was none. "Make for the dunes," he said finally. They stood up. Danny replaced his weapon under his tracksuit and started to jog towards the dunes, aware of the others following him a few metres behind. The moon cast shadows on the sand, and Danny knew they'd be visible to anybody watching. His civvied trainers slipped in the sand as he upped his pace, wanting to get to the cover of the dune as quickly as possible. They reached it in about 30 seconds. It wasn't high, maybe 10 metres. Danny left the others at the bottom, then scrambled up to the ridge. With his naked eye, he could see open sandy terrain for another 250 metres or so, then the road, broad and straight, heading north-south. No cover, and no sign of any vehicles. He checked the time. 01:25 hours, 65 minutes till RV. Danny raised one hand. The others joined him at the top of the ridge. They all lay on their front, quietly observing the deserted road. There was no movement on the road until 02:07 hours, when they saw the headlamps of a vehicle approaching from the south. It stopped directly to their 12 o'clock. The driver killed the headlamps and stayed behind the wheel. "Aren't we going to—" Buckingham tried to say. "Shut up and don't move," Danny interrupted him. They stayed in position for another 23 minutes. At 02:30 exactly, the driver of the car switched on his headlamps for 15 seconds, then killed them again. "Keep me covered," Danny said. Movement, as Tony and Caitlin removed their weapons from their bags. Then, knowing they had his back, Danny pushed himself to his feet and walked over the brow of the ridge, carrying his own bag over his shoulder. He walked purposefully, covering the 250 metres in 2 minutes. As he approached the car, he saw that the window was wound down. The guy behind the wheel was looking towards him. "Are you lost?" he asked when Danny was 5 metres away. "Do you need help?" "Can you tell me where the nearest bus stop is?" Danny replied. "Okay, buddy," said the driver. "You're clear. Bring the others in." Danny turned back towards the ridge and raised one hand. Moments later, Tony, Caitlin, and Buckingham were jogging towards him. "Get in the back," he told them as they approached a couple of minutes later. "I'll take the passenger seat." The unit climbed into the car. Danny sat in the passenger seat with his sports bag on his lap. He turned to their driver. "Go," he said. 23:35 hours, GMT. Spud had done everything he could to get arseholed. He'd lost count of the number of pints he'd downed in this rough Birmingham pub, but the deep drunkenness he craved hadn't arrived. Perhaps it was the TV that had kept him semi-sober. His eyes had been fixed to it all day.
The newswires had been buzzing with the story of flight BA33489, which had disappeared in West African airspace. Spud had to admit it was weird. There was no doubt in his mind that somebody knew more about it than they were letting on. Aircraft didn't just disappear like that. There were too many safeguards in place. He thought about Danny. He was in that part of the world. Did he have anything to do with it? Spud shook his head. That was the beer talking. Danny and the others were just bodyguarding some diplomat. But then, around mid-afternoon, a news story started to break. Unconfirmed rumours that the British High Commissioner in Nigeria had been kidnapped, possibly by Boko Haram militants. Spud stared agog as a breathless reporter standing outside the Foreign Office announced that the government were neither confirming nor denying the rumours, a sure sign that someone, somewhere, was shitting bricks. Spud found himself edging off his seat, wanting to do something, go somewhere, to be part of whatever the hell was going down in West Africa. But reality hit home as he realised he was in a shithole pub on the outskirts of Birmingham, and his ops officer's voice rang in his head. "We're doing our fucking best for you, but there's a limit to how much dead weight we can carry." The ops officer was right. What the hell did Spud think he could do? He should just accept that he was washed up. The frustration was almost too much to bear. He'd gone back to drinking to try to drown it out, but the booze wouldn't slow the cogs in his mind, and he found himself staring at the index card with Al-Magrani's address on it. He pulled out his phone and punched the postcode into Google Maps, which told him the address was 25 minutes away from his current position. "Get your ass back to London and do what you're fucking told for once. That's an order." He'd put his phone away and got back to his drinking and TV watching. Now the news channel was reporting from London, where the preparations for Sunday's marathon were underway, but he didn't get to watch the end of the report. The barman switched the channel, and the footy appeared. Spud ordered another pint. Despite all the booze, Spud was just slightly shaky on his feet as the barman called time. As he staggered past the blinking fruit machines with his helmet under his arm, he almost wished one of the Friday night drinkers would be stupid enough to pick a fight with him. The cold night air hit him as he stepped outside. His bike was the only vehicle parked up in front of the pub, and he stared at it for a moment, knowing that he shouldn't really risk riding it. "Fuck it," he muttered. He turned, walked down the side of the pub, and took a piss by the bins. Then he returned to his bike and turned the engine over. The roads were fairly clear at this time of night. It didn't matter that he was swerving slightly, he told himself, or that every time he came to a red light he braked just a little bit too late. Each time a car beeped him, he waved a dismissive hand at them. He'd been driving like this for a full 10 minutes, when he realised he was following precisely the route he'd brought up on his phone a few hours previously. The route to Al-Magrani's house seemed to be imprinted on his brain, and after another 10 minutes of dangerous driving, he found himself turning into Jackson Road. The street was even shabbier than Spud expected it to be. Music thumped from a house at the far end. An upturned supermarket trolley lay in the middle of the road. There were dog turds on the pavement where Spud parked up. He didn't like leaving his bike there, because he could see at least 3 beaten-up old cars with their wheels missing. He walked up and down the road, looking for Al-Magrani's white VW. No sign of it. Several of the houses had broken window panes. A few of them even looked occupied. Squatters, Spud reckoned. He approached number 23. It was an ordinary terraced house divided into 2 maisonettes, 23A and 23B, each with their own front door. There was no sign of any lights on either the ground or the first floor. A small paved yard facing directly onto the pavement with 3 wheelie bins stuffed full of rubbish. Was Al-Magrani home? The absence of his vehicle didn't mean anything. He could have parked it in another street. In any case, what did Spud expect to find by breaking into his house? What if someone called the police? He'd be down the job centre before you could say, "returned to unit." Spud suppressed a wave of nausea. Maybe he was drunker than he thought. Maybe he should get the hell out of here, put his head down somewhere, sleep it off. He turned to walk away. Then he stopped. A little voice in his head was telling him to follow his instinct. He looked around. The street was deserted, and really, who would notice another break-in in a dump like this? Spud walked past the wheelie bins, aware that he was still slightly staggering. He approached the ground floor window to the right of the front doors. It was a sash, with glazing bars dividing each half into 6 rectangles. No curtains. The interior latch was clearly visible behind the middle lower rectangle of the top pane. No sign of any window locks. Spud looked around again to check he wasn't being observed. There was nobody watching. He laid his bike helmet on the ground, raised his right elbow, and casually jabbed the window pane. The glass shattered immediately, but only made the smallest tinkling sound. Spud put his hand through the hole, undid the latch, and raised the lower sash. Seconds later, he was inside. He closed the window behind him and looked around. The room in which he found himself was very sparse. An old sofa, an occasional table. A set of dumbbells was propped up against one wall, and there was an unlit gas fire in the fireplace. Nothing else to see, but plenty to smell. The musty, unwashed stench of a single man's house. Spud found himself flexing his fists. If Al Magrani was home, Spud would want to put him down quickly and efficiently before he recognized the face of his intruder. He walked across the room to the closed door on the other side. He listened carefully. Silence. He opened it. A corridor, narrow, dark, the front door to the left. Spud could just make out pizza delivery slips on the floor. Still didn't mean he was out. He could have just been walking over them. He turned right, past a scummy bathroom. Empty. He could see that there were 2 more rooms in the house. A kitchen at the end of the corridor, its door open, crockery overflowing in the sink, and what Spud had to assume was a bedroom, its door closed. He silently approached the closed door and listened hard. Nothing. He opened the door. The smell was worse in here, but it was obvious at a glance that the bedroom was unoccupied. The blankets on the double bed were stripped back and crumpled. There were clothes on the floor, and a chest of drawers had all 3 drawers half open. Spud checked behind the door as he entered, but he knew there was nobody there. This was the room of someone who had left in a hurry. He pulled out his phone and switched on the torch app. By its small, bright light, Spud made out more details. Al Magrani's cab driver's ID lying on top of a chest of drawers, an empty Burger King cola cup and fries wrapper, a bulky old CRT telly on a stand in the corner, and an electric fan next to it, wire coat hangers on the floor, and at the foot of the bed, a pile of papers. Spud sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the papers, and started flicking through them. There were gas bills and council tax demands, all of them overdue, a receipt for a pay-as-you-go phone, nothing of any great interest, until he got further down the pile. Here there was a green paper wallet, which bore the words, "Your prints are enclosed." It contained photographs. Spud examined them. The first was a picture of Al Magrani. He was standing against a plain wall, naked from the waist up. He was quite ripped, which explained the dumbbells. Spud's eyes focused in on his hands. He wasn't wearing his gloves, but was clutching his fists by his side. In the second photo, however, he was holding them up, almost as though he was showing them off. Spud frowned. The photo wasn't great, but he could see that there was something wrong with those hands. It was like they were covered in some kind of rash, or a scar. He looked at the next photograph, and suddenly felt his heart rate increase. This photograph was a close-up of Al Magrani's hands, palms upwards, fingers spread. The skin was covered in a network of cobweb-like scarring. Beneath the skin there were little black dots like grains of ground pepper. "Motherfucker!" Spud whispered to himself. He knew what he was looking at. Shrapnel scarring. He'd seen it before, on the hands of a mate of his who'd had a bad experience with a dodgy old Russian fragmentation grenade. These were the telltale markings of someone who'd been playing around with poorly made gunpowder explosives. The fourth and final picture showed the same hands palm down. The scarring was not so bad on this side, but it was still there. There was no doubt in Spud's mind. These were the hands of a man who had handled low-grade explosives, albeit inexpertly. No wonder he wanted to keep them covered. Any beer-induced wooziness had disappeared. Spud's thinking was clear-cut, and he no longer doubted himself. He tucked the pictures back into their wallet and continued to shuffle through the papers. More bills, a begging letter from a charity that donated goats to families in Darfur, and at the very bottom, 2 email printouts. They were flight confirmations. The first, London Gatwick to Athens, Greece. Flight time 23:58 hours the following day, departing the southeast terminal on EasyJet. The second, Athens to Ankara, Turkey. He checked the name on the ticketing details, Mr. K. Almagrani. Spud inhaled slowly. For a moment he was back in the MI6 building with Eleanor.
"He's never owned a passport, Spud. He's never even left the UK.
"Oh, yeah," he breathed. Passports could be faked. MI6 intelligence could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. Spud folded up the flight confirmations and put them, along with the photographs, into his jacket pocket. Then he stood up and left the room. He exited the flat by the front door. A couple of teenagers were loitering on the other side of the road. They gave him a suspicious look. Maybe they knew Almagrani, and they thought it was strange seeing Spud leave his house at this time of night. Maybe they'd clocked the broken window and were considering ransacking the place. It didn't matter to Spud either way. He knew from the state of the place that Almagrani wouldn't be back any time soon. He hurried to his bike, got behind the wheel, and evaluated his options. Option 1, call Eleanor. Tell her what he discovered. Forget it. She'd already ticked Almagrani off her list. She'd probably look at the photographs, sigh heavily, and tell Spud his suspect had eczema. Option 2, call Hereford. No way. They'd told him to get back in his box once already. They wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Option 3, head for Gatwick, kill the following day there, and intercept Almagrani when he arrived to catch his flight. Do what he should have done the moment he saw his Claymore bag. Make the fucker talk. Decision made. He turned the engine over, set his sat-nav for Gatwick, and pulled out of his parking space. In his rearview mirror, he saw the 2 teenagers approaching Almagrani's flat. Help yourself, he thought. He won't be needing the place by the time I've finished with him. Chapter 24. 0500 hours, AST. Dawn was arriving as the unit hit the outskirts of Doha, but the lights of the high-rise buildings were still burning, illuminating the sky with a neon fluorescence. As their guide drove along a broad, beach-sided highway, streaks of salmon pink crept across the sky from the horizon. The sea itself was dotted with yachts, many of the size that only the oil-rich could afford. Even at this early hour, commercial helicopters were coming in to land on the top of brightly lit skyscrapers, an airborne reminder that this was a place where the super-wealthy came to work and to play. "Your drop-off location is in the West Bay district," Morgan told them. "Poshest part of the whole fucking Gulf. Your guy must be quite the playboy." Danny nodded as their guy looked in the rearview mirror. "Don't take this the wrong way, love," he said to Caitlin, "but when girls looking like you rock up at the offices or apartments of men like him, they're normally charging by the hour and making a fair whack out of the deal, too." "Thanks for the heads-up," Caitlin said, her voice frosty. "I'm just saying people notice it if you're trying to stay under the radar." "You train up Qatari SF?" Danny asked the driver, trying to change the subject. "Uh-huh. They good. Not bad. No problem getting them the gear they need. You know, oil money." "They end up working for the West Bay Playboys." The guy shrugged. "Some of them," he said. "But the truth is these Qatari guys can afford to recruit from the flashier end of the market. It's kind of a status symbol to have a couple of SEALs in your security detail." "Even after bin Laden?" "Sure. Money talks louder than religion in Doha, for most people at least." As the city around them grew more built up, Danny felt increasingly uncomfortable. They could easily be walking into a trap. What if the Caliph, whoever he was, had already got to Al-Essa? What if he was forcing this rich Qatari oil merchant to reel Buckingham and his SF team in? Danny looked in the rear-view mirror at Tony and Caitlin. Their severe faces suggested they were having similar thoughts. The driver indicated left and headed down a slip road. 30 seconds later, they were driving through the centre of the metropolis, skyscrapers left and right, the streets perfectly clean and well-ordered. The way the neon reflected off the buildings, the pavements were shining. They drove for about a mile, until Morgan indicated again, and pulled up outside an impressive building whose ground floor had a huge glass frontage and a marble-clad foyer.
"This is where we part company," their guy said. He glanced towards the building. "There's a service entrance round the other side of the building. Word to the wise. If there's no covering security round this place, I'm a fucking Chinaman. Take my advice and keep your eyes peeled." Danny turned to Tony. "Take the service entrance," he said. "Caitlin, front entrance. Any suspicious activity, let me know. I'll go up with Buckingham, work out whether this guy's on the level."
"Now look here," Buckingham cut in. "Ahmed is my contact. I'll do that. You say a word before I give you the go-ahead, I'll rip your fucking throat out."
Buckingham fell silent. Danny noticed the sweat on his forehead. He was obviously as tense as the rest of them. The unit alighted on the pavement in front of the foyer. There were no farewells. Once the doors of the vehicle were shut, it pulled out and became just another set of red lights on the increasingly busy main road. Danny looked around. There were only a handful of passers-by in the area, and no immediate sign of any surveillance on the building, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. There was a second skyscraper opposite, covered with mirrored glass, which could conceal any number of observation posts, and there was enough traffic passing for at least one of the vehicles to be doing surveillance rounds of the building. Danny slung his sports bag over his shoulder. "Take your positions," he said. "Let's go." The foyer of the building was air-conditioned to perfection. There were 7 or 8 indoor palm trees and a brightly lit interior fountain. In the centre was a concierge desk of burnished wood and shining brass. A man in full traditional robes sat behind it. There was nobody else apart from him. Danny strode up to the concierge, with Buckingham trotting behind him. The concierge made no attempt to hide his disapproval of 2 men with tracksuits and sports bags approaching his desk. "May I help you, sirs?" he asked, obviously assuming that they would speak English. "Ahmed bin Ali al-Essa," Danny said. "He's expecting us." The concierge inclined his head as if to say, "I don't think so," but he made a call, spoke a few words in Arabic, and then with a small bow led them to an elevator at the back of the foyer. Danny's earpiece crackled as he walked towards it. Tony's voice.
"In position."
Danny checked the foyer again before stepping into the elevator. Nobody appeared to be watching them. Once inside the lift, he and Buckingham stood silently. Danny unzipped his tracksuit top and felt for the handgun strapped to his body. The lift stopped. The doors pinged, then slid apart. The elevator opened up onto another marble-clad reception room. To one side there was an enormous tank full of tropical fish. To the other, a door. It was open, but there was no sign of anyone. "Stay behind me," Danny said. He pulled his handgun, and the 2 men stepped out of the lift into the lobby. Buckingham's feet clattered across the marble floor. Danny's were much quieter. They approached the open door. Danny was tense. He was pretty sure nobody inside the building had been watching them, but he didn't know what to expect inside the penthouse apartment itself. He raised his weapon and crossed the threshold. He wasn't prepared for what he saw. It was a lavish apartment. A window on the far side looked out over the sea. There was expensive-looking art on the walls, and stylish items of furniture dotted around. 2 more doors led off the room, at Danny's 10 and 2 o'clock. A large coffee table in the centre with a mirrored surface, and a pile of magazines on one side, and behind it, sitting on a sofa, there was a man. The only image of Ahmed bin Ali al-Essa that he had seen had shown a neat, confident man, with a well-trimmed goatee beard and full Arabic dress. Buckingham had spoken of a proud, determined businessman, used to giving orders. The man who sat on that sofa was anything but. He wore a plain white robe, but it was stained down the front. His face was gaunt, his beard scraggly, and his hair unkempt. His eyes looked red and sore. He was the picture of a broken man. The sight of Danny's handgun didn't seem to worry him. He stared instead at Buckingham. "You game, Mr. Buckingham," he whispered. Buckingham was about to speak, but a deadly look from Danny silenced him. Danny himself stepped forward. "Who else is here?" he demanded. Ahmed looked at Danny as though for the first time. The gun still didn't seem to worry him.
"Nobody," he said. "It is just us."
Danny spoke into his radio. "Tony, Caitlin, what you got?" Caitlin clocked in first.
"Nothing, unless you count being eyed up by a few lecherous old Arabs."
Tony.
"Kitchen stuff, nothing else."
Danny didn't like it. Like Morgan had said, the chances of this guy having no close protection were 1,000 to 1. He moved suddenly forward, past the mirrored glass coffee table, up to the sofa. With one strong hand he grabbed the front of Ahmed's robe and pulled him up from the sofa. Ahmed's limbs flopped weakly. He seemed to weigh almost nothing. Danny pressed his weapon hard into Ahmed's temple. "Who have you got watching us?" Ahmed closed his eyes. Danny felt his body start to shake.
"Nobody,"
he whispered. Danny made a dismissive hissing sound. He spun Ahmed round, then forced him to his knees so he was facing back towards where Buckingham was standing. With his handgun still pressed against the Arab's skull, Danny grabbed his left arm and pulled it behind his back, forcing the joint up to breaking point. Another inch, he knew, and the bones would snap. Danny was aware of Buckingham taking a couple of steps back, his eyes bulging. The bulk of his attention was on Ahmed. "Listen to me," he said, his voice very quiet and very menacing. "You might have all those twats in the firm fooled, but I don't trust you any further than I could fucking throw you. If I don't get the answer I want, I'll break this arm and then start on the other. Trust me, 5 minutes and you'll be begging to give me information. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Who have you got watching us?" To add a final piece of emphasis, he squeezed the joint just a fraction of an inch harder. Ahmed whimpered. "For God's sake," Buckingham breathed. "He's our only—" "You've got 5 seconds, Ahmed. 5, 4... "Jesus, man," Buckingham said. "Look at him." Danny stopped counting. He forced Ahmed's head forward so that he was bending over the mirrored coffee table. He looked at Ahmed's reflection. At first his eyes were closed, but a second later he opened them again. They were brimming with tears. Ahmed blinked. The tears dripped down his face. A couple of them splashed onto the coffee table. Ahmed's face was etched into an expression of complete despair. "Please," he whispered. "Look." His reflection nodded towards the pile of magazines on the opposite side of the table. Lying on top, face down, were several sheets of photographic paper. Danny hadn't noticed them before.
"Look at them,"
Ahmed breathed. Danny hesitated for a second. Then he looked over at Buckingham. "Spread them out on the table," he said. Buckingham's eyes tightened slightly at being told what to do, but he stepped over and picked up the images. He looked through them and visibly paled. With trembling hands, he laid them out on the table. Even Danny, who had seen things most people could never conjure up in their worst nightmares, was sickened by what he saw. An old lady lying back, her rictus grin matched by the open wound on her throat. A man in the same position, his eyes and tongue gouged out. A fat man on the floor, lying in a pool of his own blood. And more blood on the walls, scrawled into Arabic lettering. "What does it say?" Danny demanded.
"You need to ask," Ahmed said.
Danny looked at his reflection again. His cheeks were wet. Danny tightened the arm another fraction, and Ahmed hissed in pain.
"You are looking at my mother and father," he whispered. "That is what he did to them. That is the Caliph's work."
More tears splashed on the mirrored surface of the coffee table, and Ahmed's body started to shake even more violently. Danny suspected that it was not just down to the pain he was inflicting.
"That is what he will do to me," Ahmed continued, "if he finds out I am speaking to you. And he will find out if I allow anyone else to know that we are speaking. He has eyes and ears everywhere. There is nobody else here because nobody would dare to cross the Caliph, and I do not dare to let anybody know that this is what I intend to do."
Danny stared at his reflection again. His eyes were still welling with tears, his brow still creased with pain. But there was something else in his expression, a grim severity, the determination of a man bent on revenge. Danny could see the hate in his eyes. It told him more than any words. Slowly, he released the tension on Ahmed's arm and removed the gun from his head. He spoke into his radio. "Tony, Caitlin, make your way up to the penthouse."
"Roger that."
Ahmed was still kneeling. He had buried his face in his hands, and his shoulders still shook. After a few seconds, though, he looked up again. He wiped his face with the sleeves of his grubby robe, then stood and addressed Buckingham. "I thought it was only my people who could be so brutal." "You don't know the half of it, old sport," Buckingham muttered. "Sit down," Danny interrupted them, "and shut up." Ahmed looked over at Danny and bowed his head acquiescently. He clearly had no wish to pick an argument with the regiment man. "The situation is this," Danny said. "We think that the Caliph, whoever the hell he is orchestrating a bioweapon strike on the London Marathon. That's tomorrow morning. We've got 24 hours to find him, or someone who knows what he's got planned. The firm played us your cryptic call to London. Whatever your big idea is, it had better be good, or a lot of people are going to be killed." It was as if Ahmed had suddenly forgotten what he'd undergone at Danny's hands in the past couple of minutes. He stared at him, shaking his head slightly in disbelief. "Who would do such a thing? A sick fucker?" Tony said. He and Caitlin had appeared at the door to the penthouse. "So if you know how to find him," Danny continued, "tell us now." "Do we trust him?" Caitlin demanded, as she walked into the apartment. At first she seemed oblivious to the faint look of disapproval she received from Ahmed, but then she turned to him. "Don't worry, darling. They're only tits. They won't bite." "We trust him," Danny said, "as soon as we've heard his strategy for getting close to the Caliph." The unit were now standing round Ahmed in a semicircle. He seemed very small, hunched on the sofa in his plain white robe. "So let's hear it," Tony said. Ahmed bowed his head, then stretched out one hand to indicate their lavish surroundings. "I am a wealthy man," he said, "one of the very wealthiest. And I have learned something very important. Money opens doors. It buys you anything except long life and happiness. Everybody has their price." He looked at each of them in turn, even the Caliph. "Go on," Danny said. "Terrorism costs money, a great deal of it. Each bullet fired, each man trained is an expense." He gave a rueful smile that looked strange against his wet cheeks. "You could say that it is a very poor business model, all expenditure, no income." He had a point. Danny remembered Ntoga, the corrupt Nigerian official who'd received 50 grand from Boko Haram for helping kidnapping Target Red. Ahmed stood up and walked to the wide windows at the back of the penthouse. He lifted his left arm and indicated a line of skyscrapers along the waterfront. "Men like the Caliph have support in this part of the world, and not just because people fear him. There are rich businessmen in Qatar and Saudi Arabia who fund his activities, and the activities of people like him, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. They see it as their responsibility as good Muslims, while they rely on the West for their more worldly needs." He turned to look at them again. "We businessmen like to hedge our bets. If we invest in one stock, we also invest in another equal and opposite stock. If one goes down, the other goes up, and so we minimize our losses. Those Qatari and Saudi businessmen who donate money to the Caliph and his like, they are doing the same thing. A spiritual hedge fund to guarantee them entry into paradise, if it turns out Allah takes a dim view of their worldly wealth." "Very poetic," Danny said. "Get to the point." "The point is this. I have heard rumors, and I must tell you that they are just rumors, that the Caliph is accustomed to accepting large financial donations from men like me. He is not independently wealthy, so how else could he operate? It is also true that I am able to make him a financial offer he cannot refuse.
Excuse me for a moment." Ahmed left the room through the door at Danny's 2 o'clock. When he walked back in 20 seconds later, he was carrying a metal briefcase. "What's that?" Danny said. Ahmed put the briefcase down on the table. He clicked it open. Inside, neatly arranged, were piles of crisp new American dollars. $5 million, Ahmed said. Danny lowered his gun. So did the others. Something made Danny glance at Tony's face. The greed in his eyes was plain to see. "I have another 20 cases waiting, 100 million in all. I propose offering it to the Caliph, in return for my life." There was a silence in the room. It appeared that nobody could take their eyes off the money. Danny found it amazing how little space 5 million could take up. It would be the easiest thing in the world to swipe it now, go off the grid, and never have to worry about anything. "It's all very well having the money," Danny said, "but the whole point is that we don't know how to contact the Caliph." "Yes, we do," Ahmed said quietly. He stared meaningfully at Buckingham. For a moment, Buckingham looked confused. Then realization dawned on his face. "Your driver," he said. He clicked his fingers excitedly. "The one you asked about the Caliph when we met in Riyadh. What was his name? Mustafa." Buckingham turned to Danny. "Mr. Al-Assa asked his driver if he'd heard about the Caliph. He denied it, but he looked nervous, as if he knew something but was too afraid to say it." Ahmed nodded. "Mustafa was the only person who knew we discussed the Caliph. I mentioned it to nobody else. I didn't dare." "You think your driver was the Caliph's man?" Danny asked. "I doubt it, but it would only have taken Mustafa to mention our conversation to one person." "Where's Mustafa now?" Danny asked. "He lives outside of Doha. I can have him here within a couple of hours. Do you think he'll be happy to talk to us?" Ahmed gave Danny a flat look. "No," he said. "I do not think he will be at all happy to talk to you. He will be scared for his life, and for that of his family. He will need—" Ahmed bowed his head, as if he did not like what he was about to say. "Persuasion." "Fine," Tony said. "Persuasion we can do." "He is an innocent man, my friend," Ahmed said quietly. "So are all the people who'll die in London if we don't get to the Caliph," Danny said. "Call him, now." 0600 hours, GMT. Daniel Bixby felt like he hadn't slept in days. The glare from the lights in the subterranean offices of the MI6 building hurt his head, and the noise of his electric wheelchair grated as he moved it along the corridor to the office where he knew the chief was waiting for him. Bixby hoped he didn't look as bad as his boss, whose pale, drawn features looked out from the other side of his desk. His glasses had slipped a centimetre down the bridge of his nose. He looked like a man who was losing grip of the situation. "Well?" he asked. "There are no Qatari or Saudi nationals registered for the marathon," Bixby said. "We have 2 Yemeni men, 3 from Oman, and 5 from the UAE. No women. So that's 10 suspects." "If that's what you want to call them, sir," Bixby said mildly. "You have addresses for them all?" "Of course. We just need your go-ahead to deploy the appropriate resources. SCO-19 is standing by." The chief hesitated for a moment. "You think there's a low chance that one of these Arabs is involved in the strikes, don't you?" "Vanishingly small, sir. But I think there's a very good chance of fomenting anti-Western feeling if they and their families are woken up by masked officers brandishing MP5s. "Spare me the liberal claptrap, Bixby," the chief said irritably. "Not to mention," Bixby persisted, "the lawsuits we'll open ourselves up to. Our legal people on the 3rd floor are having kittens." All right. The chief hesitated. "What word from Black and Buckingham?" "They've made contact with Al-Assa. Apart from that, nothing. They're chasing shadows, aren't they?" "Yes, sir," said Bixby. "But so are we." The chief's eyes narrowed. He stared into the middle distance. Then he spoke. "Make the raids," he said.
The operations room in Hereford was buzzing, despite the early hour. A large screen on the wall showed a close-up of the Qatari coastline. On a second screen was a map of London. The marathon route was marked on it in red. Ops Officer Ray Hammond was staring at the map when he heard his name. He turned round. One of his guys in camo gear was approaching, carrying a clipboard. "We've had communication with Bravo 9 Delta, sir. They've made contact with Al-Essa." Hammond nodded. "Support units?" he asked. "Our 8-man SBS team is online in Bahrain. They can mobilise whenever they get the call. We have a 16-man team from B Squadron en route to the Gulf from Syria. They should be on the ground within the hour." "London?" 2 8-man counter-terrorism units on standby, north of the river at the artillery garden. "We have a standby squadron in camp ready to deploy tomorrow morning in time for the marathon, leaving Hereford at 0500 hours. Hammond looked round the ops room. 15 men sat at computer screens plugged into headsets, ready to mobilise astonishing amounts of firepower, both in London and the Middle East. But there was a problem. All the firepower in the world is no good if you don't know where to aim it. It was still dark in St. Albans, but the lights in one house were burning brightly. Bailey had made himself a cup of tea, but it had grown cold as he sat in his front room waiting. He checked the time. 5 minutes past 7. His associate was late. He stood up and paced the room. His camera equipment was still piled up in the corner, next to the old piano. He lifted the piano lid and played a few random notes. A knock on the door made him start, even though he was expecting it. He closed the piano lid, walked to the door, and opened it. A man about his own age stood on the threshold. He wore a charcoal grey, oversized beanie hat and had a few days' ginger stubble on his face, a black puffer jacket on which he'd pinned a small enamel badge in the shape of a helicopter, jeans, trainers. Bailey nodded a curt greeting at him. "McIntyre?" he said. "Bailey?" McIntyre walked into the room and closed the door behind him. "You're late," Bailey said. "I took precautions in case somebody was following me." "Who was following you?" "Nobody. They were just precautions." He looked round the room, and his eyes fell on the camera equipment. "I shouldn't stay long. Let's get started." They each took a flight case and carried them through the ground floor of the flat to the kitchen. Bailey unlocked the door leading to the garage. McIntyre followed him in. Nothing had changed since the previous day. The old white van still had its nose pressed against the garage door. The sealed metal canisters were still there. McIntyre's eyes lingered on them. "Is that it?" he asked. Bailey nodded. "How did they get it here?" McIntyre's voice cracked slightly as he spoke. "The Caliph has his networks," Bailey said. "I don't ask about things I don't need to know." At the name of the Caliph, both men fell silent for a moment. "Let's load up," Bailey said. "It's what you're here for, after all. They're too heavy for one man." He opened the back of the van. It was empty and smelled faintly of petrol. "Camera gear first," Bailey said. He climbed into the van and piled his flight cases up against the front wall, before accepting the 2 McIntyre was holding and stacking them too. It took another 2 trips for them to bring all the camera equipment out of the front room and stash it in the van. Only then did they turn their attention to the remaining items in the garage. The canisters with the Chinese lettering were very heavy. Even with 2 of them lifting, it was a struggle to get them off the ground. As they shifted them carefully towards the van, Bailey noticed how McIntyre couldn't take his eyes off the seal. Beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead, and they were nothing to do with the heat or the exertion. McIntyre was obviously very scared of these canisters. Bailey didn't blame him, because he was scared too. It took a great effort to lift the first canister into the back of the van. Just as they had manoeuvred it inside, it slipped from McIntyre's hands, and the base clattered noisily on the floor of the van. "Shit!" Bailey hissed, just managing to hold on to the rim and stop it toppling. McIntyre grabbed his side of the rim again to steady it, and the 2 men exchanged a glare. "Slowly," Bailey said. They eased the canister carefully to the side of the van, where Bailey strapped it carefully in place, using 6 roof rack cords. Then they lifted the second canister into the van and secured it tightly before jumping back down into the garage and locking the van's rear doors. Bailey led his associate back into the kitchen and locked the garage door.
"All set?" McIntyre asked.
"All set," said Bailey. He shook his associate's hand.
"Allahu Akbar."
"Allahu Akbar," McIntyre said. They moved back to the front room, where Bailey held the door open for his accomplice.
"You're sure you weren't followed?"
"I'm sure." "And you're okay to set up the machinery?"
"Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You take care of your bit,
I'll take care of mine."
"Until tomorrow, then," Bailey said.
"Yeah," McIntyre replied. "Until tomorrow." Chapter 25. 0900 hours, Arabic Standard Time. Mustafa, Ahmed's driver, was scared.
"He will know something is wrong,"
Ahmed said as they waited for him in the luxurious penthouse apartment. He had changed out of his stained white robe and washed his face. He now looked every inch the Arabic businessman.
"I have never invited him to come up here. He always waits for me in the car."
Sure enough, when the knock came on the door of the room in which they were all standing, it was faint and hesitant. Ahmed walked across the room and opened the door. The man who stood there wore a dish-dasher and headdress. His face was slightly podgy, and he had a silvery moustache. He exchanged a few words in Arabic with Ahmed, who stepped back and ushered him in with a sweeping gesture of one hand. Mustafa was obviously deeply uncomfortable. His eyes darted around the room as he crossed the threshold. It was as if he couldn't decide whether to ogle the rich furnishings or acknowledge the 4 other occupants of this room. Buckingham was standing by the window looking out. Danny, Tony, and Caitlin stood in a line behind the sofa, grim sentinels, their arms folded. Ahmed closed the door.
"I have asked you up here, Mustafa,"
he said, reverting to English, "to answer a few questions. You do not mind, I hope?"
"Sir,
Mustafa stuttered. Then he fell silent. Buckingham had turned from looking out of the window. Mustafa clearly recognized his face. The last time he had seen Buckingham, Danny knew they had discussed the Caliph, so there was no doubt what this discussion was about. Mustafa suddenly started to sweat. He turned to Ahmed.
"Sir, please, my family—"
"These gentlemen and lady only want to ask you some questions, Mustafa. It is my wish that you answer them."
"But, sir—"
"That's enough talking," Danny said. "We haven't got time. Ahmed, you'd better leave the room. You won't like this." Ahmed swallowed nervously. He put one hand on Mustafa's shoulder.
"Tell them what they want to know, my friend,"
he said quietly. Then he turned and left through the door that led into his bedroom. Silence in the room. Danny stepped out from behind the sofa and strode purposefully up to Mustafa. "Bathroom," he said. "Now."
"What?"
Mustafa demanded.
"Why?"
But Danny had already grabbed his arm and was dragging him across the room to the other door. Tony and Caitlin followed. Buckingham made to follow, but Danny pointed at him and said, "You, stay where you are." Buckingham's face was thunderous, but he obeyed. The bathroom was large and well-appointed, a roll-top bath with gold-plated taps and shower attachment, a separate walk-in shower, twin sinks, a toilet, a bidet, and 2 chairs. The walls and floor were covered with translucent aquamarine glass tiles. When all 4 of them were inside, Danny locked the door. He turned. Mustafa was backing away from him towards the sinks. His lower lip was trembling. Danny surged towards him, grabbed him by the throat, lifted him from the floor, and slammed his body against the mirror behind the sinks.
"You want to know why we're in this room and not the other one?" he whispered.
Mustafa could do nothing but nod his head.
"Easier to clean up," Danny said.
Mustafa's eyes bulged.
"Understand this," Danny continued, his voice deathly quiet. "There is nothing I won't do to make you talk."
I understand,"
Mustafa said, his voice strangled and weak.
"I don't think you do,"
Danny said. He let go of Mustafa's neck and quickly grabbed his right hand. Mustafa seemed to have some idea of what was coming because he tried to clench his fingers, but too late. Danny had his fist around the chauffeur's little finger. He yanked it sideways. The bone cracked, snapping as easily as if it were a piece of raw chicken. Mustafa inhaled sharply. Tears welled in his eyes. But Danny hadn't finished yet. He grabbed the chauffeur's fourth finger and snapped it with the same brutal ease. Mustafa cried out, but Danny slammed one hand over his mouth to deaden the noise. He jammed one thumb over his shoulder to indicate Tony. "See him?" he asked. The chauffeur nodded vigorously. "He makes me look like a fucking schoolteacher. My advice is not to put me in a position where he has to take over. Understood?" Mustafa was still nodding from the previous question. "I'm going to ask you a simple question. You spoke to your boss about the Caliph. Then you told someone about the conversation. Who was it?" Danny removed his hand from Mustafa's mouth. Mustafa sucked in another deep intake of breath and looked in horror at his two fingers jutting out at an unnatural angle from his hand. Then he looked at Danny.
I told nobody,"
he stuttered, before wincing again with the pain. Danny gave him a level look. Then he turned his back on him. "He's all yours," he told Tony. Then he nodded at Caitlin, and the two of them left the room. They stood with their backs to the closed door. Buckingham was a couple of meters from them, his handsome face drawn.
"What's going on in there?"
he asked. Danny didn't reply. The noises coming from the bathroom answered the question for him. They heard glass breaking and the thump and clatter of a body being manhandled across the room. Mustafa cried out several times. Then, after about a minute, there was silence. Danny and Caitlin walked back into the bathroom. It was a mess. The mirror behind the sink was cracked at about the height of Mustafa's head. The wall and floor tiles were streaked with blood. On the floor, halfway between the door and the sinks, Mustafa was lying in a fetal position with Tony standing over him. His moustache and mouth were covered in blood, and just to his right, a tooth lay on the floor, the bleeding root still attached. "I'll ask you again," Danny said. "Who was it?" Mustafa shivered on the floor. It took a moment for Danny to realize that he was shaking his head. Danny exchanged a look with Tony. They had to be careful. Too much force would make Mustafa pass out, or worse. Right now, he was their only link to the Caliph. If they lost him, they lost everything. Caitlin stepped forward. "Put him in the tub," she said. "I can handle it," Tony said aggressively, but Danny glanced towards the roll-top bath with its gold-plated taps. Then he nodded at Tony. "Do it," he said. They bent down and picked a squirming Mustafa up, under the arms and by the legs. 10 seconds later, they had dumped him in the bath with his head at the tap end. His face was still bleeding, and the edge of the bath was smeared red where his hands gripped it. Caitlin grabbed a fresh flannel from the side of the sink, soaked it in tap water, then crammed it into Mustafa's bleeding mouth. He tried to cry out, but the sound was muffled and pathetic. Caitlin slipped her hand into the inside pocket of his jacket and withdrew his wallet. It took her just a few seconds to pull out an ID card and a picture of 2 small kids that the driver obviously carried everywhere with him. Very cute, a boy and a girl. An image of Clara, pregnant, flashed across Danny's brain. He pushed it to one side. He couldn't think about that. He knew what was coming. Caitlin held the pictures up in front of Mustafa's eyes. "I'm going to torture you now," she said bluntly. "If I don't get what I want, I'm going to kill you. Then I'm going to go after your family." She waved the ID card. "I know where you live." Mustafa's muffled squeaking instantly stopped. Danny and Tony exchanged an approving glance. Tony was obviously as impressed as Danny was. "Put his head back," Caitlin said, as she took the shower attachment in her hand. Danny forced the heel of his hand under Mustafa's chin, forcing his head back at an angle, while Caitlin turned the hot tap on and directed the flow through the shower attachment. Without hesitating, she sprayed the scalding water over Mustafa's upturned face. The chauffeur's body arched suddenly. His arms and legs flailed, and he tried to inhale. Bad move. There was a sucking sound as he drew more boiling water into his nostrils. The panicked flailing of his body increased, so much so that Tony had to lend his weight to keeping him as immobile as possible. 10 seconds passed. Danny knew that 10 seconds of drowning could feel like an hour. Caitlin moved the shower attachment so the scalding water was now soaking his abdomen. The blood on his face, which had been washed away, immediately started oozing again from his lips and nose. She pulled the flannel out of his mouth. He made a terrible retching sound, then vomited up a quantity of faintly pink water that he'd sucked in through his nose. "Who was it?" Danny repeated. Mustafa's eyes rolled.
"You don't understand," he whispered. "What the Caliph will do if—"
He didn't finish. Caitlin had shoved the flannel back in his mouth. She moved the shower attachment back to his face. 20 seconds this time. The flailing started strongly, but grew a good deal weaker. When Caitlin moved the shower attachment again, Danny momentarily worried that they'd gone too far. He pulled out the flannel, and Mustafa made another retching sound. His eyes flickered open as he vomited water for a second time.
"Please," he whispered. "I'll talk. Please."
"You just need to give me a name," Danny said. "Then it stops." Mustafa closed his eyes.
It was my friend. Rashid," he whispered.
Caitlin immediately turned the water off.
"There," she said. "That wasn't so difficult, was it?"
2 minutes later, they were back in the room. Ahmed, sitting on the sofa, stared at his soaked, bleeding chauffeur in horror.
"What did you do to him?"
he asked, clearly aghast.
"Persuasion," Tony said.
"What does Rashid have to do with the Caliph?" Danny demanded. Mustafa hesitated and looked away, but then caught sight of Caitlin standing by the door. The sight of his tormentor made him shudder, and he looked resolutely back at Danny as if that were a safer option, though his eyes did flicker nervously towards Ahmed. "You may speak without fear of sanction from me," Ahmed said.
"There are people who act as the Caliph's eyes and ears,"
Mustafa said.
"We do not know who all of them are, but I have known for many months that Rashid is one of them. I thought—"
He bowed his head.
"I thought that by mentioning your conversation with the British man to him, it would mean my family were safe."
A silence fell on the room. Danny stepped towards the mirrored coffee table, where the photographs of Ahmed's parents were lying upside down. He turned them over and laid them out in front of Mustafa. "Look at them," he told the chauffeur. For a moment he thought Mustafa was going to vomit again as his eyes fell on the horrific scenes. "That's the Caliph's work," Danny said. "It's what he did to your boss's family. Now listen to me carefully. It's the easiest thing in the world for me to arrange a large sum of money to land in your bank from an account linked to British intelligence. If you fail to do exactly what I tell you, I'll make sure Rashid knows you've been working for the West, informing on the Caliph. When that happens, this happens to your family. Understood?" Mustafa closed his eyes and nodded. "You're going to call Rashid now. You're going to tell him that your boss is terrified and that he wants to make a donation of $100 million to the Caliph's cause, that he wants to meet him and make his peace with him. Do you get that?" Again, Mustafa nodded, but he looked sick with fear.
"Black,"
Buckingham said. He was standing on the far side of the room, his hands behind his back and his lips tight. "A word." Danny looked over at him. "Not now," he said.
"Fine."
Buckingham stepped forward.
"Then we'll discuss it in front of everyone. Let's ignore for the moment the fact that you're overstepping your authority. Do you really expect the Caliph to believe that this is anything other than a clumsy and obvious trap?"
Danny felt all eyes on him, and from the way Tony and Caitlin were looking at him, he could tell they agreed with the MI6 man. He met Buckingham's stare full on. "No," he said quietly. "I don't."
"Then why the bloody hell do you think this is a reasonable course of action?"
Danny looked at the others in turn. "Here's what we know about the Caliph," he said, his voice calm and measured. "He's a fundamentalist. He's homicidal. He's probably psychotic.
He's a control freak. People like that have vanity. They like to think that they've got the better of powerful men like Ahmed. Plus, he won't want to miss out on $100 million. You can buy yourself a 911 with that kind of cash, or worse. He fixed Buckingham with a cool stare. Of course he'll suspect it's a trap, he said. But a little part of him will be thinking, what if it's not? And that's what we need to exploit. Whoever he sends to the RV, I'll bet money that they'll know how to reach him. He might even come himself. We've 2 SF units on standby in Bahrain, 1 SBS, 1 SAS. Nobody's going to get past them. When the time comes, we'll have them in place. If the Caliph knows, we'll have the muscle to apprehend him. If he sends a lieutenant, we'll be 1 step closer to the main man. Anyone got a better idea? The only sound in the room was Mustafa's heavy breathing. Outside, it was almost completely light. Danny looked at his watch. 0930 hours. That made it 0730 in London. In a little over 24 hours, the starting gun for the marathon would sound. Already, tens of thousands of people would be making their way into the capital. Danny and his unit had 1 throw of the dice. If this didn't work, the outcome would be too terrible to think about. He looked at Mustafa. "We're going to get in touch with London," he said. "I'm going to tell them what we know. Then you're going to make the call."
The operations room in the basement of the MI6 building was suddenly ablaze with activity. At the centre of it all was Daniel Bixby, his tired eyes intense. The chief stood next to him, chewing the nail on his right thumb. He said nothing. He'd lost control. Proceedings were up to Bixby now.
"GCHQ?"
Bixby demanded.
"Online, sir,"
one of his men shouted.
"They have a satellite trace on Mustafa's phone."
"Are they ready to get a fix on Rashid's mobile?"
"Roger that, sir."
"Translator?" A pleasant-faced young man of Middle Eastern appearance, sitting at a table 5 meters away, raised his hand. He was wearing a set of headphones, though only one ear was covered, and had a notepad and pencil in front of him. "Hereford?" A voice crackled over a nearby loudspeaker.
"We're in contact with Bravo 9 Delta unit. They're standing by for your permission to go ahead."
"Everybody ready?" Bixby demanded. There was no suggestion to the contrary, so he gave the instruction. "Make the call."
"Make the call."
Danny had his phone pressed to his ear, an open line to Hereford HQ. He could hear the tension in Ray Hammond's voice, and could feel it in his own chest. "Roger that." Mustafa's iPhone lay on the mirrored table. Mustafa himself was cradling his broken fingers, and fresh blood was still dripping from his mouth, where Tony had ripped his tooth out. Danny had kept the photos of Ahmed's parents upturned to keep his mind focused. But in fact, all Mustafa's terrified attention was on the phone itself. "Unlock it," Danny told him. The chauffeur winced as he pressed his bloodied thumb to the start button. A wallpaper picture of Mustafa with 2 small children disappeared. "Bring up Rashid's number. Put it on loudspeaker, then dial," Danny told him. The chauffeur did as he was told. The sound of a dialing tone filled the room, then beeping tones of a number being dialed. A pause. Rashid's phone started to ring 3 times. A dry voice answered in Arabic. Mustafa licked his bloody lips, then spoke hesitantly. "Rashid?" The sound of the phone call filled the ops room at MI6. 3 rings, then a distant voice.
"Rashid?"
Bixby's Arabic was good, but the translator spoke above the conversation, converting it into English in a flat, expressionless voice for the benefit of those, like the chief, who couldn't understand it.
"Who's this?" "It's me, Mustafa. I'm at work. What do you want?" "I need to get a message to our friend." "What makes you think our friend would want a message from you?"
There was a pause of 10 seconds. Bixby and the chief exchanged an anxious glance. The voice of Mustafa cleared its throat nervously before speaking again, but when the translator converted the conversation into English, he continued with his previous lack of expression.
"Mr. Alese is scared. He won't leave his apartment. That will teach him to have a loose tongue." He wants to make our friend a peace offering. Rashid, it is a lot of money. I think our friend will be interested. How much money? 100. 100 million.
There was another pause. Bixby swallowed nervously.
In return for what? Mr. Alessa's safety.
There was a barking, cynical laugh.
So you will contact him?
Bixby hissed quietly. Mustafa sounded too eager, too jumpy. He sensed Rashid had picked up on it because there was another long pause.
Maybe. Stay by your phone.
A click. The line went dead. Instantly, Bixby raised his voice. "Get on to GCHQ," he announced. "I want to know if they got a trace on Rashid's phone." A murmur of voices from the other side of the room. Then, out loud, "That's a negative, sir. Rashid's line was fully encrypted. We can't locate it." Bixby swore. "All we can do now is wait," he told his boss. Danny had a little Arabic, but not enough to have understood the conversation. He had to judge by the sound of Mustafa's voice whether the conversation was heading the way he wanted it. Rashid had sounded as hesitant as Mustafa. Hard to distinguish the tone of a different language, but Danny thought he sounded suspicious. Now the conversation was over, Mustafa was profusely sweating. "Well?" Danny demanded. It was Buckingham who answered. "I don't think Rashid bought it. He told Mustafa to wait by his phone, but he sounded very edgy." Ahmed stood up. He looked as though he had aged several years in the past hour. "You will excuse me," he said mildly. "This meeting could take place at any time. I have arrangements to make." Danny shook his head. "You're not leaving this apartment," he said. Ahmed nodded towards the door into his bedroom. Danny turned to Tony. "Check there are no other exits through there," he said. Tony accompanied Ahmed into his bedroom and returned 30 seconds later. "It's secure," he said. Danny still had his phone to his ear, with its open line to Hereford. He heard Hammond's voice.
Do you copy?
"Go ahead," Danny said.
The B Squadron team is on the ground in Bahrain.
"Roger that," Danny said. "Over and out." He killed the phone and found that everyone in the room was watching him. "Support units are in place," he said quietly, but his mind was elsewhere. This all felt like a game of chess. Danny had made his move, but it was up to the Caliph to make the next one, and Danny couldn't shake the uncomfortable sensation that he was about to be outplayed. He suddenly strode over towards Ahmed's bedroom and burst in. Ahmed was semi-naked, boxer shorts and socks. He was surprisingly muscular, and seemed to be in the process of changing out of his robes and into Western clothes. A pair of jeans and a shirt were laid out on his enormous bed. On the far side of the room were several other suitcases piled high, identical to the one that contained the money. Ahmed's eyes flashed with irritation at the sudden intrusion, but he didn't say anything. "You," Danny told him, "get back in here. Any calls you want to make, you make them in front of me." Ahmed inclined his head mildly. "Perhaps you will allow me to get dressed first," he said. "Quickly," Danny told him, and he stood there impassively while Ahmed put his clothes on. Then he marched him back out into the main room where the others were waiting. 1300 hours GMT. The first thing Spud had noticed on his arrival at Gatwick was the heightened security. There were armed police everywhere, and a high concentration of uniformed officers patrolling the busy concourse inside. You didn't need to be a professional to spot that something was up. No doubt the general public thought this might be something to do with the flight that had gone down over West Africa. He kept registering people mentioning it in half-heard fragments of conversation. But Spud knew it was more than that. Security levels had been raised. Someone, somewhere, was expecting something bad to happen here in the UK, not half a world away. It made Spud's job harder. He was here to apprehend Al-Magrani when, if, he showed. But Al-Magrani wouldn't be apprehended without making a scene. The Costa Coffee at Gatwick South had tables set out on the concourse in front of the shop. Spud sat alone at one of them. From here he could see the queues of passengers lining up at the check-in desks, but he didn't yet know which one would be the desk for tonight's EasyJet flight to Athens. The tabletop was full of empty sandwich packets and coffee cups. He fiddled aimlessly with the ticket the machine had spat out at him as he'd entered the car park to stow his bike. Yesterday's drinking, and Spud's sleepless night, was catching up with him. His head ached, and the wounds on his abdomen throbbed more than usual. Worst of all, he was riddled with doubt. He kept seeing in his mind the pictures of Al-Magrani's shrapnel-scarred hands. Last night he'd been positive that that was what they were. Now, with the benefit of daylight and sobriety, he wasn't so sure. Maybe he'd got the scars in some other way. Maybe the picture had been of somebody else's hands, and the flight details had been in Al-Magrani's name, but Spud knew he didn't have a passport. Maybe there was another Mr. K. Al-Magrani, his brother or something. Maybe Spud was just wasting his fucking time. Maybe he should stop trying to play cops and robbers, get his arse into London, apologise to Eleanor the Spook, and get on with the mess that his life had become. His phone rang. He checked the number. He didn't recognise it, but answered anyway. "Yeah?"
"It's me,"
said a female voice he immediately recognised as Frances. Spud groaned inwardly. He'd hoped she was as uncomfortable about their one-night stand as he was. Seemed not. "Hi," he said, non-committally.
"Where are you?"
she said. Just at work," Spud replied. "You?"
"On my way to London,"
Frances said.
"Big day. Got any tips?"
"Yeah," Spud thought. "Don't sleep around again, because if that psycho Tony finds out, you'll find yourself at the wrong end of a bad accident." "Just keep going," he said. "Look, I'm kind of busy."
"Right,"
Frances said, her voice suddenly crestfallen.
"I was thinking maybe we could meet up after the race. I've got a hotel room. You could take care of my aches and pains."
"Yeah. Hello? It's not a very good connection," Spud lied. He killed the line, and when Frances tried again 10 seconds later, he sent it straight to voicemail. He stared out onto the concourse. Hundreds of people swarmed around the airport. He looked up at the departures board. The Athens flight wasn't even listed yet. He got up from the table, left the cafe, and approached an information desk. A smiling airport assistant asked how she could help. "When does check-in open for the 23:58 flight to Athens?" Spud asked. The assistant checked her screen. "Not until 8 p.m, sir," she smiled. Spud nodded. He headed back to the cafe and bought more black coffee. He didn't really want it, but it was the only way to pass the time. The hours dragged. Nobody entered Ahmed's apartment, and nobody left. Danny wouldn't allow it. Mustafa was suffering. He nursed his broken fingers constantly, and about lunchtime he suddenly stood up and ran to the bathroom, where he vomited copiously. He needed pain relief, but there was none in the apartment, and the alternative was to call someone in or allow him to leave. Not an option. The Caliph had eyes in Ahmed's organization. No information about their activities could leak from this apartment. It was a waiting game, and it made Danny seethe with frustration. At 1800 precisely, Ahmed cleared his throat. "Gentlemen," it was the first time anybody had spoken for hours. His words earned him a harsh look from Caitlin. "And, lady," he corrected himself, "may I offer you some refreshment? I can call down to the concierge for food," or Danny was on the point of telling him that he wasn't going to call anyone when Mustafa's phone rang. Everyone turned to look at it as it vibrated noisily on the mirrored table. It had only rung once when Danny's own mobile vibrated. He answered quickly and was rewarded with Ray Hammond's voice all the way from Hereford.
"London's listening. Answer it."
Danny looked across the room. "Answer the phone, Mustafa," he said. "Now." There was complete silence in the MI6 ops room. Daniel Bixby found he was holding his breath. He'd caught a couple of hours' sleep around lunchtime and was bone-tired, but now suddenly he was as alert as he'd ever been. An Arabic voice rang out from a speaker. As before, the young Middle Eastern translator did his work.
"Hello?" Tell Mr. Alliser that our friend accepts his kind offer.
I will tell him that. He will be very relieved.
Tell him not to be. Our friend wishes to meet him face to face, and he wishes to meet you, too.
Silence.
Where? When? Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. 28.608174, 52.283936.
What are these numbers?
A grid reference, idiot!
Immediately, there was a fluster of activity in the ops room, as several of Bixby's people keyed the coordinates into the computer. Bixby's eyes were drawn to a large flat-panel screen on the wall just beyond the bank of terminals. The image zoomed in quickly on a map of the Persian Gulf, and a red dot appeared in the middle of the ocean, approximately 150 miles off the coast of Qatar.
That doesn't make any sense, the chief snapped. They can't rendezvous in the middle of the fucking ocean.
One moment, sir, Bixby said mildly.
If you are late, or you arrive accompanied by anyone else, our friend wants you to know that it will end badly for you and your loved ones. Is that understood?
Yes.
The translator failed to render the terrified stutter that was obvious to everybody listening to the conversation. The line went dead.
It's an oil platform, sir, one of Bixby's people called out. An oil platform on the edge of Qatari national waters.
Does it have a name?
Yes, sir. Qatar Drilling Rig 17.
Find out who owns it, Bixby said. Now.
It's an oil rig,
Ray Hammond stated down the open line from Hereford.
Qatar Drilling Rig 17.
Qatar Drilling Rig 17, Danny repeated out loud.
London's finding out who owns it now. Whoever it is, we'll put the screws on them, find out if they...
Tell them not to waste their time, Danny said. He was watching Ahmed closely. At the name of the rig, the Qatari's face had changed into an expression of complete bewilderment. Wait out, he said down the line, before addressing Ahmed. It's yours, isn't it? He asked quietly. Ahmed slowly nodded his head. His expression had turned from bewilderment to nausea. What kind of game is this man playing? He whispered. A dangerous one, Danny breathed. He looked at his watch. 18:05 hours, 12 hours 55 minutes until the Caliph's RV time. He spoke back into the phone. It's Alessa's rig, he said. We need to mobilize. We don't have much time. Chapter 26. How many men are there on the rig? Danny demanded of Ahmed. The Qatari was clutching clumps of his own hair. His knuckles had turned white. Mustafa sat next to him, physically shaking. About 200, Ahmed said. Danny took a moment to process that. He knew enough about these floating cities to realize that they would be filled with a massive cross-section of individuals. Roughnecks, welders, rig operators, drillers, engineers, cooks, safety and medical personnel. The rig would be populated by foreign nationals from all over the world. There'd be a manifest listing everyone on board, and if they had the time, the intelligence services would want to dig deep and find out if anybody on the rig had a possible connection with the Caliph. But there was no time. Their only option was to evacuate the rig, clear it of all potential existing threats. We need to clear all personnel from the rig. How long will that take? Ahmed blinked at him. It's complicated. If I perform an immediate emergency evacuation, the Qatari emergency services will become involved. They will send a fleet of helicopters and will take perhaps 2 hours. But it will be common knowledge. The Qatari government will know what is happening. What if you do it as a training exercise, without the involvement of the emergency services? How long will it take? I would need to summon my security staff. No, Danny said. I don't want anybody else in this room. You can make arrangements over the phone, but only with me listening. Ahmed nodded nervously. Very well, he said. I will tell my security staff to initiate a training evacuation. We have a limited number of helicopters. It won't be quick, perhaps 10 to 12 hours, but we should keep some staff on the platform to maintain the essential systems. Danny shook his head. Evacuate all personnel.
Give the order now. I don't want anyone left on that rig. We can't risk an ambush." With a slightly stunned look on his face, Ahmed dialed a number on his phone. "Hands free," Danny said. Ahmed looked at him in surprise, but pressed the keypad, and the sound of a ringtone came over the phone's speaker. An Arabic voice answered. Ahmed gave a few short instructions, then hung up. He nodded at Danny. "It is on the way," he said. Danny looked at Buckingham. "Did he give the correct order?" Buckingham nodded. "How do we get ourselves out there?" Danny asked. Ahmed looked momentarily flustered. I have a private helicopter. It can transport us." Danny gave that a second's thought. His preference would be to bring in one of the SF choppers from Bahrain, but that would mean alerting the Qatari administration, and the risk that the Caliph had eyes and ears there was too high. "Where would they transport us from?" Ahmed looked up and pointed to the ceiling. "There is a helipad above us." "Get it on standby, but we don't leave until the rig is evacuated, and don't tell the flight crew that we're all going. I want them to think it's just you, Mustafa, and the money." Ahmed blinked at him. "Why?" "The Caliph's infiltrated your organization. From this point in, we trust absolutely nobody." "For God's sake, Black," Buckingham said from the far side of the room. "Tell me you're not actually thinking of going to this damn oil rig. It's suicide. You'll get us all killed. It's obviously a trap." "We're going to the rig," Danny said flatly.
"Well, you can damn well count me out," Buckingham said. "You might want to get yourself killed by some insane—"
He didn't finish his sentence. Danny had stridden over to him and grabbed him by the neck. "Everybody in this room goes to the rig," he said, "including you." Buckingham had fiery hate in his eyes.
"Why?"
he spat. "Ahmed goes because the Caliph's expecting him, and he might need to show his face before we can get close to the bastard. Mustafa goes because I don't trust him not to go singing to Russia to save his own skin. And you go for two reasons. First, I need you to translate any Arabic that gets spoken. Second, because I don't trust you not to fuck something up when my back's turned. I saw my friend die of plague, and I'm not going to let the bastard responsible get away because you're an incompetent idiot and a coward. You're coming with us." Buckingham staggered back as Danny roughly released him. Danny's own phone rang, and he answered it to hear Ray Hammond on the line from Hereford.
"Update me."
Danny put the phone onto speaker so that Tony and Caitlin could listen in. "We've given the order to evacuate the rig," he said. "It'll take approximately 10 to 12 hours. I don't want us to approach until the last man's off the platform. Any of them could be in contact with the Caliph, and I don't want the bastard to know Ahmed and Mustafa have company. We're using Ahmed's chopper to get there, but we need to avoid any comms between ourselves in case the flight crew is compromised."
Roger that. The oil platform is equidistant from the Qatari and Iranian coasts, but we expect your target to approach from the direction of Saudi Arabia to the northwest. That's where it's easiest for him to seek sanctuary if he needs to.
"What about the other oil platforms in the area?"
There are 2 more rigs within a 7-kilometer radius. They operate through UAE holding companies, and we've managed to get our hands on the manifests. The analysts are examining them now, but we've pretty much discounted them as forward-mounting positions for the Caliph or his proxy. Security's too tight on these platforms.
"You'd better be right," Danny said. Ray Hammond ignored that.
At the RV time, you'll have a 16-man SAS team and 8 SBS guys circling 10 clicks to the north of the platform, out of sight.
"You'll be violating Qatari or Iranian airspace."
Let us deal with that.
"Make sure they don't approach unless we give the order. If the Caliph or his proxy sees them, we'll lose our chance."
Understood. GCHQ have established that there's a sat phone uplink on the rig. As soon as you get there, you're to establish an open line with Hereford HQ. In the meantime, we have active surveillance on the area. We're scanning a 100-kilometer radius around the oil platform for any unexpected or suspicious radar splash. London have a contact in Iranian air traffic control, but we need to be aware that a seaborne approach will be much more difficult to pinpoint. If we get any sniff of the target approaching, we'll let you know what direction they're coming from and what their ETA is as soon as you've established radio contact with us. And Black, listen very carefully. Make sure your team understands that the Caliph is no use to us dead. If he knows about the strike on London, he could know about many other potential hits. We need his information, not his corpse.
Roger that, Danny said, with a nod at Tony and Caitlin.
And Black?
Yes, boss?
Be careful. This is all happening too quickly, and something about it stinks. If the little we know about the Caliph is true, he's no fool. We have to assume that he at least admits the possibility of a welcoming party, and he'll come prepared. There's a very good chance that this is going to go noisy.
Roger that, Danny said grimly, and silently, with an image fixed in his mind of Ripley rotting before his eyes, he said, "Bring it on."
One other thing, Black. When this is over, you and me are going to have a conversation about your mate Spud. I've got a nasty feeling he's turning nutcase on us.
Danny blinked. He hadn't thought about Spud for days, but now wasn't the time to start worrying about him. He ignored the unpleasant sneer on Tony's face, muttered a final, "Roger that," and killed the line. 1955 GMT. With a belly full of coffee and a mood as foul as the clothes he was wearing, Spud stalked across the concourse of Gatwick South. Check-in for the Athens flight opened in 5 minutes. 2 members of the airport staff, one male, one female, were busying themselves at the desk. 5 meters to their right, an armed airport security guard stood grimly scanning the crowds that swarmed around the concourse, a very visible presence. Spud took up position by a long snake of luggage trolleys, about 25 meters from the desk itself. He looked up to see if he was being covered by airport CCTV. Sure enough, on the ceiling above him was an egg-shaped camera setup, but they were dotted all over the concourse. It would be impossible to find a blind spot. There were 2 more armed security guards by entrances to the concourse, at his 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, distance about 35 meters. If they knew anything about their job, they'd notice someone standing and watching for several hours. Spud would have to use his basic fieldcraft skills to make sure he didn't look too suspicious. He'd bought a copy of Esquire magazine from a branch of W.H. Smith, and from a clothes shop he'd bought 3 hats, a red baseball, a blue baseball, and a black beanie. Now he loitered by the trolleys, the red baseball cap on his head, pretending to read the mag, but in fact watching and waiting for the Athens-bound passengers to arrive at check-in. There was a small surge of arrivals. Immediately the desk opened. A family, Mum, Dad, 2 excited kids, an old couple, with skin as tanned and leathery as their suitcases, a group of lads, tight T-shirts, ripped physiques, maybe on their way to a stag weekend. But no Al-Magrani. Within 10 minutes, the queue had extended to 5 meters back from the desk. After half an hour, it was 10 meters long. Spud's view was occasionally blocked by people walking across his line of sight, but he kept his attention properly focused on the queue every time he had a clear view. 45 minutes passed. Spud bent down, ostensibly to tie his shoelace, but in reality to swap his red baseball cap for the black beanie. When he stood up again, he walked to a new position on the other side of the check-in queue, where he leaned against a departure time board, out of sight of the 2 guards by the entrance. By the time the check-in had been open for an hour, the queue was bustling and busy. Spud became aware that it must be raining heavily outside, because the newcomers had wet hair and clothes. Kids ran up and down the queue, one of them pointing excitedly at the armed guard by the check-in desk, and exasperated parents shouted at them to stand in line. Tannoy announcements echoed across the concourse, but Spud didn't hear what they said. He was in the zone, robotically picking out faces in the line and comparing them to his mental image of Al-Magrani. None of them matched. His phone rang. He glanced at it and vaguely registered Francis's number before sending it straight to voicemail again. Then he turned his attention back to the queue. It was growing shorter. He checked the time, 23:10 hours. Check-in would close half an hour before the flight left. That meant Al-Magrani had only 15 minutes. Why was there no sign of him?
The doubts doubled in Spud's mind. He felt slightly sick and asked himself again what the hell he thought he was doing. Some bird with her tits half hanging out looked at him from the Esquire magazine, and for some reason it made him irrationally angry. He felt like throwing it to the floor and stalking off, giving up on the whole thing, accepting that he was chasing shadows. He stopped, very still. 40 meters across the concourse, walking from the entrance to the terminal towards the check-in desk, and completely unobscured by passers-by, he saw a face he recognized. Al Magrani didn't appear to be in a hurry. His shoulders were hunched, and there was a frown on his brow. He was pulling a small suitcase on wheels behind him, and as he grew closer, Spud saw that in his spare hand he was carrying a passport with a folded piece of paper inside it, presumably a copy of his e-ticket. His hands, as always, were gloved. It took him 30 seconds to reach the back of the queue. Spud watched carefully as he put his passport and ticket into the pocket of his overcoat. He stood there, with his arms folded, approximately 10 people in front of him, waiting to reach the check-in. Spud smiled grimly. His plan had been to pretend to be a security guard and usher his target away from the queue, but Al Magrani had just given him a much better option. Spud dropped the magazine into the basket holder at the back of one of the luggage trolleys. Then he advanced. With his head bowed, he joined the queue directly behind Al Magrani. He knew he didn't have much time. If the cab driver turned round and looked at him full on, he'd recognize him from the cafe. So he didn't hesitate. Standing just a few centimeters behind Al Magrani, he glanced round to make sure he wasn't being observed, then quickly and surreptitiously slipped his hand into his target's overcoat pocket and deftly withdrew the passport. Within seconds, he had it secreted in his own jacket and was walking away, his heart thumping fast. He took up position by a departure board, 20 meters from the check-in desk. It took 10 minutes for Al Magrani to reach the front. Spud watched from a distance as he put his hand into his pocket, then hurriedly started to pat himself down. Commotion at the check-in desk. Al Magrani was waving his hands around. A second assistant joined the one he was arguing with. But when Al Magrani noticed an armed airport security guard approaching, he appeared instantly to back down. He grabbed his suitcase and tugged it furiously away from the check-in desk. Spud could see that he was muttering angrily to himself. He followed his target at a distance of 10 meters, knowing that without a passport, his only option would be to leave the airport. Sure enough, Al Magrani stormed in the direction that the overhead signs indicated led to the car park. Spud stuck to him along the travelator to the car park pay stations. Al Magrani paid for his ticket with cash. Spud paid for his with a card at the adjacent machine. He pulled the peak of his red baseball cap down over his face as he followed Al Magrani into the nearby lift. There were 9 others in the lift. Spud watched his target press the button for level 3. Then he stood with his head down, his baseball cap covering his eyes, as the doors opened and closed at levels 1 and 2. By the time they reached level 3, there were only 4 of them remaining in the lift. The others were obviously avoiding Al Magrani, who was muttering under his breath like some crazy tramp. The doors hissed open, and the cab driver stepped outside. Spud was the only one who followed. At this late hour, the car park was not busy. Spud clocked a couple of people on the western side and heard the distant screech of a single vehicle's tires as it left the level. Otherwise, nobody. The trundle wheels on Al Magrani's suitcase echoed across the concrete as he stalked to the far side of the level, seemingly unaware that Spud was shadowing him, still at a distance of 10 meters. When he finally arrived at the familiar white VW, which had empty spaces on either side, he fished his car keys from his pocket and used them to unlock the boot. Spud quickly checked his surroundings. Nobody was observing him. He ran forward. Al Magrani spun round at the sound of Spud's footsteps, but too late. He didn't stand a chance. Spud thumped him hard from behind in the side of his abdomen. He doubled over as the wind escaped his lungs, by which time Spud had already grabbed him by the back of the neck. With fierce, brutal efficiency, he forced Al Magrani head first into the boot of the car, then grabbed his legs and stuffed him inside. The cab driver wriggled and flailed, but he was too winded to shout out. Seconds later, Spud had slammed the boot shut, locked it, and pulled out the keys. He grabbed the suitcase and moved round to the side of the car, where he chucked the case into the back before taking the wheel and quickly starting the engine. The radio blared loudly, but it was distorted because they were under cover. Spud switched it off and could now hear his hostage thumping frenziedly in the boot and shouting. He knew he had to get out of earshot quickly. The VW's tyres screeched as he reversed from the parking spot and cut across a line of empty spaces towards the spiral ramp that led to the exit. More thumping from the boot, but the car park wasn't busy and the ticket booths were unmanned. Spud used his own ticket to exit the car park. Within minutes, he was pulling onto the M23. It was pissing down with rain as he headed south. The wipers made almost no difference, but Spud was sweating so profusely he might as well have been out in it. The blue motorway sign for Junction 10 loomed up ahead, and he indicated left. As he listened to the tick-tock of the indicators, he realized the banging from the boot had stopped. He pulled off the motorway, the wipers still unable to keep up with the torrent of rain. The road ahead was a busy dual carriageway, red tail lights streaming off into the distance. Spud knew he needed to get away from the brightly lit tarmac to take Al-Magrani somewhere deserted and covert, where he could question him properly. When, after about 3 minutes, a road sign loomed towards him indicating a slip road a mile in the distance, he manoeuvred himself into the outside lane. A minute later, they were curving off the main road. Spud didn't slow down for the roundabout up ahead and ignored the angry horns as he muscled his way onto it, then off at the second exit. He felt his back tyres skidding slightly on the wet tarmac as they joined a much narrower road, hedges on either side that grew thicker after about 750 metres. There were no vehicles up ahead. In the rearview mirror, Spud saw a single set of headlamps at a distance of, he estimated, 100 metres. Suddenly, 20 metres away, he saw a cutaway section in the grass verge for parking. There were no other vehicles there, so he slammed the brakes hard. They squealed in the wet, and Spud surged forward as the vehicles skidded through the rain. Spud skillfully kept control of the vehicle, steering into the skid and coming to a halt neatly in the verge. He switched off the engine. The headlamps and the light on the dashboard faded. The car coming up behind them passed and disappeared. Darkness. Spud stepped outside into the rain. By the time he reached the boot, he was already soaked. He put the key in the lock, turned it, and opened up. He was ready for Al-Magrani's pathetic attempt. As the cab driver lashed out from the boot, Spud grabbed his wrists and yanked him out. In a matter of seconds he had pulled off his gloves. The skin of his prisoner's hands were just as he'd seen in the picture, peppered and shrapnel-scarred. "Who are you?" Al-Magrani breathed, rain streaming down his terrified face. His Brummie accent wasn't quite so pronounced as it had been in the car with Eleanor. "What do you want with me? I haven't done anything wrong." "Except carry a Claymore bag, fuck your hands up with dodgy explosives, and—" Spud plunged one hand into his own jacket pocket and pulled out the passport. The cab driver feebly attempted to grab it back. For his trouble, he received a brutal thump in the pit of his stomach, which made him bend double, half gasping, half spluttering. Spud flicked through the passport until he reached the photo ID page. He checked the name, Khaled Al-Magrani, not Khalifa, and the picture, though a very good likeness, was not a perfect one. "Who is he?" Spud asked. "Your brother?" Al-Magrani made no reply. He was too busy trying to suck in air, but it didn't really matter. Spud ripped the photo ID page out of the soggy passport to render it useless, then threw the remnants into the boot. The cab driver struggled again and tried to escape. It was totally in vain. Spud simply grabbed a clump of Al-Magrani's sopping hair, then forcefully tugged his head towards him. "Where were you headed, sunshine?" he breathed, his voice almost drowned out by the pouring rain. "Athens first, then Turkey, then on to Syria, maybe. Let me tell you something. I've been the guest of the Syrian Mukhabarat. They did things to me that would make you piss your pants just to hear about. I've had African warlords threaten to feed me to the fucking dogs. If you spend enough time with people like that, you pick up a thing or two. So here's the bad news, you piece of shit. I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you find yourself lying,
It's gonna fucking hurt. Understood? Almagrani was taking short, shaky breaths. He nodded, almost imperceptibly. The rain hammered noisily on the roof of the vehicle. Good, Spud said. We're getting somewhere. Question 1. Where did you fuck your hands up? The cab driver closed his eyes. Iraq, he breathed. A training camp. There was a faulty grenade. Spud didn't let it show in his face, but the relief that washed over him was like a warm shower. He hadn't been making this shit up after all. Question 2. Where were you heading after Turkey? Almagrani seemed more reluctant to answer this question. He tried to look away, but a firmer grip on his hair made him yelp the word, Syria? Spud nodded. Question 3, he said. He twisted the cab driver's head closer, so they were just inches away from each other. What you know about the Caliph? Whatever reaction Spud had expected, it wasn't this. Almagrani's shaking became more violent. He whimpered, and with a sudden surge of energy, started flailing around trying to release himself from Spud's grip. Spud didn't hesitate. With one great swipe of his free arm, he slammed Almagrani solidly in the centre of the face. There was a brutal thud, accompanied by the cracking sound of a bone splintering. Almagrani gasped in pain. When Spud lowered his fist, he saw that his nose was impressively broken, and blood was streaming down over his lips and dripping from his chin. "Let's try that again," Spud whispered. "What do you know about the Caliph?" "Nothing," Almagrani whispered. But his pathetic denial was accompanied by a waft of urine. His companion had pissed himself with fright. "You're scared of him," Spud said. Almagrani looked at him with a pitiful expression. He nodded. "Right now, me friend, you should be more scared of me." And without warning, he slammed his fist against the cab driver's broken nose again. A yelp of pain filled the air, and when Spud looked at the bleeding face again, he saw streaks of tears on the blood-smeared cheeks. But both blood and tears were almost immediately washed away by the rain. "Please," Almagrani whispered. "Please." "Have you met him?" Almagrani nodded faintly. "Where?" In Iraq. At the training camp." "So why is he so fucking scary?" Almagrani could barely speak. Over the noise of the rain, Spud only faintly caught certain words. "Beheadings. Burnings. Families killed. Villages wiped out. Crucifixions." The cab driver buried his head in his hands. His shoulders shook. Spud released his grip on the man's hair. He had broken him. Almagrani's pretense was over. Spud stepped backwards. He was cold and soaking wet, but there was a fire inside his gut that kept him warm. A car sped past, momentarily lighting them up, but it didn't stop. Spud looked at his shaking, bleeding hostage. He had a decision to make. Should he call Eleanor? Tell her what he'd discovered, drag this bleeding, battered wannabe jihadi into the MI6 building and wait for her to tell him exactly which procedures he'd failed to follow and fit the target up with a medic and a decent lawyer? Or should he head for Hereford, his home turf that no longer felt like home, where Ray Hammond could tell him what a dead weight he was and scoff at his attempt to keep in the game while the regiment had bigger fish to fry? He drew a deep breath. Neither choice appealed to him. But he couldn't stay here, stuck down a country lane with a terror suspect who might just have a link to the guy the firm were chasing. Spud suddenly grabbed the cab driver by his neck again. "What are you doing?" Almagrani whimpered. "What's going on?" Spud didn't answer. He pushed the struggling cab driver back down into the boot cavity. Almagrani shouted out in panic, and Spud winced as a shock of pain ran down his abdomen. But he kept the pressure on, and once more managed to bundle the cab driver and his scuffling, flailing limbs into the cavity and cram the boot shut with a dull clunk. Almagrani's renewed, panicked shouts became muffled. He banged furiously, but ineffectually, against the inside of the boot. Spud ignored the noises, walked round to the passenger door, slammed it shut, and then clambered back behind the wheel. He was drenched and slightly out of breath. His wounds throbbed agonizingly, and he had a bastard pain between the eyes.
He was in a bad state to make a clear decision, but that was what he had to do. He inhaled deeply, started the car, lit the headlamps, and knocked the engine into first. With screeching tyres, he pulled a quick 180-degree turn over the wet tarmac. Then he accelerated hard down the country lane. He'd made his choice. He was heading to Hereford. Chapter 27. 0400 hours, Arabian Standard Time. They had taken it in turns to sleep through the night, but now everyone, even Mustafa, was awake and alert. From the window of Ahmed's penthouse apartment, Danny saw the lights of a chopper approaching across the glowing Qatari skyline, its trajectory heading straight for them. It almost looked as if it was going to slam straight into the penthouse itself, but once it was 50 meters out, it became clear that this was just an optical illusion. It was flying a good 20 meters higher than the building and disappeared overhead. Danny faintly heard the sound of its rotors beating on the roof above. He turned to check out his crew. Like Danny himself, Tony and Caitlin had ditched their tracksuit tops and sports bags, and since there was now no need to hide the hardware they had picked up in Bahrain, it was on full display. They wore T-shirts over which they'd donned their tactical vests. Their S&W handguns were tucked into the vests, and their KH-9 rifles were slung around their necks. They wore radio packs connected to their covert earphones, and their vests were packed with spare ammunition for their personal weapons, along with a flashbang each. Mustafa and Ahmed couldn't keep their eyes off the hardware. Buckingham was scowling like a petulant child.
"We should leave the fucking spook here," Tony had already suggested. "Cunt'll only get in the way."
"He's staying where I can see him," Danny said.
"You fucking crazy? We should leave them all here. Buckingham, Mustafa, Ahmed."
"I don't trust any of them. Until we've got the Caliph, they stay with us." Tony shrugged.
"You're the fucking boss," he said bitterly. "You can take the rap when they screw things up for us."
Ahmed's phone rang. He didn't need to be told to put it on hands-free. Everyone in the room heard the conversation in Arabic, even though they didn't all understand it. "The platform has been evacuated," Ahmed said once the call was over. "The last helicopter left 2 minutes ago." Danny shot Buckingham an inquiring look that said, "Is that what the conversation was about?" Buckingham nodded. Danny took his own phone out and dialed through to Hereford. The call was answered immediately. "This is Bravo 9 Delta," Danny said. "We're advancing to target."
"Roger that,"
came the reply.
"We'll expect you to contact us as soon as you're on the platform."
Danny killed the line. "Move the cases of money," he told Tony and Caitlin. As he spoke, he saw Ahmed's face twitch. "What?"
"What if I lose it?"
Ahmed asked quietly. "What if a psychopath releases a bioweapon in the middle of London?" Danny countered. "Anyway, it was your idea." It took 5 minutes for Danny's 2 companions to transport the flight cases of cash from Ahmed's bedroom. They carried them out of the main entrance to the apartment and up onto the helipad above. Once they were fully loaded, Danny gave a single grim-faced command, and all 6 of them prepared to leave. Caitlin and Tony led the way. Ahmed and Mustafa followed. Their shoulders sloped, like men walking to their death. Then Buckingham and Danny. But as the other 4 disappeared through the apartment's main entrance, Buckingham held Danny back. Danny looked him up and down. The spook's hands were shaking. He was clearly terrified.
"Black," he hissed. "There is no need for me to come with you. I'm much better deployed here as a conduit to—"
"You're coming," Danny told him.
"Black, I swear to God, I know things about you that will put you in a military prison for the rest of your life, and that's if you're lucky. I know people in Langley who'd prefer you dead. One word from me, and they'll—"
"You're coming." Danny grabbed Buckingham's arm and pushed him towards the exit. Buckingham was sweating as he staggered out of the apartment, Danny stalking him close behind. They moved past the dedicated elevator towards the metal door at the far end of the corridor, which the others had left open. The noise of the chopper was louder here. On the other side of the door was a flight of steps that led up to the rooftop helipad. The warm wind was strong this high up, and not just because of the chopper's downdraft. All of Doha seemed to shine in the night beneath them. and seawards to the north and east, Danny could make out a busy coastline full of glowing vessels that became gradually less numerous as the distance from land increased. Buckingham looked bilious. He clearly wasn't good with heights, so Danny grabbed him by the arm and ushered him roughly across the helipad. Danny recognized the chopper as a Sikorsky S-76, blue tail, red body, orange and white striped rotor blades. From the outside, it looked like a standard offshore transport aircraft. The chopper's side door was open, and the others were already inside. Danny pushed the spook aboard, then jumped in himself and closed the door. "Go!" he shouted over the deafening noise of the rotors. There were 2 flight crew, each of them wearing headsets. Danny noted with satisfaction that they seemed confused to be transporting anyone other than Ahmed. It took a word of instruction from their boss before the chopper rose from the helipad, buffeted slightly by the winds, and sped directly over the lower rooftops of the city towards the coast. The interior of the Sikorsky was a lot more comfortable than any military transport Danny had ever been in. 12 comfortable leather seats, a fridge with iced water. Ahmed was a man who liked to travel in style. But this morning he looked terrified. The dark rings around his eyes were more pronounced, and he kept glancing anxiously at the unit's personal weapons. Estimated flight time, 35 minutes. Land became sea. A couple of minutes later, they had passed the bulk of the vessels mooring in Doha, and all Danny could see through the window of the chopper was the reflection of a bright moon on still water. He estimated that they had an hour till sunrise. He didn't like not having a direct line into Hereford. He knew the headshed would have full surveillance on the area, but until they got onto the rig and opened up a secure line to them, it was useless to Danny and his team. As the rotors spun rhythmically, Danny looked at his 2 unit colleagues. Unlike Ahmed, Mustafa and Buckingham, Tony and Caitlin's faces were pictures of calm. They sat next to each other, and Danny noticed how Caitlin's knee was pressed against Tony's. He felt like warning her not to get too close. Tony was a man who ripped off the Hereford armory and flogged the spoils onto the sort of people who shouldn't be within 100 meters of live ammo. A man who could call on a seedy underbelly of criminality to do his dirty work for him. A man who thought nothing of allowing his wife to head blindly into a terrorist atrocity. For one of the good guys, he had a bad way of looking at the world. Danny would have far preferred to have Spud or Ripley here, but he didn't have that option. He just had to get on with it. In the distance, it was hard to judge how far, but maybe 10 or 15 clicks, Danny caught sight of a structure glowing in the sea, one of the many oil platforms that dotted the Persian Gulf. Even from this distance, it looked vast, a floating city. The pilot looked back over his shoulder and shouted something in Arabic. Both Ahmed and Buckingham turned to Danny. 5 minutes, they translated in unison. Danny nodded. He checked over his weapons and saw that Tony and Caitlin were doing the same. The chopper started to lose height. Danny craned his neck to look through the front window of the aircraft. His angle of vision was awkward, but he could just make out another structure, much closer this time. You would never know from up here that Qatar Drilling Rig 17 was abandoned. The vast rectangle glowed brightly in the dark sea. An enormous scaffolding column protruded upwards from the centre of the platform, and Danny counted 2 vast orange and white cranes hanging outwards from the rig over the sea. The platform itself was surrounded by suicide nets, and it seemed from this angle to hover above the surface of the sea because its vast supporting legs were shrouded in darkness, although he could just make out white horses on the water's surface where the sea broke against them. He identified a circular landing zone, green with a yellow circular landing spot marked with a glowing H on the nearest edge of the platform, which the chopper now headed for. Danny turned to his unit. "Secure the LZ," he said. "The rest of you stay on board till we give you the word." He cocked his rifle. Tony and Caitlin did the same. 30 seconds later, the chopper touched down, its nose facing inward towards the platform, its tail pointing back out to sea. Danny, Tony, and Caitlin exited quickly and congregated about the chopper's nose, Danny positioned centrally, Tony to his left, Caitlin to his right. Danny could hear the chopper's rotors start to slow, but the downdraft was still strong. He scanned the scene ahead of him. The platform was huge, about the size of 2 football pitches, and was covered with a network of scaffolding frames, metal staircases, and storage containers. 20 metres below the LZ, Danny could make out a line of rib lifeboats and a vast salt water pump to deal with the constant threat of fire on board the platform. But no personnel, no movement. The rotors fell silent. Now they could hear the water crashing against the footings of the oil rig far below, and the movement of a breeze from the northwest. And on the edge of his senses, a humming sound, no doubt emanating from the generator that had to be keeping the electric lights burning, and some of the sound coming from the lights themselves. But there were no voices. It was eerie, being on a structure that was clearly meant to house humans, and knowing that they were the only people on board. Danny turned to Caitlin. "Get the others," he said. "The pilots, too. We can't trust anyone. We'll find a safe place to secure them first, then get on the line to Hereford. We need to know if they have any surveillance intel. Leave the money in the chopper for now." A minute later, Caitlin had herded Mustafa, Ahmed, and the 2 pilots onto the LZ. "Where's the bridge?" Danny shouted at Ahmed. Ahmed pointed towards the centre of the rig. "On the far side of that tall scaffolding tower," he said. "You see the rectangular structure painted green? Is that where we're going?" Danny shook his head. "Not you," he said. "It's the first place anybody will look. What about the accommodation quarters?" "Around the northern leg," Ahmed shouted. "They're very cramped. If you want somewhere safe to put us, I suggest the medical room. It's between our current position and the centre of the platform. I think we could lock ourselves in there." Danny gave that a moment's thought. Ahmed's suggestion made sense. If things went noisy, if and when the Caliph showed his face, it would be good to have them in the vicinity of medical supplies. He nodded. "Lead the way!" he shouted. A metal staircase led from the LZ to the platform itself. Ahmed trotted towards it, Danny at his shoulder, scanning the way ahead for unexpected movement. The others followed, with Tony and Caitlin taking up the rear. Their footsteps clattered as they descended the metal stairs. Once they were down on the platform, Ahmed kept looking back at them nervously, obviously checking they were still with him, as he led the small group through a network of storage containers, scaffolding rigs, and engineering platforms, whose purpose Danny could only guess. The surroundings were hyper-industrial and factory-like, like being in the heart of a complex deserted metal maze. There were fire extinguishers every 15 feet, regular signage pointing to emergency exits and muster stations, and bright strip lighting that made the deck almost as bright as daytime. After a couple of minutes, they reached what looked like a grey porter cabin, adjacent to the huge central scaffold that Danny had seen from the air. 3 metal steps, painted a vibrant yellow, led up to the door. Ahmed was about to walk up to them when Danny pulled him back. He approached the door himself, his rifle engaged, and thrust the door open. He stepped inside, aiming towards the 4 corners of the room, before shouting, "Clear! Get inside, everyone, now!" It was a standard medroom, a stretcher bed in one corner, sterile-looking cabinets along the walls, a poster detailing how to perform CPR, and a faint smell of antiseptic. Ahmed, Mustafa, Buckingham, and the 2 pilots huddled automatically against the far wall, while Tony and Caitlin kept watch outside. Danny looked round for a key. He found it within seconds, hanging on a hook by the door. Buckingham stepped forward to take the key, but Danny gave him a sharp look and closed his fingers around it. "For God's sake, man!" Buckingham breathed. Danny ignored him and looked at the others. "I'm going to lock you in from the outside. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't make any noise. When and if the Caliph and his people arrive, it's best they can't locate you. You'll be safe here." He didn't wait for any response, but left the medroom and locked the door behind him. Tony gave him an inquiring look. "They're scared," Danny explained. "I don't trust them not to split up if they get spooked, and I don't want to be searching this whole platform for them." "You don't trust the pilots?" "Right now I don't trust anyone." He checked his watch. 04:45 hours. 2 hours and 15 till the Caliph's RV time. "Let's get to the control room, make contact with Hereford, then move back to the chopper and unload the money."
You think this fucker's really going to show? Tony said. You really think he doesn't know we've just pitched up with all our weapons?
Danny had no answer for that. They moved stealthily, rifles engaged, in a leapfrog formation along the metal deck. Distance to the main scaffolding tower, 30 metres. There were storage containers on either side, mostly blocking their view, but with narrow, shadowy corridors between them. They'd covered 15 metres. Danny had his back against one of the storage containers covering Tony and Caitlin as they moved silently past. Something flickered on the edge of his vision, down one of the shadowy corridors.
"Movement!"
he hissed. Tony and Caitlin stopped stock still. Tony set his weapon in the direction of the scaffolding tower. Caitlin set hers back towards the medroom. The platform wasn't deserted. Danny aimed down the narrow corridor between the storage boxes. His finger rested lightly on the trigger. His eyes narrowed. There was a sudden flap of wings as a seabird flew out of the corridor. Danny felt his body relaxing. He turned to the others and gave them a nod that meant go. They continued to leapfrog towards the scaffolding tower, which Danny now saw housed the immense drill at the centre of the platform, surrounded by clusters of huge vertical metal pipes. He figured that ordinarily this would be the noisiest, busiest part of the rig, but now it was deserted and quiet. The green walls of the control room unit were just visible through the far side of the scaffolding. They needed to get there, open up a line to Hereford, and then set up offensive positions for when the Caliph arrived. They edged clockwise round it, weapons still engaged. Once they were on its far side, they were just another 15 metres from the bridge. They moved forward and approached. The metal box that housed the control room was 4 times the size of the med unit, and the 5 metal steps leading up to it were 3 times as broad. A couple of metres to its right was a signalling aerial, pointing west at a steep azimuth. As before, Tony and Caitlin took up positions on either side of the door, while Danny engaged his rifle, knocked the door handle down, and pushed it quietly open with his foot. Silence. A quick check to the 4 corners of the control room told Danny the room was empty. He scanned round the bridge. There was a bank of computer screens against the far wall. They showed a bewildering display of spreadsheets and technical diagrams. There was a water cooler against the left-hand wall and a large square table in the middle of the room. Some of the chairs round the table still had thick high-vis jackets slung over the backs, and the table itself had a couple of white hard hats upturned on it. Danny continued to scan round, looking for the platform's radio equipment. He quickly located it against the right-hand wall. "Shit!" he breathed. He activated his personal comm so that Tony and Caitlin could hear his voice. "We've got a problem." The radio unit was about the same size as one of Ahmed's suitcases of money. It had a digital dashboard with a number of LEDs. All dead. The unit itself had been pulled away from the wall. Danny could see, even from this distance of 10 metres, that the mess of multicoloured wires had been roughly cut. He knew there was no point even trying to use it. "The radio's down," he said tersely into his comms unit. "Someone's taken it out."
"The regular platform crew wouldn't have done that before they left,"
Tony said.
"We've got company."
Danny quickly turned and made to exit the control room, his KH-9 engaged. As he stepped through the door, he saw Tony and Caitlin down on one knee in the firing position, a 90-degree angle between the trajectories of their 2 weapons. There was no warning. Like the last groan of a dying man, the background hum of the electrical generator on the platform slurred and died. All the lights on the platform faded with it. Danny hit the ground as his vision suddenly blackened. He heard Tony hiss, "What the hell's going on?" It was totally dark. Danny reckoned they had another 25 minutes until sunrise. He clenched his eyes closed to force his pupils to relax more quickly. When he opened his eyes, the oil platform looked totally different, an impenetrable jumble of dark shapes and shadows, lit only by the light of the moon. He issued a sharp instruction. "We need to get back to the others," but his words were cut short by an unmistakable sound. Gunfire! 3 shots! They echoed across the rig, but there was no doubt from which direction they came. "The medroom," Danny stated. "Get there now!" They ran with weapons engaged, retracing their footsteps back towards and past the centre of the rig. With every step, Danny's eyes panned left and right, searching for threats, or even the faintest movement in the dark. There was none. But as they approached the medroom, and from a distance of 20 metres, he could just make out that the door was swinging open. "Shit!" he breathed. With his weapon fully engaged, he approached, aware that Tony and Caitlin had his back. 5 metres out from the open door of the medroom, he paused. He could make out no sign of forced entry on the door, which meant that whoever had opened it up had a key. There could easily be shooters still inside there. And although there was no light inside the porter cabin or out, anyone inside would have the advantage, because if he approached, the moon would light Danny up, and the door opening would frame him. He reached into his ops vest and pulled out his flashbang. He silently held it up to Tony and Caitlin to indicate what he had in mind. Caitlin got down in the firing position, pointing away from the medroom and at an angle. Tony ran quietly to the far side of the steps, continued for 5 metres, and did the same. Only when they were in place did Danny approach the steps. He knelt 2 metres from the bottom step and looked up through the door. Just blackness, no sound. He pulled the pin from his grenade and quickly lobbed it into the medroom. 3 seconds. Danny looked away just in time to stop his vision being compromised by the blinding white flash that emerged from the doorway. He was, of course, expecting the deafening bang. When it arrived, he hurried up the steps, weapons still engaged, and slipped through the doorway. He switched on his surefire torch, trusting that any shooters in the medroom would be too disorientated to fire on him if he made himself a target. He conducted a broad sweep of the room with his weapon. No movement, no armed personnel. But 3 bodies, slumped on the floor just by the stretcher bed. With a sick feeling in his stomach, Danny approached swiftly. The surefire torch shone brightly on the faces. Each man had been shot point blank in the forehead. The entry wounds were catastrophic. Each forehead had splintered open and spattered blood over the stretcher bed and the walls. It was as much from their clothes as their damaged features that Danny identified the bodies. "Mustafa and the 2 pilots are down," he said into his comms. Danny realized he hadn't even known the pilots' names. There was no point wasting time on the dead. Danny spun round and continued his sweep of the medroom. There was no sign of Ahmed or Buckingham. He returned to the doorframe and scuttled back down the stairs before hitting the ground in the same position as Tony and Caitlin. "Some fucker was waiting for us," he said tensely. "They took out the radio comms, and now they've got Ahmed and Buckingham." He realized he was sweating profusely. "How?" Caitlin demanded. "The Hitchids had the place under surveillance since we made contact with the Caliph. How did somebody get here before us?" "I don't know," Danny stated. "Maybe they were already here." "What now?" Tough call. There were just 3 of them on a large oil platform against an armed threat of unknown size. "We stay together as a unit," Tony said. "That way we have a better chance of defending ourselves if we come under fire." "And no chance of finding Buckingham or Ahmed," Danny said. "Who gives a fuck about Buckingham?" Tony spat. "Not me, but Ahmed's the only reason we're here. If we lose control of him, we've no chance of getting close to the Caliph." "For fuck's sake, Black, have you taken a knock to the head? Isn't it obvious we called him wrong? He's sprung a trap, and I'll bet he's not within 100 miles of this place." "I say we get back to the chopper," Caitlin hissed. "Use the aircraft's VHF to get a mayday signal out." It was a good call, but even as Caitlin was making the suggestion, "What the fuck?" Tony shouted. A massive explosion had just ripped the skies from the direction of the chopper. They didn't have a direct line of sight, but they could see the top of a huge cloud of orange flame licking towards the sky, which glowed for a full 10 seconds before the explosion subsided. A stench of acrid burning hit their senses. Nobody needed to say it. Someone had taken the chopper and the money out. "What the hell do we do?" Tony hissed, an edge of panic in his voice. He and Caitlin were both looking at Danny. "This was your fucking idea, Black. What now?" Danny kept his breathing steady. Things had turned to shit, but losing your head wasn't going to help. "We split up, and we find Ahmed," he said tersely. "Any enemy targets, we shoot to wound.
We still need that information. We'll start on the west side of the platform and sweep east. Caitlin, take the north end. Tony, take the south. I'll take the middle. Keep in contact." They nodded. Then each of them melted into the darkness. Hereford, 0327 GMT. The noise coming from the boot of Spud's car, a frenzied beating, had subsided halfway round the M25. Now, as Spud pulled up in front of the barrier at RAF Credenhill, there was total silence from the back. The MOD policeman at the barrier walked up to Spud's open window. Spud didn't know his name, but they recognized each other. As the policeman leant down to Spud's height, he frowned. "Fuck me, buddy, you okay? You look like shit." "You going to let me in?" Spud said, "or are we going to shoot the shit for another 10 minutes? The policeman shrugged, walked back to his post, and opened the barrier. Spud pulled into camp, but immediately parked up outside the guard room next to the barrier. He killed the engine, walked round to the boot, and under the watchful eye of the MOD policeman, prepared himself for an onslaught, physical or verbal, from Al-Magrani. It didn't come. He opened the boot on a broken man. His split nose was a mess. His face was smeared with dried blood. He stank of stale urine. But it was the look in his face that told Spud he'd get no trouble from this man. Spud had seen it before, on the battlefield, the 1,000-yard stare of a terrified, traumatized soldier. "What the hell's going on?" the MOD guy demanded. Spud ignored him. Al-Magrani's body was almost limp as he yanked him from the boot and dragged him into the guardroom. It was a bland room with a couple of desks, a TV blaring in one corner, and a door that led to the camp's holding cells, which served to isolate anyone who caused trouble on sight. Spud himself had even spent a few nights acting as duty sergeant in the guardroom. It was a total pain in the arse and the short straw for anyone in camp, but he was relieved to see that tonight the short straw had been drawn by Bob Pickford, a mate of his from A Squadron, sitting behind a desk with a bored look as he stared at the telly. The bored look fell away as he saw Spud and the state of his bruised, beaten companion. "Spud, what the—" "Do me a favour, Bob," Spud interrupted. "Put this cunt in the holding cell." Bob nodded, grabbed the glazed Al-Magrani by one arm, and dragged him roughly through the door into the cell. When he returned a minute later, Spud said, "Is he secure?" "Roger that." Spud pointed in the direction of the main regiment building. "Who's in charge?" he said. "Hammond?" "Something's going down. I don't know what. Give me the phone, mucker. I need to speak to him." The look on Bob's face made it clear he didn't think this was a good idea, but he passed Spud the cordless handset. Spud consulted a sheet of numbers pinned to the wall. When he found Hammond's internal line, he dialed it. 3 rings. 4.
"Hammond."
The ops officer's voice was taut and stressed. "Boss, it's me, Spud." A momentary silence that spoke volumes.
"Glover, I'm right in the middle of a fucking—"
"Listen to me, boss. Just listen to me, okay? You need to come to the guardroom. There's someone you have to see."
"Glover, I'm on my way to the ops room, and you're on your way out of camp. If I see you—"
"It's about someone called the Caliph." Silence. "Seriously, boss? Come by the guardroom on your way to the ops office. It'll take 1 minute, then I'll be off your back." The phone clicked, silent. Spud's palms were sweating. He laid the handset on the table and felt Bob's eyes boring into him. He was grateful to his friend for not asking any questions. They stood there in silence. Spud didn't know if he'd persuaded Hammond to come, and wondered if he could somehow drag Al-Magrani directly over to the ops room. Impossible. Security was too high. They'd never let him in. The door suddenly burst open. Hammond was there, dark rings around his eyes. He slammed the door shut behind him, but seemed almost too angry to speak. He had a thick manila folder under his arms. Spud turned to Bob. "Give me the keys to the holding cell," he said. Bob handed them over. "This way, boss," Spud said. The holding cell had a steel door with thick rivets. Spud opened it up and led Hammond inside. Al-Magrani was crouching in the corner, hugging his knees. "The firm are putting all their resources into finding this geezer called the Caliph," Spud said. "They won't listen to me, you won't listen to me, but I'm telling you, this guy has met him face to—" There was a sudden flurry of movement from the corner of the cell. Almagrani had pushed himself to his feet and hurled himself towards the 2 regiment men in an attempt to get through the open cell door. It was the act of an optimist or an idiot. He slammed hard into Hammond himself, who dropped his manila folder but barely moved from the impact. Almagrani staggered back as the contents of the folder scattered all over the floor. Spud was about to speak again, to explain his investigations to Hammond, when something stopped him. The cab driver's expression had changed. The 1,000-yard stare had morphed into something else. Dread. He was staring at one of the pieces of paper that had scattered from Hammond's folder. Spud looked to the floor. He saw photographs. One of them was of his mate Danny, and for a moment Spud thought he was staring at that, but it made no sense. Almagrani didn't even know Danny. "What is it?" he hissed. "What have you seen?" He suddenly realized that there was another photograph, lying face up on the ground, just inches from the one of Danny. A Middle Eastern face. Reading upside down, Spud saw a name printed at the bottom of the photograph. Ahmed bin Ali al-Essa. "What?" Spud said, and when his prisoner didn't reply, he pulled him to his feet and raised one fist as if he was about to crush it down on his hostage's already broken nose. "Fucking what?" Almagrani flinched backwards. There was a deep silence in the cell. "That's him," Almagrani whispered. "That's the Caliph." Chapter 28. Hammond blinked. "What did you say?" he breathed. Almagrani was in no state to repeat himself. His whole body was shaking. It didn't matter. Spud threw his prisoner back into the corner of the room as the regiment ops officer turned to him. "Follow me." Hammond ran back into the guardroom, shouted at Bob to secure the prisoner again, and burst out of the door. It was an effort for Spud to keep up with him as he sprinted towards the main regiment building, along stark corridors and past surprised-looking regiment guards as they headed deeper into the Kremlin, the centre of the camp where the ops room was situated. The ops room itself was guarded by 2 armed regiment guys. Hammond burst past them and into the room, Spud following close behind. Whatever was going down, it was something big. There were 15 personnel inside the ops room, all in camouflage gear, many of them wearing headsets and studying laptop screens. A larger screen on the far wall showed a map of the Persian Gulf, where a flashing triangle indicated a location halfway between the Qatari and Iranian coasts. "Get the support units onto the oil platform!" Hammond bellowed. "Black and the others are walking into a fucking ambush! Give the order, now!" Danny's heart pumped 2 beats to every step. He had reached the western side of the platform and had his back against a storage container facing out to sea. The perimeter of the platform, delineated by a solid yellow railing a head height shorter than Danny himself, was a scant 5 meters from his position. The night sky was beginning to lighten, just faintly. A quiet voice in his earpiece. Caitlin.
"In position?"
"Tony."
"In position."
"Keep the lines open. Remember, the enemy might have NV. Check in every 60 seconds. He was about to order them to commence their sweep of the platform when something stopped him. Through the mesh perimeter fencing, he could just make out some dark shapes moving across the ocean towards the platform. "Wait out!" he breathed. He checked left and right. No movement in the darkness, so he moved closer to the perimeter and looked out to sea. Ribs. 8 of them. They were approximately 75 meters out, and had positioned themselves in a straight line, perhaps 20 meters apart from each other. From this distance, and in this light, Danny couldn't see how many personnel were in each boat, but he knew one thing for sure. They were in formation. "Shit!" he breathed. There was something else. More movement, but not in the water this time. To Danny, they were just shadows in the almost night sky, but he knew what they were. Choppers, and only SF pilots were skillful enough to fly that low over the water with their lights out. It had to be their air support units.
It was impossible to judge distances with any accuracy, but he estimated they were 500 metres out, perhaps a little more, but moving towards the platform at high speed. Why the hell were they approaching? Danny hadn't requested air support. His eyes flickered towards the ribs in formation, and one word rang in his head. Ambush. The ribs knew the choppers were coming. "No!" he hissed. "No!" He wanted to scream at them, to get a message to their flight crew that they were flying straight into a trap, but he was impotent. He had no radio, no flares, no means of communication. There was nothing he could do except watch the horror that unfolded. The surface-to-air missiles that erupted from the ribs glowed like tracer fire in the dark sky. There were 8, one from each boat. Danny didn't know what type they were, but they were heat-seeking and deadly accurate. They made a screaming sound as they cut through the air. The SAS and SBS choppers didn't stand a chance. It took no more than 5 seconds for the impact to occur. Danny saw it before he heard it. 2 colossal fireballs filled the sky as the choppers combusted instantly and exploded. A second later, the sound hit his ears. 2 deep sonic booms that brought with them a sinister wave of heat. Like the after-effects of a crackling firework, there were several lesser explosions as the remaining missiles detonated among the fireballs, which hung, seemingly weightless in the air, before fading to a dark, ugly cloud of debris that fell heavily towards the ocean. The ribs peeled away and started heading back towards the platform. "Boss, we've lost contact!" "What? What do you mean?" Hammond shouted. "Comms are down with both aircraft. I can't get a fix on either of them. It's like they've disappeared."
"What the hell's going on out there?" Hammond roared. "Why haven't we heard from Black? Where are those fucking choppers?"
Nobody had an answer.
"Boss,"
Spud said. Hammond looked like he was about to rip Spud a new arsehole, but then he seemed to remember himself, and his expression became slightly less dangerous. "What?"
"Is Danny out there?"
"If he's still alive."
"Boss, I owe him one. Don't make me sit this out."
"Spud, Jesus, some fucker's about to release a bioweapon at the London Marathon. I haven't got time."
"Put me there,"
Spud said. Hammond blinked. "What do you mean?"
"Boss, I'm not a fucking pencil pusher. The regiment's short of men. Put me in London."
They locked gazes. Something passed between them. Finally, Hammond gave a curt nod. "Standby squadron is deploying to the capital by chopper in 10 minutes. Join them." It was all Spud needed to hear. He turned his back on the ops room and left as Hammond shouted to the room in general, "Someone confirm GCHQ are monitoring all available frequencies." And as he hurried down the corridor, the full impact of Hammond's words hit him. A bioweapon at the Marathon. He pulled out his phone and dialed Francis's number. It rang out. No voicemail. He cursed under his breath, then continued to run along the corridor. "You'll have a 16-man SAS team and 8 SBS guys circling 10 clicks to the north of the platform out of sight," Hammond had said, which meant 24 SF guys plus flight crews had just lost their lives. Danny saw red. He raised his personal weapon, fully intending to open up on the 8 ribs that even now were speeding towards the platform. Then he stopped. 2 pieces of a jigsaw had just clicked together in his mind, and not just in Danny's. Tony's whispered, urgent voice came over his headset.
"The fuckers in those ribs knew the choppers were coming?"
"They knew more than that," Danny breathed. "They knew which direction they were coming from, too." He made a quick mental calculation. Who had been party to that information except the 3 of them? Mustafa? He had a bullet in his head. Buckingham. Why would he want to scupper his own support units? Which left Ahmed. Back at the apartment, Danny's conversations with the headshed had been on speakerphone so Tony and Caitlin could listen in. But that meant Ahmed also knew where the support units were coming from. Danny's eyes narrowed. His peripheral vision sensed movement on both sides. He looked at his right arm. A red laser dot traced its way up his shoulder, He sensed it coming to rest on the side of his head. Danny knew he had a fraction of a second to save himself. He hurled himself back from the edge of the rig, crashing heavily against the storage container behind him, which boomed and echoed like a drum. As he prepared to swing round and fire in the direction of the laser sight, he saw 4 more dots dancing on his chest.
"This is it," he thought. "I'm fucked."
He expected the shots to come any second. They didn't. Instead, a voice called from the darkness to his right. He recognized Ahmed immediately, but the voice of the Qatari businessman had a different edge to it. "If you lower your weapon, I will instruct my men to hold their fire. If not—" He let the threat hang there.
"I'm compromised,"
Danny breathed into his radio. As he lowered his weapon and let it hang by its sling, he waited for a response from Tony or Caitlin. There was none. He raised his arms into the air. The red laser dots didn't falter from his chest. From both directions along the deck, figures approached out of the darkness. The shooters emerged first, 2 from either side, weapons engaged in a professional manner. 20 meters in. 10 meters. Behind the shooters to the right, Danny saw Ahmed himself. "Remove your weapons," Ahmed said. "Do it very slowly." The shooters were 5 meters out on either side. Black clothes, black balaclavas, black M16s with laser sights. They stopped and kept their weapons trained on Danny. He gave himself a moment to calculate his probability of nailing them. Non-existent. Even if he managed to down 2 of them, their colleagues on the other side would shoot him in a split second. He had no choice. He slowly unclipped his weapon from its strap, then laid it on the floor. "And the handgun," Ahmed instructed. Danny removed his S&W from his ops waistcoat and laid that on the floor too. "Remove your earpiece," Ahmed told him. Danny obeyed, dropping it on the floor with his weapon. He glanced to his left, past the 2 shooters. Where the hell were the others? Had they been compromised, or were they still operational? Danny had no way to tell. He looked towards Ahmed. "I guess I'm talking to the Caliph," he said. "I won't lie," Ahmed said smoothly. "I expected you to join the dots a little sooner." He glanced towards the sky where the 2 choppers had just been taken out. "Those pictures of your parents," Danny said. "You did that?" Ahmed's blank expression didn't change. "They were old," he said, "and more used to me dead than alive. I feared Mr. Buckingham was getting a little close to the truth. Perhaps I mistook his abilities. You are probably wondering about your companions. Please don't imagine that they are in a position to help you. My men have them. You will be kept separate." He addressed the guys holding Danny at gunpoint. "Take him to the driller's cabin," he said. "I will deal with him there." 2 of the guys lowered their weapons and roughly grabbed Danny's arms. He didn't fight it. He knew that one squeeze of the remaining 2 M16s would drop him. As they dragged him past Ahmed, the 2 men exchanged a look. It was almost as though Danny was looking at a different person. Ahmed's eyes were dead and dark. There was no humanity in them, not even any hatred, just an empty pit. The balaclavaed men dragged Danny through the dark, industrial maze of the oil platform. He tried to quell the fear that was rising in his chest and to keep his senses alert. Every 30 seconds or so, he saw movement at the edges of his vision, down dark external corridors, or on the other side of the distant scaffolding rigs. His captors must have seen them too, but it didn't seem to worry them, which was bad news. It meant the rig was crawling with the Caliph's men. Maybe they were the same guys who he'd just seen in the rib. There would have been time by now for them to climb up the platform legs and board the platform. Maybe they'd been here in hiding all along. They reached a large cabin on the southern side of the rig, about 25 meters in length, and painted the same yellow as the railings round the platform. A sign on the door said "Driller's Cabin." The door was unlocked. Danny felt himself being shoved inside. There were blackout blinds against the windows, so it was entirely dark. He staggered halfway across the dark cabin before hitting a long wooden table set in the middle. He spun round to look back at the door and saw the red laser dots still dancing on his chest.
"Black!"
A voice hissed from the darkness. Danny immediately recognized Buckingham, his tone dripping with fear.
"What the hell's happening?"
There was no chance to respond. The gunmen were on him again, dragging him to one end of the room. As his eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, he could just make Buckingham out. The spook was on his knees. His hands seemed to be bound behind his back and tied to a metal post approximately 8 feet high, connecting the floor to the ceiling of the cabin. As one of the gunmen dragged Danny to an identical post, about 6 feet to the left of Buckingham's, another withdrew a torch and shone it directly in Buckingham's face. Danny saw pale skin and bloodshot eyes. Buckingham's handsome features were so drawn that he was hardly recognizable. They forced Danny to his knees in the same position as Buckingham. 2 laser spots were still on his chest as one of the masked men cable-tied his wrists and ankles together behind his back, then tied both to the spare post. Danny knew there was no point expending energy by struggling. If he put up a fight, they'd just shoot him. It was an uncomfortable stress position that forced him to stay kneeling with his arms tight behind his back. Only when he was fully secure did the laser spots leave his body. The gunman extinguished his torch. Without another word, all 4 men left the cabin. Danny heard them locking the door.
"This is your fault,"
Buckingham breathed.
"This is your fucking fault, Black. Everything you touch turns to shit, and now I'm going to—"
Danny zoned out. He was trying to peer through the gloom to get his bearings, his eyes still adjusting to the renewed darkness. There was a gap of about 5 meters between himself and the table. Beyond that, he couldn't see anything. He strained to tug his arms away from the post behind him, but it just made the cable ties dig sharply into his skin, and he knew that was a no-go. He had no weapons and no comms, no means of defending himself or raising the alarm. The Caliph had played them like a fucking instrument. He zoned back into Buckingham's voice.
"How long until the SAS and SBS support units get here?"
"You heard that big bang 5 minutes ago. That was them taking a swim." Scowling, Danny looked to his left. He could just see Buckingham's pale face.
"What?"
Buckingham's voice had risen an octave.
"What? You mean they're—"
"Not coming," Danny said.
But Hereford will know what's happened."
"All they'll know is that they've lost contact."
"So they'll send someone else?"
"Sure," Danny said. "It shouldn't take more than 5 or 6 hours."
"What? Oh, Jesus!"
Suddenly, and without warning, Danny heard retching. "Listen to me," he said over the noise. "When they come back, be compliant. You saw what Ahmed's men did to his own parents. You know what he's capable of, so don't antagonize them. It's your best chance of survival."
"What do you fucking well know, Black?"
There was the sound of more retching, and then of the door being unlocked. A faint light as it opened. Several figures, probably 6, maybe 7, filed into the room. 3 of them had torches, which they shone directly at the prisoners, dazzling Danny and removing whatever night vision he had acquired. There was activity in the space between them and the table. For a full 30 seconds, Danny squinted into the light, trying to work out what the figures were doing. Only when they stepped back a couple of meters did he realize. His stomach turned to ice when he saw that they had erected a camera on a tripod between him and Buckingham, 3 meters out. He remembered something Tony had said the day they'd left for Nigeria. "Remember the good old days when the time to shit yourself was when someone shoved a gun in your face? Now you know you're in for a much worse time when they get the fucking iPhones out and press record." The figures melted away towards the back of the room, but they kept their torches shining towards Danny and Buckingham. Danny caught a whiff of urine, and he knew Buckingham had pissed himself. He didn't fully blame him. Another figure entered the room, Danny knew from the slow walk and the shape of his silhouette that it was Ahmed. He positioned himself just in front of the camera. The torchlight from behind made his outline very pronounced and cast a long, thin shadow towards them. Danny couldn't see his face.
"Listen to me. Listen, Ahmed!"
It was Buckingham talking, and he had a quaver of total panic in his voice.
"You will call me Caliph,"
Ahmed said. Hesitation, then,
"Please, Caliph, you don't need to kill me. The other three are special forces. Imagine the publicity you'll get putting them in front of the camera. But you haven't got the other two. You've only got him. Let me go, and you can use me to draw the other two out."
Silence.
"For God's sake, man, I'm more used to you alive than dead."
His words degenerated into a kind of nervous gasping. There was silence in the room. Danny had the impression that Ahmed was letting Buckingham dig himself a deeper hole. Buckingham clearly didn't realize this, because after a few seconds he continued on the same tack.
"Think of it," he whispered. "One of them's a girl, a white girl. You can give her to your men."
Danny glanced in disgust towards Buckingham, who gave him a sidelong look, licked his lips nervously, and then continued with a quiet intensity in his voice.
"I bet they haven't had a woman for weeks. They'll thank you for it."
Silence. Ahmed crouched down so that his head was on a level with Danny's and Buckingham's. He looked from one to the other. Danny could just about discern that he had a grim smile on his face.
"You are so weak,"
he whispered. He stood up again, and this time he spoke more clearly. "For your information, we have secured the other two. Who knows? I might let my men do what they want to the woman, but that is not your concern. I understand you killed one of my most promising young executioners, Danny Black." Danny shook his head. "No," he said, trying to keep his voice level. "It was the Chinese guy." Ahmed almost smiled. "The Chinese," he said. "They'll do almost anything for oil. They have weaponized plague, smallpox, and other weapons you've never even heard of. They don't even want payment for their troubles. Just think how it will benefit them when the caliphate has spread, and the West no longer has access to our natural resources." He held something up in front of Danny's face, a small vial of clear liquid. Danny didn't need to ask what it was. "In London," Ahmed whispered. "We are beheading your soldiers in the street. In France, we are executing them in their offices. After today, thanks to this, your people will look back on those times as the good old days." Danny kept quiet. Any attempt to antagonize this lunatic would be counterproductive. To his left, though, he could hear Buckingham shivering with terror. "But I see no reason," Ahmed said, "to dispense with the old ways just yet." He pocketed the vial of liquid before walking back behind the camera. He raised one hand and clicked his fingers. The three men with torches moved forward, coming to a halt a meter behind the tripod and shining their beams at Danny and Buckingham so that they were quite brightly lit up. There was a shuffling sound behind the camera. Danny, squinting again in the light, could tell that Ahmed was wrapping a shamach around his head. When he returned to the front of the camera, he was carrying something that made Danny's skin turn clammy. It was a knife. The blade itself was a foot long, and Danny could see that it had jagged, serrated teeth. Someone switched on the camera. A little red light glowed. Ahmed paced in front of the camera, his long shadow moving erratically in the unstable torchlight. Buckingham was retching again, great heaving sounds from the pit of his stomach. "Ordinarily," Ahmed said, "we would sedate you,
It makes things easier. But a British Special Forces soldier and a British intelligence officer demand special treatment. You are not our usual quarry of aid workers and do-gooders. The only question is, who first? He looked from one to the other. Then he stepped towards Danny. With his free hand, Ahmed grabbed a clump of Danny's hair, then rested the blade on the back of his neck. Danny could feel the individual teeth pricking his skin. The serrations were clearly razor-sharp, because although there was barely any pressure, he felt spots of blood oozing over his skin. "You've learned," Ahmed said, "that people fear me. You have learned that they fear to speak the name of the Caliph. I am going to show you, and everyone who watches this tape, why." Danny closed his eyes. His body was starting to tremble, and he focused on stopping it. He wasn't going to give this bastard the satisfaction of letting the camera see just how scared he was, now, in the seconds before his death. The blade didn't move. 10 seconds passed. He wasn't sure, but he thought that maybe Ahmed was laughing softly. Unwillingly, he opened his eyes. Nothing had changed. The torches were still shining towards them. The light of the camera was still on. Buckingham was still whimpering to his side. But as he stared straight ahead, Ahmed released his hair and lifted the blade. Danny felt a strange surge of relief. Ahmed was walking towards Buckingham. Danny watched grimly as he stood on Buckingham's far side, grabbed his hair, and laid the knife on his neck. "The girl!" Buckingham whispered desperately in a strangled voice. Let me get the girl for you." "Do you remember our excursion in Riyadh, Mr. Buckingham?" Ahmed said. "Do you remember how the crowd pushed you to the front so that the last person the prisoner saw would be an infidel, so that she would burn in the hellfire?" Ahmed forced Buckingham's head to the side so that he was looking directly at Danny. "Look at the infidel, Mr. Buckingham," he said. Then he started speaking in Arabic, a dull, monotone chanting that Danny couldn't understand, but it seemed to echo meaningfully around the room. I can be of use to you," Buckingham tried to say over the chanting. He was crying. His voice was broken. "I know things, secrets. Please, Caliph." Ahmed continued chanting above Buckingham's panicked sobs. 20 seconds later, he stopped. There was a pregnant silence, as if everybody in the room was holding his breath. "For pity's sake, Black!" Buckingham suddenly screamed. "Do something!" But there was nothing Danny could do. He could tell that the Caliph had already made his decision. He didn't want to watch, but somehow he had to. It wasn't the first swipe that was the worst. That went with the grain of the hooked blade, and sliced easily into the back of Buckingham's neck. Buckingham took a sharp intake of breath, and Danny sensed that the blade was so sharp he hadn't even felt the first cut yet. The second swipe was a different matter. Ahmed pulled the hooks of the blade towards him. Danny could hear the resistance exerted by the tendons in the back of Buckingham's neck. Ahmed had to yank hard to pull the blade through the sinew. By the shaky torchlight, Danny could just make out lumps of internal flesh hanging from the exposed teeth. Buckingham's scream was inhuman. A loud, high-pitched, gurgling wail. Danny heard blood dripping from his neck and spattering onto the floor. As Ahmed made the third slice, the wailing suddenly cut out and was replaced by the sound of Buckingham's body going into spasm. Danny could only assume that the blade had cut into the spinal cord.
Seconds later, the body slumped still. It took another minute for the job to be done. Danny turned his head away, but couldn't avoid listening to the wet, coarse, slapping sound as Ahmed hacked his way through the remainder of the neck. Only when he heard a heavy thudding sound did he know it was over. There was a hushed, church-like silence in the room. Danny glanced to his left. Buckingham, what remained of him, was still kneeling, and the torchlight illuminated the brutal wound. His internal organs looked like they were trying to escape from his neck, and fresh blood was sopping from its remnants. Ahmed bent down and retrieved the head from the floor, then held it up for the benefit of the cameras. Strings of flesh trailed down from the neck as he continued his Arabic chanting for another 30 seconds. Then he dropped the head again and turned to Danny, while one of his men switched off the camera. "Please don't imagine, Danny Black, that anyone is coming to help you," Ahmed said. "I have enough people in the Qatari government to stop any rescue mission or armed response. We could stay here for days and nobody would come. I will make you beg for your life before I kill you. A scared soldier makes better TV than a quiet one. I'll leave you with your friend. We'll see how calm you are when your time comes."
Chapter 29. 07:30 GMT. Dawn had already broken over the Thames as Bailey's white transit van pulled up at the vehicle entrance to the London heliport. He had arrived at the Battersea area from St Albans a full hour ago, where he'd pulled up in a side street off Battersea Park and waited. He hadn't wanted to be late, but neither did he want to show up at the helipad too early. It would be suspicious if he and his accomplice took to the skies before sunrise, but now was the perfect time to make his way to the entrance of the heliport. There was a security checkpoint at the vehicular entrance. Bailey approached it slowly. A uniformed security guard walked up to his window. Bailey wound it down and handed him his press accreditation pass. The guard studied it carefully. "Lovely morning for it," he said. Bailey smiled. "Better than last year, anyway. Pissed it down all day. Pilot had to land the helicopter halfway through the race. Poor visibility." "You won't have that trouble today, mate," said the guard, handing back the press accreditation. "You'll get a close-up of Mo Farah's lunchbox in weather like this." The guard chortled at his joke. Bailey smiled politely. "Straight ahead and to the right, Mr. Bailey. My colleagues will direct you onto the helipad." The barrier opened. Bailey drove slowly forward. To his right was a long hangar with several cars and vans parked outside. Bailey drove the length of it, a distance of maybe 30 metres. The helipad itself came into view. There were 3 landing pads. 2 of them set back from the riverbank, one on a T-shaped pier that reached out into the Thames. There was a helicopter on each of the pads, 2 white Augustas and a yellow and black twin Squirrel light utility chopper out on the pier. Bailey found his eyes zoning in on the twin Squirrel. There was a figure standing right by it. Bailey could just make out the features of his colleague, McIntyre. Up ahead were 2 guys in yellow high-vis jackets. They both carried a handheld beacon, but neither of them waved Bailey on, so he braked and waited for one of them to approach. "BBC?" the ground steward asked, shaved head, thick neck, broad Cockney accent, and a smell of tobacco. Bailey nodded and handed his press card over again, but the ground steward waved it away. "Your pilot's here already, Guff. He says you got some camera equipment to load up." Bailey nodded. "OK, you can take the vehicle directly up to the heli. We've got 10 minutes before we need to clear the pad of non-aerial vehicles. You have the all-clear from air traffic control." Bailey wound up his window and slowly drove towards the twin Squirrel. McIntyre stood calmly by the aircraft, but Bailey found himself examining the chopper carefully at a distance. His heart rate rose slightly when he saw a thin length of metal tucked along the side of the chopper's landing skids. He couldn't make out the individual spraying nozzles at this distance,
but he knew they were there, and that a second aerial spraying attachment would be attached to the opposite side of the chopper. Nobody would notice these understated attachments if they weren't looking for them. Once they were airborne, and the blades of this industrial spraying system had hinged outwards at 90 degrees, the helicopter would look a lot more suspicious, but by then it would be too late. When he was 10 meters out, Bailey did a full turn and reversed up to the helicopter. He killed the engine and climbed out onto the tarmac. There was a chill in the air. The river, just meters away, seemed very still and clearly reflected the dark purples of the early morning sky. As Bailey walked up to McIntyre, he was aware of the glowing yellow lights of the modern apartment blocks on the opposite side of the river and of a flock of birds flying in a V formation over the water. 2 commercial airliners were visible, following the flight path down into Heathrow. That, along with the ground steward's comment about the all clear from air traffic control, gave him confidence. There was no sign of any nervousness in the coordination of UK airspace, which meant they weren't suspected. Neither man spoke. They just nodded silently at each other. Bailey opened the back of the transit van. Daniel dealt with the side doors of the Twin Squirrel. Together, they hauled the flight cases of camera equipment from the back of the van and into the helicopter. Bailey clocked the motor and tubes of the industrial spraying system's machinery at the back of the chopper. They piled the flight cases in front of it, so it was hidden from anyone who happened to peer inside. And once that was done, they turned their attention to the 2 canisters that they had so carefully loaded up the previous morning, still strapped to the sides of the transit. "Don't let them tip this time," Bailey said. Protected by the transit van from the view of the ground stewards, they manoeuvred the first canister out of the vehicle, across the 3 meters of tarmac that separated it from the chopper, and with difficulty hauled it up into the body of the chopper. They turned back to get the second canister. Bailey's muscles burned as they left the chopper to retrieve it. The ground steward suddenly appeared. He looked into the almost empty transit van, his handheld beacon illuminating the contents, a solitary canister with Chinese lettering. Bailey felt his muscles tensing up. He exchanged a sidelong glance with McIntyre, whose expression had suddenly turned dangerous. The ground steward looked back at them. He was wearing a frown. "Fucking chinks," he said in his broad Cockney. "They get everywhere, don't they?" Bailey smiled. "What is it, hoisin sauce?" He laughed loudly at his joke. "Nah, seriously, camera stock." He said it casually, as though showing off his knowledge, and clearly not realizing how out of date it was. Bailey nodded carefully. "Here, I'll lend you a hand," said the ground steward. "I need to ask you to get the vehicle off the pad." "You're okay, mate," Bailey said quietly. "We're on top of it." The ground steward shrugged. "Suit yourself, mate," he said, and he strode off across the helipad while Bailey and McIntyre loaded up the second canister. By the time they were done, Bailey was sweating. He closed up the back of the transit and drove it over to the hangar area. He jogged back to the Twin Squirrel. McIntyre had quickly pulled a hazmat suit over his clothes and was already at the controls with the rotors spinning. Bailey opened the side door, jumped in, and closed the door behind him. The helicopter rose from the helipad almost immediately. Bailey saw that McIntyre had his headset on and was talking into the boom mic, though he couldn't hear what he was saying. As they rose over the river and the London skyline came into view, its buildings glistening in the early morning sun, he started to unpack one of his boxes. He withdrew his own white hazmat suit, then 2 rebreathing masks. He would hand McIntyre's his when the time came. He turned his attention to the aerial spraying machinery at the back of the chopper. It didn't look like much, and when they had first told him what he was to do, he hadn't believed it would have the desired effect. But then he had researched the subject. It was amazing what information you could find if you just knew where to look. He had read about an American bioweapons simulation, where a harmless substance was sprayed into the atmosphere from a ship out at sea. The substance had reached far inland, in quantities that would have been devastating if it had been a lethal agent. The more he had read, the more he had become convinced that they were right. Spraying a bioweapon from a chopper at a height of 150 feet above the crowds would have precisely the effect they required. McIntyre looked back and shouted at him over the noise of the aircraft. "They want some shots of the mall," he shouted. "Then over the Cutty Sark towards Shoot as Hell to see everyone arriving for the race." Bailey nodded. He started to unpack his TV cameras, ready to begin filming the tens of thousands of people who even now were swarming towards the start line. As he put his equipment together, he ran through the morning schedule in his head. Wheelchair race, 8:55 start. Paralympic race, 9 o'clock start. Main race, 10 o'clock start. But by 8 o'clock he knew the crowds would already be enormous, and their TV producer would not yet have requested that they travel further along the race route. That would be the best time to attack. "Remember to stay at 500 feet until I give you the word, then drop down to 150 feet and swoop over the crowd." The helicopter banked. Bailey fitted his TV camera to its secure tripod, then opened the side door. Through the viewfinder, he focused in on Buckingham Palace and the Mall. The broad street had been shut off to traffic, but was already lined with spectators and guarded by a police presence that was, Bailey thought, larger than he expected. The Union flag was flying over the palace itself. Bailey allowed himself a grim smile as he wondered how long it would be before that flag was flying at half-mast. Danny's muscles burned with pain. The stress position, forced onto his knees and with his arms stretched behind him and cable tied to the post, had been agonizing after 30 minutes. But now, after 2 or 3 hours had passed, it was torment. The cable ties that bound his hands together behind his back were digging harshly into his wrists. He could feel wet blood where they were digging into his flesh, and the skin on the back of his neck that had been punctured by Ahmed's knife was angry and sore. Physical pain, however, he knew he could deal with. Psychological suffering was by far his greater enemy. Buckingham's butchered body, limply slumped at a gruesome angle with its wrist still tied to the post, was a sickening warning of what was to come. He was grateful that the spook's head, which lay between them, was facing away from him. A freshly dead body has a unique smell, halfway between a butcher's shop and a public lavatory, and that horrific odour filled Danny's nostrils now. He tried to play tricks on his brain, to remind himself how much he hated Buckingham and how loathsome he had been during his final moments. But it was no good. He couldn't take his mind off what was to come. He was as focused on the camera on its tripod as he was on the severed head by its body. Think. Positive. What would Hereford do, having lost contact with them? Scramble another rescue team? But the nearest suitable SF unit could still be hours out. He hadn't been joking when he'd told Buckingham that... The door opened. Daylight flooded in. Danny squinted towards it and realized his vision was blurred. He felt a surge of adrenaline. "Tony!" He was mistaken. The man that entered had a similar physique, but it wasn't Tony. He had black clothes and a balaclava. Even more ominously, he had a shoulder bag. Danny didn't want to know what was in it, but he found out soon enough. The man walked up to the camera and switched it on. Without a word, he put the shoulder bag onto the ground. Then he stepped towards Danny and pulled a smartphone from his pocket. He swiped the screen, tapped it, and then held it in front of Danny's face. He saw shaky video footage of a dark room. He couldn't make out much detail, but he could see a figure lying on his front on the floor. 2 black-clad men, each had one of their feet pressed into his back and had rifles pointed at the back of his head. The camera panned down to the prisoner's face. It was bruised and bloodied. The nose was broken, the eyes swollen, but Danny recognized it as Tony. Ahmed hadn't been lying. The juddery, dark camera footage panned upwards again. It swiped round the room. More figures, 3 clad in black, plus Caitlin. She was unarmed and her face was largely intact, apart from a swelling around the right eye. One of the guys held her at gunpoint. The other two stepped forward. One of them grabbed her between the legs. When she struggled, the other one tore at her hair, and with his free hand smashed her again against the bruised eye. As the camera panned away, Danny just caught sight of Caitlin being bent roughly over by her two attackers. Danny's blood burned in his veins. "Don't show your anger," he told himself. "They're just trying to fuck with your head. Stay calm. Stay compliant." The camera moved back to Tony. It zoomed in on his face. It was still pressed against the floor, and the wound on his cheek had started to weep. But despite his fucked-up features, there was a look of deadly concentration in his eyes. Tony was down, but he wasn't out. Danny clung to that one fact. He had nothing else. He ignored the voice in his head that told him Tony was unpredictable and crooked, that there was no love lost between them, that there was a chance, even if Tony could help Danny, that he wouldn't. The video clip died. Danny's new companion put it back in his pocket. Then he pulled out a sturdy piece of wood from his shoulder bag, the same heft and length as a baseball bat. Danny clenched his jaw and prepared himself for the beating he knew was coming. The man stood a meter in front of him, raised the cudgel over his shoulders, and struck. It connected brutally with the pit of Danny's stomach. Danny coughed harshly as the wind rushed from his stomach, then desperately tried to force his winded lungs to inhale, while the man raised his cudgel again. The second blow cracked against the right-hand side of his rib cage. He felt a couple of ribs go instantly. His instinct was to shout out in pain, but he couldn't, because there was still no air in his lungs. The man leaned down so their eyes were at the same level. He examined Danny's face carefully, almost like a doctor, holding his chin gently in his free hand. Danny wanted to spit in his face, but he forced himself to remain compliant. That was his only chance of survival. The third blow was to his face. It came from the opposite direction and cracked against Danny's left cheekbone. He felt the bone itself splinter as a spray of blood and mucus showered from his nose. He was breathing again now, and gulped at the air in an effort to handle the pain. He told himself that maybe, just maybe, that third blow had been a fraction softer than the two that preceded it. He allowed himself to believe that this was a good thing. Maybe his attacker had been told to ensure that Danny survived this beating. But survived it for what? Danny glanced down at Buckingham's severed head as his tormentor circled him menacingly. He felt him wipe the bloody cudgel on the sleeve of Danny's right arm. The pain was unspeakable. He could tell that his face was a mess of shattered bone and splintered wood. His broken ribs sent white-hot shards of intense agony through his body. It drained all the strength from him, and it was all he could do to keep his head upright in at least a semblance of dignity. He closed his eyes and told himself that he would withstand whatever else this bastard threw at him. But then he sensed movement again. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his attacker had repositioned himself in front of Danny again, and just to his right. He was holding the broad side of the cudgel just inches from Danny's face. Danny looked up. He could see a ferocious intensity in his attacker's eyes. The bastard's hands were trembling with a barely contained thrill as he prepared to slam the cudgel flat and square into the front of Danny's face. Danny set his jaw. "Protect your eyes," he told himself. He closed them, which meant he didn't fully see what happened next. There was the sound of the door being kicked open. It was followed almost instantly by the harsh bark of a round being discharged from a rifle. Danny opened his eyes, just in time to see his black-clad tormentor tumble towards him as his cudgel dropped to the ground. His body fell heavily against Danny's face, then slumped to the floor, by which time two figures were halfway towards him. Tony facing Danny's way, Caitlin aiming her weapon towards the door. Tony Wiseman was in an even worse state than he had been on the smartphone screen. He looked like his nose had been broken in two places, his face was smeared with blood, and there was a chunk missing from the lobe of his left ear. He had to be in a lot of pain, but there was no sign of it. Whatever had happened, at least some of the Caliph's men had clearly come off even worse. Tony and Caitlin were carrying AK-47s that they must have stolen from Ahmed's men. He saw that Tony also had a knife. Brandishing it, he moved behind Danny.
"What's this?"
he drawled, his voice dry and gravelly.
"He been playing with you? 50 fucking shades of grey?"
With one clean cut, he slit the cable ties. Danny lurched forward, almost falling face down on the ground, as he dissolved into a fit of uncontrolled coughing. The very act of coughing was agony, and he knew he'd definitely broken a rib or two. But Tony grabbed the back of his shirt and held him up.
"Don't do a spud on me now," he said. "Ahmed, the Caliph," Danny breathed. "Tell us something we don't know."
Danny regained control of himself. He pushed himself uneasily to his feet, wincing with the pain in his ribcage, then grabbed the post to which he'd been tied, while Tony kicked the severed head onto its back to see who it was. He snorted.
"Couldn't have happened to a nicer bloke,"
he said, before kicking the head out of the way. He turned to Danny.
"Get moving, Black,"
he said.
"Wait," Danny breathed. "What happened? How did you get free?"
"One of Ahmed's men wanted to break me arm, so he untied me. Bit of a mistake, that."
"How many men did you put down?"
Danny asked. They needed to pool their information, and fast.
8,
Tony said.
"Make that 9,
Caitlin cut in, pointing at Danny's dead tormentor. Danny felt weak with pain, but forced himself to stay sharp.
"They'll know you've escaped," he stated. "They'll be all over us like flies."
"Maybe not," Tony said.
"We questioned one of Ahmed's guys before we nailed him. He told us there are 7 more men on the rig plus Ahmed."
He pointed at the dead body.
"Make that 6. They're all heading for the LZ, waiting for the chopper to arrive and get him to the Saudi coast."
"He might have been lying," Danny countered. Tony gave him a look, and for a moment Danny no longer saw the slightly pissed-off soldier who didn't like taking orders from him, or even the dodgy crook with interests in organized crime. He saw an SAS soldier, professionalism and aggression written on his face.
"Trust me,"
Tony said quietly.
"He was telling the truth."
Danny nodded. His wooziness was subsiding, even if the pain on his face and abdomen wasn't. He looked over at Caitlin. Her face was also smeared in blood and mud.
"Did they hurt you?"
he demanded.
"Not as much as I hurt them,"
Caitlin said. He saw that she had a second AK strapped across her back. She brought it over her head and handed it to Danny. He strapped it on and cocked it.
"The chopper could arrive any time,"
Danny said.
"We need to get to the LZ before it does."
"Remember," Tony said, "we want Ahmed alive."
"The radio's out," Caitlin reminded them. "We've got no way of contacting anyone, even if we do get this fucker and squeeze some intel out of him."
"We'll cross that bridge when we come to it."
Danny knew he was slurring his words slightly. He told himself to snap back to fitness.
"Everyone ready?"
"Roger that," Tony and Caitlin said in unison.
"Don't assume all 6 militants are with Ahmed. There could still be shooters out there, and they might engage us."
Time check, 09:35 hours. That made it 07:35 in London. There would be crowds. The hit could happen at any moment. It could already have happened. They pressed the butts of their weapons into their shoulders and advanced towards the door. Chapter 30. There was a deep silence on the platform. It was as if even the sea was holding its breath. They all understood you don't just pick up an enemy weapon and expect it to be your best friend. Before they moved towards the LZ, they had a call to make. These stolen AKs were unzeroed firearms. Whoever Tony and Caitlin had taken them from hadn't had the benefit of laser sights. They just had the standard AK-47 iron sight, which meant Danny had no idea how the rounds would fall if he fired this weapon. There was only one way to find out, and that was to fire the weapons. To do that could give away their location, but it was a risk they were prepared to take for the sake of accuracy. Outside the driller's cabin, and to the left, at a distance of 20 meters, there was a fire exit sign 2 meters from the ground, with a green arrow pointing to the right. While Tony and Caitlin covered him, Danny lined up his sights with the center of the sign, and took a shot. The sound echoed across the quiet platform, and he saw that the shot had landed 1.5 feet to the right of his intended target zone. It meant he would need to aim left to ensure accuracy of fire.
762 shorts,
Danny muttered dismissively. Enough to put a man on the ground, but not as hard-hitting as the NATO rounds he'd have chosen for himself. It took another 30 seconds for Tony and Caitlin to get the measure of their weapons, 2 more shots that rang out over the platform, and 2 more very good reasons to get the hell away from their current position as quickly as possible. "Ready?" Danny demanded as Caitlin lowered her rifle. A short nod confirmed that she was. This time they didn't split up. Order of march: Tony, Danny, Caitlin. The sun was bright and already hot. It cast clear, sharp shadows. They moved carefully, with their stolen weapons engaged, in a leapfrog formation through the industrial maze of the oil rig. Every time they turned, their weapons turned with them. Danny pushed the pain in his ribs and on his face to the back of his mind. His every sense was on the highest alert. Every time he turned a corner, he half expected to see the telltale red dot on his chest, but this time his trigger finger would be ready. Caitlin moved to the front of the line, while Danny and Tony covered her. They encountered nobody. From the heart of the platform, Danny caught the occasional glimpse of the sea, calm and still with a clear blue sky above. A couple of commercial airliners high overhead, but no sign of any other aircraft, or indeed anything else, in the vicinity. None of them wanted to discharge another round. Unsuppressed, the sound of these AK-47s would pinpoint their position very precisely to anybody hunting them, but there seemed to be no personnel remaining on the platform, unless they were lying very fucking low. Danny moved to the front, Tony and Caitlin covering. As they stealthily passed the medroom where Mustafa and the 2 pilots had been murdered, Danny saw that the door was still open, and there were bloody footprints on the floor outside. He spent a couple of seconds examining them, trying to read the movement of any personnel who'd passed by recently, but the bloodstains were dry. They moved inexorably onward, towards the LZ. Tony moved front, Danny and Caitlin covering. He held up one hand, palm outwards. They came to a halt. Tony was alongside a yellow storage container. He got down on one knee, then indicated that Danny and Caitlin should join him. Danny approached carefully, aware that Caitlin was covering them from the rear. He got down on one knee, next to Tony. They could see the landing zone from here. Distance 30 meters. It was raised about 10 meters high off the platform, almost as though floating over it. No sign of the remnants of Ahmed's chopper that had exploded an hour previously. The ground between them and it was a jumble of low machinery and scaffolding, but essentially open. Anyone on the LZ would see them approaching and would have a clean shot at them. Sure enough, kneeling on the circular edge of it were 3 of Ahmed's men, dressed in black, weapons engaged and pointing outwards, each man about 7 meters apart. They were facing into the sun, no doubt squinting, which explained why they hadn't noticed the unit.
"They're guarding the LZ," Tony breathed. "The only person they'd be guarding is Ahmed," said Danny. "He must be up there."
"We can take them," Danny sniffed. They were using unfamiliar weapons, none of them zeroed in for their user. But they didn't have a choice. The only way to get to Ahmed was through his guards. They didn't appear to have seen the unit so far, but that would probably change if they tried to move any closer. Danny signaled Caitlin to join them. They knelt in a row, a meter apart from each other, and aimed their rifles upward at a 30-degree angle towards the 10-meter-high raised platform that was the LZ, each of them sighting the black-clad figure that corresponded to their own position. Danny breathed slowly. This was high risk. If one of them missed their mark, they'd come under immediate gunfire. All 3 guys had to be taken out at the same instant. He focused in on his man, very aware that the beating he'd received had left him woozy, maybe slightly concussed. He couldn't let that affect him. His finger rested lightly on the trigger. Very deliberately, he edged his line of fire a couple of inches to the left.
"Aim for the body mass," he breathed,
and then a second later,
Ready?
Ready, Tony and Caitlin said in unison. A 5-second pause.
Take the shot.
The 3 rounds sounded like a single discharge. Danny kept his position for a second, long enough to see Tony and Caitlin's guys collapse instantly. His own was hit, but not fatally. A shoulder wound, maybe, but enough to make the bastard scream at the top of his head. The unit fell back behind the protection of the storage container.
You missed,
Tony growled.
Thanks for pointing it out,
Danny said.
We need to... Quiet,
Caitlin hissed. They fell silent. Caitlin had cocked her head, and Danny could tell why. There was a distant sound of a helicopter approaching.
Ahmed's transport, Danny breathed. We haven't got more than a minute. We need to advance to contact.
They know our position,
Caitlin said.
We should advance from a different direction.
We haven't got time,
Danny overruled her.
Give me cover.
Forget it, Black,
Tony said.
You're not on the ball. I'm going.
For the briefest moment, Danny felt his head spinning. A picture flashed across his eyes. Ripley, in a makeshift field hospital in Nigeria, rotting in front of his eyes. And he heard his mate's voice.
Find the fucker who did this to me, Danny. Just find the fucker who did this.
The fucker who did it was 30 meters away, about to get into a helicopter. He was Danny's, no one else's. Danny's head cleared.
You're staying there,
he said, and before anyone could argue any further,
in 3, 2, 1, go!
Danny stepped out from the protection of the storage container. He could still see his wounded target writhing in agony on the edge of the raised LZ, and in the clear sky beyond he could see a dot approaching, Ahmed's helicopter, arriving to ferry him to the safety of Saudi Arabia. Gunfire behind him, 2 rounds in quick succession from Tony and Caitlin, a warning to any militants remaining on the LZ of what they could expect if they approached its edge. Danny sprinted forward, skirting round the machinery and the scaffolding units as he made the most direct approach possible towards the LZ. He closed the distance to 20 meters, then to 15. The closer he grew, the steeper the angle between him and the LZ, the higher he had to raise his weapon, and the less he could see who was approaching the edge. It meant he was totally reliant on his unit colleagues. Another 2 rounds, fresh screams from above. Tony or Caitlin had hit at least 1 more enemy target. That meant he could expect 2 more guys on the LZ, plus Ahmed. He surged forward. 10 meters. 5. His ribs were agony. He ignored it. The sound of the chopper was much louder now. It couldn't be more than 30 seconds out. He hit the metal staircase leading up to the LZ, before raising his head and his weapon up at an angle and wincing at a shock of pain from his broken ribs. He didn't allow it to hinder him. 3/4 of the way up the steps, there was a bundled, bleeding body, one of the original 3 guards they'd taken out. Danny, hyper-aware that his head was about to rise above the level of the LZ, was going to need him. He hurried up to the corpse, then steeled himself. With shattered ribs, this was going to hurt. He bent over and ripped off its balaclava, so that, at a distance, the enemy wouldn't realize they were shooting one of their own. Then he took the strain and hauled the body up off the ground. His ribs cried out, but he shot off the pain, gritted his teeth, and, holding the body by the scruff of the neck, took its full weight in his left hand. It took massive effort and self-control to lift the corpse even higher, so that just a few inches of its head rose above the edge of the LZ. Danny thought he could feel his own broken ribs moving inside him. Almost immediately, 3 shots rang out from the far side of the LZ. 2 of them flew over Danny's head, but 1 slammed straight into the skull of the corpse, sending a chunk of brain and bone flying over the steps. Danny let the corpse's head drop out of sight below the edge of the LZ. The noise of the chopper was very loud now. It had to be on the point of touching down. 4 more rounds flew over his head from Tony and Caitlin's position. Danny raised the corpse's head again. No shots fell from the LZ. He took that as an opportunity to show himself. He dropped the corpse, which clattered heavily onto the metal staircase. Weapon engaged once more, he thundered up the staircase, swinging round towards the LZ itself, his AK-47 directly following his line of fire. He took in the scene in a fraction of a second. A chopper had set itself down on the far side of the landing pad. 20 meters from Danny's position, its nose facing him directly. The sun reflected brightly off the cockpit glass, dazzling him. But even with his suddenly compromised vision, he could tell that the side door was open, and there was no sign of Ahmed. Danny assumed he had already climbed inside. He could, however, see 2 more men, both dressed in black, with their back to him. They were a meter out from the right-hand side of the chopper, and were obviously about to board. Danny's aim was true this time. They both collapsed as 762s slammed into them. Danny was already advancing as they crumpled to the ground. Distance to the chopper, 15 meters. He still didn't have eyes on Ahmed, and the chopper was rising. He directed his fire towards the cockpit, squinting to protect his eyes from the reflective glare. Danny could see very little inside the chopper as he released a 2-second burst of rounds. The cockpit glass shattered and fell away. Danny could tell that it hit the pilot even before he saw him slumped over the controls by the way the chopper, already a meter in the air, started to wobble precariously. It rotated 90 degrees clockwise as it collapsed back down to the LZ, its left-hand landing skid settling awkwardly on the body of one of the guys Danny had taken out and presenting him with the open doors of the helicopter. He advanced. The downdraft from the rotors, still spinning, was a barrier he had to force himself through. 10 meters out, he could see movement in the interior. He fired a warning shot just to the left of the area of movement, fully aware that if it was Ahmed, he had to be taken alive. 7 meters out, the chopper shifted 20 degrees clockwise. Danny realized it was only a couple of meters from the edge of the LZ. With the rotors still spinning, there was a high chance of it toppling. He upped his pace, and in 2 seconds was alongside the chopper. He breathed deeply, suddenly very aware of the sweat pouring down his grimy, bloody, broken face. Then, the butt of his AK-47 pressed deeply into his shoulder, his finger resting carefully on the trigger, he swung round and faced the entrance. Ahmed was armed and ready. His back was pressed against the far side of the chopper, both arms were outstretched, and he had a handgun pointing directly in Danny's direction. But he wasn't fast enough. Distance to target, 2 meters. It was barely necessary to adjust for the rifle's skew. Danny fired first, discharging a round accurately into Ahmed's left shoulder. He juddered hard against the back wall of the chopper, a flash of blood spraying across the interior. As he fell, Danny turned his body and his weapon towards the cockpit. There were 2 flight crew, both dead. He jumped into the chopper, just as it shifted another few degrees clockwise. There was a frantic juddering as the skids below shifted off the corpse that was propping them up. Danny hurled himself towards Ahmed, who had dropped his handgun and was now gripping his wounded shoulder. He'd never seen such hate in a man's face before, but that was okay. It was mutual. He grabbed Ahmed's weapon from the floor of the chopper. Then, with his free hand, he punched Ahmed's wound as hard as he could, knowing that the pain would put him out of action completely for a few precious seconds. Ahmed gasped, and Danny took his chance to hurl himself towards the shattered cockpit. He hauled the slumped pilot off the cyclic. The chopper shifted again, a full 35 degrees this time, so now it was facing directly out to sea. Danny twisted the throttle closed. Instantly, he heard the loud beating sound of the rotors above diminish. He turned back to Ahmed, a dark frown creasing his face and a familiar sense of hot anger rising in his chest. He surged forward, grabbed his captive from the floor of the chopper, and threw him out onto the LZ. As Ahmed landed with a heavy thud, Danny saw that Tony and Caitlin were at the edge of the landing pad, down on their knees in the firing position, protecting their location in case they hadn't eliminated all the enemy on the rig. Good thing, too. It meant Danny could focus all his attention on the man who called himself the Caliph. Ahmed was on his back, still clutching his wounded shoulder, his face a mixture of fire and pain. Danny collapsed down onto him, pressing one knee so heavily against his sternum that he started to cough and choke noisily. "You are going to tell me," he breathed, "the name of the person or people who are about to release the bioweapon in London. You might reckon at the moment that you won't, but trust me, you will." Ahmed spat in his face. "Here's what you're thinking," Danny continued relentlessly. "You're thinking
I'm going to threaten to kill you. You're thinking I'm just like you, and that the worst I can do is put a bullet in your skull or cut your fucking head off. But you want to know the truth? That Caliph bullshit means nothing to me, and I'm 100 times worse than you can possibly imagine. Ahmed's eyes narrowed. I'm not afraid of dying, he spat. Danny gave him a grim smile. Oh, I know that, he said. I know you're looking forward to your 72 fucking virgins. That's why I'm not going to kill you. Not even when you ask me to do it, which you will. When I finish with you, you'll be begging me to put you out of your misery, like the dog that you are. But I won't. Not until I know every single thing about the attack. Ahmed's lip curled into a nauseatingly arrogant expression, almost as if he was daring Danny to follow through on his words. You're beginning to believe your own PR, Ahmed. You might be the Caliph to everyone else, but to me, you're just some cunt I'm gonna hurt. Ahmed hissed at him. Ready for this, you piece of shit, Danny said. The London crowds were swarming like ants. Bailey watched them through the viewfinder of his TV camera. The Cutty Sark was a dot in the distance. Bright sunlight reflected off the snaking Thames, turning the water silver. The green spaces of Shooter's Hill were crowded. A chopper hovered above them. Bailey took his eye away from the viewfinder. He looked down at himself. He had changed into his hazmat suit, but the mask was by his side, ready to be worn when the time came. He checked his watch. 7:40. The time was arriving. Just another 20 minutes. Bailey examined the rest of his equipment. A rubber tube led from the industrial sprayer into one of the heavy vats of liquid. He didn't know how long it would take to expel the contents of the first canister. 5 minutes? Maybe 10. He didn't even know if they would have the opportunity to engage the second canister. But it wouldn't really matter. One would be enough to deal with the ants below. He realized his hand was shaking. Anxiety? Excitement? A bit of both. Hardly a surprise, he thought to himself, when you know you're about to buy yourself a ticket to paradise. Danny knew that the most painful places to shoot a man are not always the most obvious. And of the most painful, only a few were appropriate if you wanted your victim alive and conscious. The stomach would hurt very badly, but at point-blank range, it will probably kill, and certainly render your target unconscious within minutes. You wanted somewhere with a mass of bone, cartilage, and nerve endings. The hip would be good, if it weren't so close to major arteries. The elbow would be a prime candidate if there wasn't a risk of the victim struggling. Much better was the knee. There was a reason the IRA and the Mafia used kneecapping as a method of punishment. It was as much pain as a person could tolerate without passing out or bleeding out. Danny stood above Ahmed, the heel of one foot pinning him down by his belly, the barrel of his gun an inch away from his right knee. He fired. Ahmed's whole limb slammed flat against the LZ. His trouser leg suddenly took on a dark, wet stain, but the bleed wasn't too bad. Ahmed's scream, however, was a hoarse, high-pitched howl that seemed to echo across the platform. Danny moved his heel from his victim's belly, then slammed it hard down on the wounded kneecap. The scream became so intense and raw that it was barely audible. Danny ground his heel into the wound, then he kneeled down again. "Names," he said. Ahmed scrunched his eyes closed. He whispered something. Danny listened hard. It almost sounded as if he was chanting something, some kind of prayer. Danny could barely make out the words. "I will drive him into the Hellfire. It allows nothing to endure. It blackens the skins of men." Fine. He stood up and released a second round into the good knee, then slammed his heel down on that one. It was as if Ahmed had screamed himself out. His body was shaking, and he was gasping for breath. "Names!" Danny said. Ahmed gritted his teeth and shook his head. Danny felt a moment of anxiety. He hadn't expected Ahmed to withstand this level of pain. Most people would have cracked by now. "What's happening?"
Tony shouted from the edge of the LZ.
What have you got?
Rather than tell Tony he had nothing, Danny rolled the shaking, muttering Ahmed over onto his front. He raised his victim's right leg, then laid his rifle directly underneath the knee joint so that his foot and the lower part of his leg were pointing up at a slight angle. Then he stood and slammed his foot down on the lower leg. There was a cracking sound as the damaged knee pivoted back and Ahmed howled silently. His arms flailed despite the shoulder wound, and Danny managed to discern a single word.
Stop!
Quickly, he knelt down by the side of Ahmed's head.
There's only one way to make it stop, he said. You know what you gotta do. Give me names.
I don't know them.
Well, that's a big fucking shame for you, Sunshine, because I'm not gonna stop until you give me something concrete.
He stood up again.
Wait!
I'm done with waiting, pal.
He shifted the blood-soaked AK-47 so that it was under the left knee and prepared to repeat his last procedure. Ahmed was chanting again in Arabic, but Danny could hear the note of desperation in his frail voice. He pressed his heel against the lower part of the left leg. Ahmed inhaled noisily.
B!
I can't hear you,
Danny shouted. He put pressure on Ahmed's lower leg.
B!
That means nothing.
More pressure.
Bailey!
Ahmed screamed, although the volume of the scream from his ravaged throat was little more than a whisper.
His name is James Bailey!
Chapter 31. Danny didn't hesitate. He looked over his shoulder at Tony.
Get over here,
he shouted. Tony ran towards them.
Don't let the fucker move,
Danny told him.
What did he give you?
Enough,
Danny said.
maybe.
While Tony kept guard over the prisoner, Danny sprinted to the chopper. Its rotors were still now, its interior deadly silent. He climbed in and clambered over the bleeding bodies of the two flight crew. He scanned the flight deck controls. Collective, throttle, cyclic, until he found the VHF radio. He turned it on and tuned the radio to transmit at 121.5 megahertz, the International Civil Aviation Distress Frequency. He grabbed the mouthpiece of the radio and immediately started transmitting.
This is Bravo 90. Hellfire suspect is James Bailey. Repeat, this is Bravo 90. Hellfire suspect is James Bailey.
He knew that GCHQ would be monitoring the distress frequency. All he could do now was continue to broadcast the information and hope that they could do something with it. 0750 GMT.
We've got something!
The strained, stressed voice of one of Bixby's men rang out across the ops room in the basement of the MI6 building. Bixby manoeuvred his wheelchair across the room, past the chief, who seemed to have lost all semblance of control, and past a couple of port-and-down reps there to advise them should the unthinkable happen, to where his guy was sitting in front of a laptop, his right hand pressed hard against his earpiece.
What is it?
Bixby demanded.
GCHQ have picked up a radio communication from between the Qatari and Iranian coast. They're patching it through.
Everyone quiet,
Bixby shouted.
Let me hear.
The hubbub in the room immediately died. Bixby's guy tapped a few buttons on his laptop. A hissing sound from speakers set around the ops center filled the room. It was nothing, just feedback and white noise.
Wait out,
Bixby's guy said.
There's some...
A male voice, very faint, almost drowned out by the radio crackle.
Bravo 9. Suspect. Repeat. 90.
The loudspeaker reverted to white noise. Bixby felt a dead, dread weight in his limbs.
Patch it through to Hereford,
he said quietly. More tapping at the laptop while the white noise filled the air. Then suddenly,
This is Bravo 90. Hellfire suspect.
white noise. Bixby cursed. He felt the eyes of everyone in the ops room boring into him. He glanced up at a screen on the wall. It showed aerial footage, a crowd of thousands congregating in the marathon starting area. For a full minute, there was nothing.
I think we've lost it,
Bixby's guy said weakly. "Keep the channel open," he said. And as soon as he had finished speaking, the loudspeaker burst into life again. The voice was suddenly very loud, very clear. Bixby recognized it. Danny Black.
This is Bravo 90. Hellfire suspect is James Bailey. Repeat, this is Bravo 90. Hellfire suspect is James Bailey.
"Find out who he is!"
Bixby shouted.
"Now!"
07:55 GMT. The regiment's Augusta Westland flew low over northwest London. Aside from the flight crew, there were 5 men in the chopper. A 4-man unit plucked from the standby squadron, plus Spud. They'd seemed surprised when Spud had presented himself to them. It was no secret that he had been out of the game for a while, but respectful. Spud was the senior guy, and the younger regiment soldiers had automatically deferred to him. He sat a little bit apart from them, his body armor pressing painfully against his scarred abdomen, his Kevlar helmet and earpiece strangely uncomfortable, as he hadn't worn them for so long. Even the assault rifle slung across his chest felt weird. They were each plugged into the helicopter's comms system, but neither the pilot nor Hereford had spoken for 20 minutes. There was nothing to say. They were on high alert, but they didn't know what for. They simply needed to be ready to respond when the time came. Spud looked through the window. In the distance, shimmering in the early morning sunlight, he could make out the London Eye and Big Ben. In his mind, he pictured the massive crowds that would soon be snaking through London. He thought of Francis. He didn't know what he'd be able to do in the event of an attack, but he'd rather be here, in the thick of things, than sitting behind a desk at a safe distance while his mates were putting their asses on the line. 07:56 GMT. A voice rang out across the MI6 ops room. "We have a James Bailey, a freelance cameraman working for the BBC." "What do we know about him?" Bixby demanded. "Is he a person of interest?" "Negative, sir. British Caucasian, no criminal record, not previously known to any of the security agencies." "Shit," Bixby hissed. A single name, barely heard over a crackly radio line from thousands of miles away, was hardly proof of terrorist intent. "Where is he now?" "We're on the line to the BBC control room. Give me 30 seconds. "We haven't got 30 seconds. Where is he?" There was a short pause, and then a slightly sick-sounding voice. "Shooters Hill, sir. He's in the air. He's over the start line." "Who's his pilot?" "An Alan McIntyre. We've got nothing on him either. Instruct the control center to ground them. Monitor their response." The hubbub in the room grew louder. On one of the large screens on the far wall, a flashing red dot appeared on a map of London, south of the river, over a patch of green where Bixby knew the marathon crowds were congregating. 20 seconds passed. "Sir," came a voice, "the BBC ops room are failing to make contact." Bixby blinked. "They can't get hold of them, sir. They can't establish comms with the chopper. What the hell do we do?" "Is Hereford online?" Bixby demanded. A voice came over the loudspeaker. "Roger that." "Options," Bixby demanded. A momentary pause. "We have one chopper coming in from Hereford. We have another 2 taking off from the artillery gun. They can force the target to move over the river. That gives us options, but you need to understand that we risk forcing their hand. As soon as they see 3 choppers coming their way, it might force them to release the bioweapon or even crash land." Bixby's eyes flickered towards the chief. He was clutching his hair, unable to speak, and seemingly incapable of making the call. Bixby breathed deeply. "Can you neutralize this threat without civilian casualties?" The reply, when it came, was tinged with contempt. "You bring the regiment in if you want to fight violence with violence. It's your call." Bixby closed his eyes. He breathed deeply. "Do it. Do it now." 07:58 GMT. From his vantage point above the start line, Bailey looked down on the crowds. It was a sea of people, thousands of them, like herded sheep, just waiting to be infected. He heard McIntyre's voice. It had an edge of panic.
"The control room want to ground us. Someone suspects something."
Bailey turned away from his TV camera to look at the pilot. The time had come.
"What's our altitude?" he shouted. 500 feet. Engage the spraying arms."
McIntyre nodded. He flicked a lever on the flight deck. There was a grinding sound from beneath the helicopter. Through the open side door, Bailey saw one of the arms move open so that it was pointing out 90 degrees from the side of the aircraft. He checked the spraying motor inside the chopper and the rubber tube that led to it from the canister. All was well.
"Put your rebreather on!" he shouted.
McIntyre clumsily pulled the rebreathing hood over his head with one hand. Bailey did the same. He reached out and clutched the red lever that would engage the spraying system. Then he looked over to his pilot again.
"Get down to 150 feet! Do it! Go!"
Bailey's stomach lurched as they immediately lost altitude. He clutched the side of the chopper with his free hand as he felt the helicopter bank sharply, its nose dipping. The crowd came momentarily into view through the open side door, then disappeared as the chopper straightened up again.
"We've got a problem!"
McIntyre shouted. His voice was very muffled, but Bailey could hear a high-pitched tone to it.
"We've got 2 helicopters on our tail, coming from the south. They're going to crash into us." "No, they're not!"
Bailey shouted, and when he realized his voice was too muffled, he ripped off his rebreather.
"No, they're not! They won't hit us, especially when we're over these crowds. What's our height?" 275 feet. "That's too high to spray. It won't be as effective. Get lower. 150 feet. Get to 150 feet."
His hand left a lever. He looked through the windows. Sure enough, 2 hulking helicopters were on their tail. They were no more than 25 meters distant, and they were moving towards them, slowly but implacably.
"Lower!"
Bailey screamed again. But as he shouted, something else caught his eye. It was a 3rd helicopter, speeding towards them from the direction of the river. Distance 100 meters, but rapidly closing. Bailey had the uncanny sensation that the helicopter's nose was heading straight for him. McIntyre was edging the chopper north, away from the 2 choppers closing in on them. He was panicking. Bailey felt his blood burn. He was going to mess the whole thing up.
"They won't hit us!" he screamed. "They won't hit us above these crowds! Get lower!"
But even as he gave this final instruction, the 3rd helicopter drew up alongside them. As it hovered 30 meters from their twin squirrel, it rotated 90 degrees so that its nose was pointing in the same direction. Bailey's hot blood ran cold. He saw, quite clearly, a figure leaning at the open side door of this 3rd helicopter. He wore a helmet and boom mic, black body armor, and he had his eyes lined up with the sights of his rifle, pointing directly towards Bailey, ready to take a shot. Bailey had no choice. They were still higher than 150 feet, but this was his last chance.
"Move lower! Move lower!"
he screamed. Then he stretched out to grab the lever that would engage the bioweapon. The others hadn't been fast enough. When the order had come in over their headset that one of them was to prepare to take a shot at the target chopper, Spud's companions had heard just that, an instruction. Spud had heard far more. He'd heard Tony Wiseman. "Could be worse. Could be a bleeding desk jockey, eh, Spud?" He'd heard Eleanor the Spook. "Your army days are over, Spud. The sooner you come to terms with that, the better." He'd heard Ray Hammond. "We're doing our fucking best for you, but there's a limit to how much dead weight we can carry." Before any of the others could move, he'd installed himself at the open side door of the chopper, one knee down in the firing position, weapon cocked and switched to semi-automatic, butt pressed into his shoulder, one eye closed, the other looking directly down the sights. As the Augusta rotated 90 degrees, the camera chopper came into sight. Spud immediately recognized it as a twin squirrel. Distance 30 meters, but through the sight of the weapon, it looked right next door. The thunder of the two choppers, 275 feet above the ground, roared in his ears, and a strong backdraft blasted towards him. Spud kept firm. His crosshairs panned across the interior. He immediately settled on the coarse, blurry image of the figure of a man. He was wearing a white all-in-one. "Target in sight!" Spud spoke into his microphone, even as the vibrations of the Augusta knocked his sights off target. The crosshairs settled on a tall canister. Spud thought he could make out Chinese lettering on the side. He yanked the sights back to target, but the twin squirrel was moving too, and a second later he had to re-aim again. "He's wearing a hazmat suit. No mask. I can see a TV camera and 2 canisters. Possibly Chinese lettering." A voice in his ear.
"Can you take the shot without downing the chopper?"
From one moving, vibrating platform to another, it would be the most difficult shot he'd ever taken. If a round went loose and hit the body of the twin squirrel, there was a very real possibility it would plummet to the ground, where it would take out hundreds, maybe thousands of people. "Yes," he said.
"Wait for the order."
The crosshairs juddered to the left. Spud realigned. He could see the target screaming at his pilot, and he could see him stretching out his hand to grab something. Spud knew he couldn't wait even for a fraction of a second. The target's head was in his sights. He might not get another chance. He couldn't wait for the order. He fired. He knew the very second that his round left the barrel that he'd missed his target. Bailey's fingertips were just brushing against the lever that would switch on the spraying system when the round shot through the open side of the twin squirrel. He felt the rush of air as it whizzed inches from his head. The proximity of the bullet made his whole body lurch. He threw himself back and shouted in pain as his shoulder banged hard against the floor of the chopper. The round slammed into the far window of the helicopter, shattering it. Bailey's face creased with frustration. He knew he couldn't rely on McIntyre anymore. His pilot had lost his nerve. He had to get to that lever now. He lurched forward again towards the mechanism, his arm stretched out. The Augusta juddered. It meant Spud didn't see the moment the round smashed into the far window of the twin squirrel. Commotion behind him, guys shouting, urgent, panicked questions and reprimands in his earpiece, and a voice in his head. "There's a limit to how much dead weight we can carry." Spud zoned it all out. Spud knew that his target had been surprised by the loose round. That wouldn't happen a second time. He realigned his sights. The target was thrusting himself to his feet again, reaching out once more for the mechanism at the back of the chopper. Spud's crosshairs centered on the target's head. He fired! This time there was no mistake. Spud clearly saw the moment of impact. A flash of red as the round slammed straight into the target's skull, and his body slumped heavily to the floor. "Target down!" Spud said tersely into his boom mic. He realized he was soaked with nervous sweat. His abdomen suddenly ripped with pain, but he ignored it and kept his eye to the sight. He panned round so that he had the pilot hazily in his sights through the cockpit glass. The guy was looking over his shoulder, shouting something, his face etched with panic. He was losing control of the twin squirrel, which shook and wobbled alarmingly. The pilot looked forward again. Spud lowered his weapon. For the past 30 seconds he had zoned out the thunder and the wind. Now it hit him again with full force. He looked down. 275 feet below them he saw the swarm of marathon runners. He could see that they were trying to vacate that patch of park directly below the 4 low-flying choppers, but they were too many and too crushed. There was a small, open patch of green like an impact crater. Spud couldn't hear the screams of the crowd above the thunder of the choppers, but he knew they were there. "I have the pilot in me sights!" Spud shouted. "He's panicking!"
"Hold your fire!"
instructed the voice in his earpiece.
"Hold your fire!"
Major Ray Hammond's voice rang across the MI6 ops room. "We have one target down. The pilot's still in control of the aircraft. We think we can force him over the river." "What then?" Bixby said. "Evacuate Battersea helipad. We'll force him along the river and try to ground him down there." "What if he doesn't play ball?" "Then we'll take him out of the sky. He'll hit the river." Bixby wheeled his chair round to face his port-and-down advisor.
Implications?
Unpredictable, but if the bioweapon leaks into the Thames, it will probably become sufficiently dilute.
Clear Battersea helipad, Bixby instructed. Let's get this bastard to land.
Spud watched as the two choppers behind the twin squirrel edged forward, closing the gap between them and the enemy chopper to 15 metres. It was a high-risk strategy. An unexpected surge of wind would mean disaster. Not to mention that there was a good chance, in a moment of panic or martyrdom, that the pilot would just let the chopper fall. The Augusta edged a further 10 metres away from it, but the twin squirrel, bullied into motion by the two choppers following, headed north towards the river. Spud didn't move from his kneeling-down firing position, thunder in his ears and wind in his face. From the corner of his eye he could see Canary Wharf in the distance, but he kept his attention on the chopper. The Augusta stayed alongside the twin squirrel as it edged north, metre by metre.
"We're getting him over the river,"
the voice in Spud's earpiece stated.
"They're clearing the water now."
A smart move. Bully the fucker to a safer location, and if he fails to comply... It took a good 90 seconds to move clear of the marathon crowds below. They hovered over a road and then a grid of residential housing. Distance to the river, 50 metres. Spud raised his weapon again. He panned his sights towards the pilot. The guy was clearly a mess. He kept looking over his shoulder, then forward again, back, then forward. His eyes were pictures of fear and alarm. A voice crackled in Spud's earpiece.
"On my order, down the aircraft. Rounds to the engine and transmission. If necessary, hit the rotor mast. Do not hit the tail rotor or boom, and do not take out the pilot. If he loses control, the chopper could hit land."
"Roger that," Spud stated.
"Do not lay down fire until you have the order. Repeat, do not lay down fire until you have the order. There's still a chance we can land him safely."
They continued to move over the water. Spud flicked the safety catch of his weapon to fully automatic and kept his sights on the area to the left of the tail boom, where the engine and transmission was kept. They were 10 metres from the southern shore. 20 metres. A flash of reflected sunlight glinted off the water, momentarily blinding Spud, but he kept his aim true. 50 metres. 100 metres from both shores. They were bang in the centre of the river. The two choppers following the twin squirrels eased back about 20 metres. They started to circle round to the far eastern side of the chopper. The Augusta changed position too, edging round to the south so that it could fly alongside the twin squirrel as they bullied it west along the river. As the chopper moved, the shard, glinting in the sun, flashed across Spud's sights. He could see the low, broad dome of the O2, then the higher one of St. Paul's Cathedral in the distance, and the BT Tower off to the north. As the chopper continued to turn, he could see the river snaking away, and the familiar sight of Tower Bridge and London Bridge beyond. He refocused on the engine and transmission area of the enemy aircraft. And even as he did that, everything changed. The twin squirrel suddenly gained height. Spud tracked it with his rifle, but as he did so, the enemy chopper twisted 180 degrees in the air so that it was facing back towards Greenwich Park, where the marathon runners had congregated. It was 50 feet higher than the Augusta and the two regiment choppers following it, and its nose was down. Spud heard a voice behind him. "The fucker's gonna crash land!" And, in his earpiece,
"Take the shot! Take the shot!"
He realigned his rifle once more, tracking the crosshairs directly over the twin squirrel's engine and transmission.
"Take the shot!"
He fired. A full burst from Spud's rifle ripped into the metal body of the twin squirrel. Everything seemed to slow down. Through his sights, Spud saw scraps of shrapnel splintering away from the chopper. His rifle clicked empty, but now there was a different sound, an alarming, high-pitched, clunking, grinding noise from the enemy chopper. Spud lowered his rifle in time to see, from below, its rotors sputtering and slowing. The twin squirrel twisted in the air. A lurch from the Augusta as it surged forward 30 metres to a safer patch of airspace, but as it moved, it shuddered from a rush of displaced air as the twin squirrel dropped like a stone towards the water. It thundered past the Augusta with a terminal screaming sound. 5 seconds later, it smashed into the water below. Spud sucked in lungfuls of much-needed air. He hurled himself forward to the cockpit of the Augusta, even as a barrage of urgent shouting filled his ears.
"The bird is down! Repeat, the bird is down! Seal the area! Seal the area!"
But these were instructions for someone other than Spud. Through the windows of the Augusta, he zoned in on the impact site 200 feet below. There was no sign of the chopper. It had either broken up or sunk. Peeling in, from both directions along the river, were the white trails of ribs speeding towards the impact site. Spud could just about make out their occupants in white hazmat suits. He winced. The pain in his abdomen was worse than ever. Guys were talking to him, but he barely heard them. His mind was elsewhere, as it churned over the whirlwind of the past few days. Al-Magrani, the Caliph, and Danny. What the hell was happening with Danny? The threat to London might have been neutralized, but somewhere, thousands of miles from here, his mate was in the shit. Spud realized he didn't even know if Danny was dead or alive. Chapter 32. Danny Black stared at the VHF receiver. A message was coming through, distorted and indistinctly, but he could just make it out.
Bravo 90, this is Alpha. Your message has been received and acted upon. Wait out in current location for pickup. Ensure the safety of your source. Repeat, ensure the safety of your source.
Danny waited for the cascade of relief to wash over him. It didn't. He breathed deeply, then turned to look out of the stationary chopper across the landing pad to where Tony had Ahmed at gunpoint. Tony, his face beaten, swollen and dirty, was standing 2 meters from the man who called himself the Caliph, rifle aimed directly at his head. On the far side of the LZ, Caitlin was down on one knee in the firing position, aiming towards the platform itself, her back to Danny and Tony. A strange sensation fell over Danny's body as he exited the chopper and walked towards their captive. It was like hatred, only deeper and more piercing. As he closed the gap between them, he tried to identify its source. Was it the moment he had witnessed Ahmed executing Hugo Buckingham in the most brutal way imaginable? Buckingham had it coming to him, but nobody deserved that, not even him. But no, it wasn't that which filled Danny with such loathing. Was it the images he'd seen of Ahmed's parents? The sheer revulsion that a man could do that to anyone, let alone his own mother and father? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't even a plane full of infected innocents, or 2 choppers full of SF soldiers downed in the Persian Gulf, or a cynical, loathsome attack on London. It was Ripley, bravely dying, rotting before his very eyes, begging Danny to avenge him. He put one hand in his pocket and felt Ripley's dog tag and wedding ring. "Ensure the safety of your source. Repeat, ensure the safety of your source." He was standing over Ahmed now. There were pools of blood around his knees, and a face creased with pain, but he was still conscious. "Your missus is safe," Danny told Tony. His tone of voice expressed everything he felt about Tony. He glanced towards Caitlin. "Maybe you should go and tell your girlfriend the good news. Hereford are sending a pickup." "You should be thanking me, Black. I saved your arse back there. You should remember that next time I want a favour." "I don't owe you any favours, Tony." Tony sneered. "We'll see about that," he breathed. He lowered his gun. "All yours, Danny. Fuck him up good and proper. It's all he deserves." But Danny wasn't stupid. He knew Tony's game. If he nailed the Caliph, Danny would have to rely on Tony's good word that he'd had no other option. "You've got it all wrong," he said. "I want him alive. A round in the head's too good for him. Let the bastard suffer." It wasn't true, but it would get Tony off his back. Tony stared at him, then glanced towards Caitlin. The lure of the female member of their group was too great. He shrugged, walked around Ahmed, and headed off across the landing pad to join her. Danny stood over his enemy and aimed the rifle at his head. The sun was hot on the back of his neck, and he cast a distinct shadow over Ahmed's prostrate body. Ahmed's breathing was very heavy, and for a full 30 seconds they remained like that, Ahmed's eyes rolling and his body shaking. "I'm almost looking forward to it," Danny breathed. "The famous Caliph, cuffed and locked up. The picture might even go viral, like those videos your mate Jihadi Jim made." Through his pain, Ahmed grinned at him. "You're just like the dog I executed," Ahmed whispered. "Weak." Danny didn't reply. He didn't move. "You want to kill me," Ahmed repeated, "but you're too weak to do it." Danny felt his blood rising again. Deep down he knew Ahmed was right. Despite what he'd told Tony, he did want to kill him. He wanted nothing more. "Ensure the safety of your source. Repeat, ensure the safety of your source." He lowered his gun and met the Caliph's gaze full on. "Your attack on London has failed, you piece of shit. You failed." Ahmed grinned again, a sinister grin that told Danny maybe he was missing something. It happened so quickly. Ahmed suddenly raised his left arm. For a fraction of a second Danny didn't understand why. Then he saw it. Clutched in his hand was the small glass vial of clear liquid that he had waved in front of Danny's face back in the driller's cabin. It would take nothing for Ahmed to smash that vial on the floor of the helipad. Danny knew instinctively that this was what he intended to do. "No!" he roared. And before Ahmed could release the vial, he raised his weapon again and fired 3 rounds. They thudded hard into the Caliph's chest. His whole body juddered with each impact. His raised arm slammed back down on the helipad floor, and the glass vial rolled harmlessly out of Ahmed's hand. "What the fuck?" Tony's voice exploded from across the LZ. He came running towards Danny, who, having lowered his weapon, was stepping back from his target, his eyes fixed on the catastrophic, fatal wound he had just inflicted to the man's chest. The vial had come to rest 2 meters from Ahmed's body. Tony stopped just next to it, then bent down to pick it up. "He was going to smash it," Danny said. There was a stressed edge to his voice. "He was going to infect us." Tony held the vial between 2 fingers, then lifted it up to the sunlight. His lip curled at Danny. Then he jogged over to the edge of the LZ. He hesitated for a moment, then hurled the vial over the side of the platform, far out to sea. He walked slowly back to Danny, a superior look on his face. "Our little secret?" he said. He looked down at the Caliph's dead body, then kicked it nonchalantly. "Course, I'll definitely tell them you couldn't have done anything else, and I'm sure you'll repay the favour one of these days." The surge of anger rose in Danny's chest again. He raised his rifle, and this time pointed it straight at Tony. His companion simply jutted out his chin. "Even you're not that stupid," he said. Neither man moved. Danny was aware of blood seeping from the Caliph's body, but he kept his eyes firmly on Tony. Then, slowly, he lowered his weapon. "Attaboy, Danny Black," Tony said. With a bleak smile, he turned his back on Danny and walked back towards Caitlin. She was waiting and watching at the edge of the LZ, her face bruised and beaten. When Tony put an arm round her waist, she didn't object. They stared back towards him, a team of 2, from which Danny was obviously excluded. Danny's hands were shaking, his body aching, his mind spinning. He looked out across the Persian Gulf, squinting in the sunlight, waiting for their pickup to come. 3,000 miles to the west, an aircraft lay in the rough sand of the African desert. Its seats were full of corpses. Cabin crew lay dead in the aisle. Their skin was covered in welts and patches of black. Insects swarmed around the cabin, crawling and feeding off the dead human flesh. The interior of the aircraft stank, a revolting mixture of flesh rotting in the oven-like heat of the desert and petrol. The bodies, the whole interior of the aircraft, were soused in fuel. There were 2 Chinook helicopters on the ground 200 meters to the west. A white field hospital tent had been erected between them, and 30 men in hazmat suits had congregated outside it. They were looking towards the plane. Empty fuel canisters were stacked close to the fuselage of the aircraft. Staking out from them was a length of wire. It trailed 100 meters from the plane and ended with a small remote-controlled detonator. One of the white-suited men held a black box in his hand. He flicked a switch. There was a loud crack. It was instantly followed by an enormous surging sound as the fuel ignited. In the bright desert daylight, the flames were barely visible, but the heat certainly reached the guys in hazmat suits, and they edged backwards from it as they watched the fuselage turning from silver to black. Inside the cabin, a furnace raged. Hair and clothes blazed. Blackened skin peeled and blistered from the bodies. Tissue smouldered and revealed the bone beneath, which soon withered and crumbled as the corpses burned into nothingness. Several small explosions blasted from different parts of the plane. It collapsed noisily, dropping down onto one wing. The guys in hazmat suits turned away. They'd seen enough. They wanted to disinfect themselves and get the hell out of there. They knew that when they got back home, everybody would be talking about the missing flight, and they knew that they were obliged never to mention to anyone what they had seen in this desolate patch of desert. But that was okay. There are some things you never want to talk about. The grisly fate of these unfortunate passengers was one. In a private room at the maternity ward of Salisbury District Hospital, a woman was in the early stages of labour. On the wall was a TV. It was on, but the sound was down. The rolling news channel showed images of helicopters against the London skyline and of panicked crowds dressed in running gear. But the pregnant woman wasn't watching. She was leaning over the edge of her bed, holding a mask for gas and air to her face. A midwife entered. She checked the notes at the end of the hospital bed. "Everything all right, Clara, my love?" she asked, once she had checked the woman's name. "No birthing partner?" The woman shook her head, and the midwife's lips thinned slightly in disapproval. It was quite clear what she thought about absent fathers. "Well, never mind," she said. "Let's turn this television off, shall we? I don't know. First that missing plane, then helicopters falling out of the sky in London. You'd think they'd be able to stop these things from happening, wouldn't you? Anyway, I don't think we really want to be reminded of all these terrible things at a time like this." The woman didn't reply as the midwife switched off the TV. She just breathed in another lungful of gas and air and winced at the pain of another contraction. In the heart of Heilongjiang province in the People's Republic of China, close to the Russian border, the sun was setting over a high-security facility. Like the burning plane in the African desert, its very existence was an official secret. It was surrounded by a 10-metre-high perimeter fence, and no unauthorized vehicles could get within 5 miles of the bleak, utilitarian concrete buildings at its centre. It comprised 3 laboratories, 1 storage warehouse, and a security unit where closed-circuit TV screens kept 24/7 surveillance on every part of the facility. In Laboratory 1 was a lone Chinese scientist. He was clad head to foot in white protective gear, and his breathing was heavy through his mask. He leaned down over a worktop and picked up a test tube holder containing 5 tubes carefully sealed. He walked, rather gingerly, to the other side of the sterile lab. Here there was a refrigerator, slightly taller than him, with a glass door. Inside were rack upon rack of test tube holders, just like the one he was carrying. They were divided into 4 shelves. On the top shelf was some Chinese lettering. Its translation was a single word: smallpox. Each shelf below that had a different label: anthrax, cholera, Ebola, viral equine encephalitis, pneumonic tularemia, and on the bottom shelf, plague. He opened the fridge, knelt down, and carefully slid the test tube holder onto the bottom shelf. Then he closed the fridge and stepped back to look at it. He wasn't a rich man, but he knew wealth when he saw it. The contents of that fridge, and of the nearby storage facility, were valuable products. There would always be a buyer for them, somewhere in the world. He turned his back on the fridge and left the laboratory. He was tired. He wanted to disinfect himself, change back into his normal clothes, then go home and spend the evening with his family.